While console games did have their presence in my house while I was growing up, the vast majority of my time was spent on an old and chunky late 90s PC sitting in the room I shared with my brother back when I was really young. The PS1 and the GameCube had their place, but a lot of the time I had with video games early on was with that old Windows ME tower. Games I have fond memories with, enjoyed playing at the time, and I'm still happy to have them in my hands after all these years. Bugdom wasn't one of those games. Bugdom was developed by Pangea Software and released for Mac computers in 1999 and was published for Windows PCs in 2000 and 2003 by On Deck Interactive and Ideas from the Deep respectively. Pangea themselves have been developing for Apple hardware since 1987, starting with making games for the Apple II GS before moving to the Mac platform in 1991. These days, Pangea is exclusively an Apple developer, and they've hardly developed anything for non-Apple platforms. While PC ports of their earlier titles do exist, they're far and few from what I have seen. You can find everything they've done to this day on their website, though it looks like they haven't updated it visually in a while. Most of their games have since been ported to modern platforms and can be found in the iOS and Mac app stores. You can even still buy CD keys from them today for certain versions of their games. Bugdom was actually fairly well received on launch. It's often considered one of Pangea's best games and one of the best games to the Mac at the time of release. Heck, the game was actually bundled with the iMac DV2000 and later model iBook laptops, and it even did well enough to warrant a sequel in 2002. Games do age though, for better or worse. I did get Bugdom back when I was young, but if my statement from earlier wasn't enough of an indication, I can't say this game falls under any category of memorable for me. I remember this being one of those games I played a few times, but didn't really invest that much time in. Mostly because I remember this game having issues running back then, but then again, the last time this thing saw the inside of a disk drive, I'm pretty sure I just turned 6. Needless to say, my copy hasn't seen the light of day in quite a while, as have a lot of games I own. It's safe to say I didn't finish games as often as I played them, and Bugdom is no exception to that. That's what I want this channel to be, a chance to go back to those old games and give them a full, proper playthrough, a chance to see if they were as good or as bad as I remember, and to see if those old reviews still hold true to this day. What's Bugdom's plot anyway? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask. He plays this roly-poly with sneakers named Roly McFly, who apparently is the last roly-poly capable of saving the land of Bugdom after being overthrown by a clan of fire ants led by the so-called King Thorax. And with that out of the way, let's hurry up and get this over with. The first thing I noted was the lack of sound. I double-checked the footage and OBS still said desktop audio was up, so that wasn't boding very well. Well, we at least have a menu here with some choices. Let's click onto what I can only assume is the options. You know, eventually. Okay, there's no prompts for sound, but I was able to find out that the sound effects were still working. So the first thing I saw was some Comic Sans and a JPEG taking up half the screen. That's nice. Yeah, I know, this was 1999, digital art wasn't exactly at its peak here, but surely they could have at least put a couple more options, or even just leave the bottom half blank. I'm not asking for Toy Story 2 here, just a little more thought in the layout.
Can you even tell what's on? I can tell.
Back to the main menu. Maybe this walnut can shed some light. Today, please? Turns out it's just the controls. I started the game, but it was running at like 20 frames. Not a good start, but I don't remember the game being this bad back then. So, as luck would have it, there's nothing wrong with the game. I'm just a moron. Old games don't like it when you load their data off of a separate drive. I learned that with Sonic R before recording this video, and I forgot about it up until now. I work with computers as my day job. I'm surprised I didn't figure out something like this sooner.
What was my associates in again?
Reinstalling the game onto the main drive brings the music back, and it's honestly kinda nice. I also want to say how I love how the option to exit to desktop from the main menu is a stick of dynamite. Imagine you click on this and it just... Let's start level 1 properly now. There's these little animations in between each level which set the tone and give you an idea of what kind of enemies you'll encounter. It's a nice little detail. Also, starting the game made me quickly remember why I didn't like it back then. So Bugdom is a 3D platformer. You have these large open areas you explore to find items needed to progress, avoid being attacked by enemies, and to gather up as many points as you can by collecting clovers and rescuing ladybugs. As far as special items go, you have little rollies which give extra lives, health in the form of berries, shells that make you temporarily invincible, as well as these special bees which act as a homing missile to attack the closest enemy. From my experience, there's no benefit to collecting anything outside of a score, unless you have a group of friends you brag about your Bugdom score to, and then you wonder why they make plans without you. Most platformers from this era would have you control things with a keyboard. Bugdom, however, has two different control schemes and your gameplay experience varies heavily depending on what you use. In Bugdom, you got mouse only, and you have keyboard only. Mouse only is weird. You have to keep moving the mouse in the direction you want to move, otherwise you lose momentum and you slow to a crawl. Left click kicks to attack, so 99% of your combat is spent knocking bipedal ants onto their ass. Right click lets you jump. You ever jump in a game before? This is jumping. Enjoy. Keyboard only makes the game a little more manageable. The controls become a little less fluid, but at the same time you have snappier movement compared to the mouse. The best way I can describe it is like going from analog sticks to a D-pad. I feel like mouse only was the truly intended way to play this game, as it seems to provide the most fluid control despite having its own set of issues. I ultimately ended up using a combination of keyboard and mouse, as that was what was most comfortable for me. Funnily enough, this method is actually recommended in the instruction manual as a way to play the game. Speaking of playing the game, for the most part, it ran fine, except for early on when I finished a level and all the textures went to go get lunch. Apparently Bugdom is too much for my 2060. I can't even tell what's happening here. The grass is broken, the floor turned to hardwood, and really looks like an Among Us character. Restarting the game thankfully fixed this, but now's a good time to talk about compatibility mode and why it's important to make sure your games work before you start recording. You see, the world was graced with the presence of Bugdom when the best version of Windows available was Windows 98, with Windows 2000 being just around the corner. Naturally, programs that come out for these aforementioned OSs may or may not play nicely with newer versions of Windows. Compatibility mode exists to resolve some of the issues brought on by this, and to serve as a type of backwards compatibility to these old programs. Now, not every program is the same. Some might run fine without it, some may not, but it never hurts to try and have your software run in a more stable state. Bugdom is one such program that consistently threw fits without it, and it later bit me in the butt. I didn't turn on compatibility mode until around level 6, I think it was. While Bugdom had every texture in the game turned into confetti, I was still able to save. Most of the time. On rare occasions, the game would not render the mouse cursor, and it would basically turn into a game of pin the tail and the donkey. Put the thing you need on a very specific spot, but you can't see where you're putting the thing. Since you can't see where you're putting it, you just have to, throw it in there and pray. This wasn't a problem at first. I honestly kept it off because A, it was funny as hell just to see the game collapse, and B, this allowed me to keep the game's music when recording. Enter level 6, and I become physically unable to proceed because of the glitching. This was the only level which consistently and regularly broke after finishing it. The cursor just refused to render every single time I played the game. This ended up forcing me into turning compatibility mode on, which, for reasons I have yet to understand, wiped out my entire save. Meaning I had to go all the way back from the beginning to level 7 just to continue properly. Thank God for cheat codes, otherwise I would have just done something else. Back to the game now. Bugdom isn't a long game by any stretch of the imagination. There's only 10 levels and 3 of them are boss fights. It took me a combined total of around 4 hours just to finish the whole thing. If you knew exactly where to go and what to do, you could probably finish it within 2. This isn't to say the game isn't without challenge. The game is exploration focused, often having these wide open spaces that require you to look around to find items needed to progress. Sometimes you're thrust into these areas with a lot going on, or into very narrow corridors which can feel a little claustrophobic if the game throws a bunch of enemies around. Later levels sometimes require you to run like heck to avoid them. This becomes especially evident when you run into these cockroaches that spit out gas and obscure your vision. The later levels also have actual explosives! It's very easy to lure enemies into blowing themselves up, but at the same time it's also very easy to do the same to yourself. Word of note, the cockroach gas is flammable and can be set off by the smart bomb bees, so if you're not careful you can launch a bee at the wrong time and reenact the 4th episode of Breaking Bad. Oh, and speaking of enemies, they're everywhere. Enemy and hazard variety varies from level to level, but you have your choice of ants that throw spears, mosquitoes, slugs, caterpillars, spiders, fireflies, ants that throw rocks, praying mantises, actual fire, the same cockroaches from earlier, termites, feet, bats, a metric shit ton of bees, acid, ants that breathe fire, and lava. Actual, honest to God, lava. There's one thing that does annoy me about this game, and it's enemy density. Bugdom does not have very consistent enemy density. Some levels have a couple foes that, while they are a nuisance, they can be easily dealt with or even completely avoided altogether. Other times the developer will throw a literal wall of enemies at you and you have to run for the hills. Stages set in the beehive and the anthill got a little annoying about this due to how claustrophobic those levels are by design. That makes the enemy encounters a little more nerve-wracking as you don't have a lot of room to run. As far as most annoying enemies though, that honor goes to the bees and to the feet. If I'm gonna talk enemy density, I can't not talk about the bees. The bees make a grand appearance in levels 4, 5, 6, and 7 respectively. Level 4 and 5, they aren't that much of an issue. They're a minor obstacle in both levels and are easily shot down with the dragonfly during the flying segment of level 4, and they're easily ignored in level 5. But level 6? It makes sense since you're in a beehive because you have your selection of 3 kinds of bees. The second variety are these bee larvae. They aren't really that much of a problem, and if anything, they're like the termites from earlier levels, but they don't explode when you kick them. Also, you can stomp on them. And last but not least, we have that. We have bipedal, muscular bee men who will chase you if you get too close. Also, if they catch up to you, they launch their stingers and then they die. What am I playing? My main pet peeve with these things revolves around the flying bees. If you have enough of them following you, they can get very close and hog up the camera space, making it very difficult to navigate. You can roll into the bees to get rid of them if Wikipedia is to be believed, but I tried this and it barely worked at all. In a tight corridor-based level like this one, it gets very annoying, very fast. And now let's talk about my favorite part of the game. The jank. Bugdom is from the mid-early years of 3D platformers where developers had somewhat of an idea of what they were doing. The game came out around the same time the PS2 and the Dreamcast were coming out and the 5th generation of games is closing up shop. On top of being a Windows port of a Mac game, Bugdom is not without its technical weirdness. Now, just to be clear, jank isn't necessarily a bad thing. A lot of old games are janky or just play weird, especially when compared to a modern video game. And even then, they're not immune to the jank. Look at your average Bethesda game for a good example. If anything, the jank adds to the experience in Bugdom. I already stated how the keyboard makes movement a little easier than it would be with just the mouse. What I didn't mention is how as soon as you bring a keyboard into the mix, the laws of physics are blown out the window. I'm not sure why, but for some reason you have a lot more force behind your movement when using the arrow keys instead of the mouse. It gets to an absurd point in most levels because it also makes it very easy to cheat. You can see the force involved simply by going to roll mode and pressing a single arrow key for no more than a second. Rolly will careen off into the sunset and pass the game's draw distance while the camera tries to catch up. This makes a seldom used ability into something overpowered and broken very fast. Not to mention the keyboard also allows you to climb up inclines that are so incredibly steep that any normal thing would be physically incapable of climbing it, yet Rolly can walk up to them like he's been studying the Skyrim horses. And rideable bugs? Well, controlling the Pond Skater in level 3 and the Dragonfly in levels 4 and 5 is completely impossible with the keyboard. These things require the use of the mouse because when you press the arrow keys, you begin to spin at the speed of a high-powered blender and you can't even turn. Collision seems to work when it feels like it in Bugdom. During my playthrough, I found myself trying to find new ways to break the game, as well as weird quirks where there's spots you'd think the game would have collision, but doesn't, or has too much collision. Case example, level 4's feet and how merely being near them counts as damage. Additionally, the slug enemy covered in spikes. Now, if you've played pretty much any video game ever, natural instinct would tell you spikes bad. One look at these things would tell you that you need to stay away from them because they obviously have a larger than normal hitbox thanks to those spikes, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea to run straight into them. There's even an area encasing a ladybug with 2 of these things, and in theory, you have to sit between the slugs and wait to get her out. But nah, you see the spikes are merely for show. They're animated, yes, but the spikes themselves have no hitbox. They're completely static. You can literally walk right through them with no problems as long as you don't touch the actual body. Also, it is shockingly easy to clip through walls in this game. In fact, the first time I did it was by complete accident. I accidentally phased through a wall into an enclosure trying to avoid an enemy. After that, I figured out how to do it on purpose. If you use keyboard controls, pick a wall that's a 2D texture and start jumping while moving against it and along it, you'll eventually phase through that wall like it has a hole in it. Keep in mind, this only works on walls that are 2D textures. In the Beehive and Anthill levels where the ceiling is made out of floor, it's not going to work. Trust me, I tried. This is perfect if you don't want to do levels from start to finish if you die and you just want to get back to where you lost, or if you're doing some kind of speedrun or damage run and want to make it a little extra fun. But enemy projectiles know no boundaries, so if you do decide to cheese the game, you better remember where the enemies are because you'll be minding your own business, walking in spots devs never wanted you to be in, and then before you know it, a rock will come through the grass and say hello. On a related note, Bugdom has a pretty annoying bug when you load from a save. Regardless of how you end the previous level, if you load the game, you can spawn in with literally no health. This caused me a lot of grief in level 4 because not only did I have no lives, I had to actively search for and remember where a health pickup was without getting sent to the pearly gates too soon. It got so bad that I ended up trying to use the roll ability to chuck myself across the level just to avoid everything, which resulted in this. In case you couldn't tell, I broke it. It's possible to move so fast with the roll ability and the keyboard that you can basically escape the game. I had absolutely no clue where I was here. You can tell I'm moving if you watch the skybox. You can't see me, but it's obvious. Oh, there he is. Unfortunately, I was not able to bring myself back to the stage. I had no idea how far I actually was from the level, so as far as I was concerned, this was a soft lock and I had to restart. I soon cheated through that part of the level just to get past it. I honestly couldn't take it anymore. Now, just to clarify, I only cheated past the feet. I finished the rest of it as intended. I got past the spiders, I went around the ants, and I finished the flying segment without any cheats. This one's gonna be short and sweet. Bugdom's camera works, but that doesn't necessarily mean it works well. I wouldn't say the camera is broken, it's just a pain to use. Manual movement of the camera requires keyboard control per the options menu, but it's these keys that move it left and right, so it makes it a bit of a pain if you want to look around if you use the control method I did. The rest of the time the camera moves with the player like it does in any other game. I honestly think this game would have benefited from a toggle switch that enables the mouse for camera movement instead of, just regular movement. In short, it's not bad, but it could be better. Alright, let's cap this thing off with the bosses. The game has 3 of them. The Beehive, the Queen Bee, and King Thorax himself. The Beehive boss is in level 5 and, honestly, I'm not even sure if it counts as a boss. It's not like the Beehive has anything coming out of it or anything. You can literally just carpet bomb it into next week and finish it within a minute. Nothing much to say about this one. The Queen Bee in level 7 though? This thing. The Queen Bee is the most annoying boss in the whole game, and I'm not saying that because the bee hate train has no brakes. This is one of the few challenging things you will encounter in this game. You see, the Queen Bee can only be attacked by the roll ability. Do it enough times, she'll keel over, and you win. Now, surely not that much can really be annoying. The queen has her own set of attacks, which mainly revolve around this glob of honey she spits out. I noticed that there doesn't seem to be a set trigger for this attack specifically. Originally, I thought it was based on distance, get too far away from her, she'll spit out the honey. Now, this is kind of true, but she also used the attack when I was right next to her one time, but then again, that could have just been the game's jank rearing its ugly head again. This glob of honey is also the bane of my existence. The honey not only slows down your regular movement, but can stop your roll right in its tracks. Now, this is a boss fight after all, they're not supposed to be easy, especially this late in the game. Surely this is the only issue this boss has in terms of difficulty. I came up with the theory that the honey was distance-based as I explored the tunnels surrounding the arena the game puts you in. These tunnels exist to contain more mushrooms for you to collect so you don't run out of rolling ability when fighting the boss. Some of the walking bees from the previous level can be found here, but they're not that much of an issue and they're easily avoided. What is an issue is that when you spend a good amount of time collecting enough mushrooms, by the time you get back to the queen, she's drowning in honey. And if you want to make sure all that sweet golden garbage goes away, you basically gotta be right next to her, and like I said, that sometimes doesn't even work. Okay, yeah, the queen is annoying, I've established this, but she's not that bad. It's not like the level itself is trying to About halfway through the boss, things will start to get more annoying as more bees start spawning. The bees are of the flying variety, as well as the larvae. The larvae can hide in the slime, which makes it annoying and easy to take damage from them, and the flying ones hog up the camera like they usually do. Oh, did I mention the queen also moves around? Because she moves around and it's the worst part of the boss. Yeah, it's more annoying than the honey. Between each attack, the queen will float into the air and land again. Sometimes you can attack her, the rest of the time she will land in the impenetrable wall of snot and you can't touch her. At the same time, you have to deal with the larvae and the flying bees that won't leave you alone. Also, some of the more eagle-eyed may have noticed there's some dark spots on the floor. These spots tend to have spikes coming out of them. It makes it so much more annoying, especially since the queen will land on said spots and make it impossible to touch her. This boss took me forever. I wish I had more footage, but I'm a moron and I lost a chunk of it through technical problems.
Thank you, OBS. You're great software.
Finally, we have King Thorax, the big man himself, at level 10. If the Queen Bee was any indication of what is to come, especially since level 8 wasn't a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination, this is gonna be a mess. Let's see what sort of tricks the King of Fire Ants has up his
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
This boss was a pushover. I'm not even kidding. No effort was spent struggling to finish this. The footage that you're watching on screen right now is the unedited footage of me playing the boss from start to finish. The time card was not an exaggeration. I was able to finish this level within 2 minutes. The concept itself is simple. Thorax walks around with his head on fire, occasionally throwing projectiles at you, along with a few of his fire-breathing ant buddies. Kick the nearby water pipes to spew water and put him out. Kick him for damage, repeat until dead. I only died once, and that was because of the health bug. I was legitimately done and over with this boss under 2 minutes. I get that Bugdom is a game for kids and all, but as far as final bosses go, I think that was the easiest one I've ever played. You can basically ignore all the other enemies and just focus on King Thorax. There is no benefit to purposefully putting yourself in danger. Just kick the pipes, kick the man, repeat until you win. That's it. Once you knock the king onto his butt, you get a reverse version of the game over screen, and that's it. Back to title screen. Game is over. And that is Bugdom, a well-received PC game from the early days of 3D platformers. And now, my final question. Is Bugdom a good game? In my opinion, yes and no. By modern standards, obviously not. It's extremely bare bones as far as platformers go, even for the era it came out in. But at the same time, it still manages to be entertaining with what it has during its gameplay, even if unintentionally. The game has some technical issues that add to the enjoyment of the game, despite what you would expect. It's just so much fun to try and mess with the collision, and honestly, this game could make a half-decent speedrun challenge. Just get to clipping and see how fast you can finish every level. On top of that, the world it puts you in and how ridiculous it gets as the game goes on, you can't help but enjoy it. From the fire-breathing ants to the bipedal bodybuilder bees, Bugdom just manages to surprise you the more you play. For something out of 2000, Bugdom ain't half bad. Maybe if I understood how computers worked a little more back then, I probably would have been able to get this game running properly and enjoy it a little more than I did. For the time it released, I think those positive ratings are well deserved. Yeah, some spots of the game are a little inconsistent, but it doesn't detract from the overall experience, and for that, the game is okay in my book. Pac-Man is not a character that needs an introduction. Since the character's original arcade title, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't heard of this big yellow thing in this day and age. While you don't hear about the character that much these days when it comes to big video games, the most recent I can think of off the top of my head is Pac-Man 99 on the Switch, it would be a lie to say Pac-Man isn't well known even today. The character and series has seen all kinds of video games across various genres, from kart racers to pinball to puzzle to search engine and, of course, platformer. Pac-Man is no stranger to the platformer genre, with his earliest entry going as far back as 1984 with the arcade game Pac-Land, a well-received arcade game and my most hated Smash stage. While the character was well known for his 2D platformers in the 80s and the early 90s, naturally he would make the jump to 3D during the 5th generation of consoles. Enter Pac-Man World, released in 1999 for the PS1, developed and published by Namco, a game with an interesting development history. The game got its start in the form of Pac-Man Ghost Zone, a 1997 PS1 prototype that was shown at E3 that same year. The story goes that Namco Home Tech was tasked with creating a new game and came up with 8 new ideas, half original, half based off of existing Namco properties. When presenting to the head of the studio, he dismissed the original ideas and asked him to focus on Namco properties specifically, eventually being told to develop Pac-Man Ghost Zone further. The game had tank controls and revolved around this bizarre rule where Namco said that the office wasn't allowed to use the Pac-Man character. The home office in Japan was nervous about a 3D Pac-Man title and put in this rule, telling Home Tech they weren't allowed to use him. To work around this, the developers centered the plot around a kid who gets sucked into the game and turns into Pac-Man. So essentially, you're not playing as Pac-Man, you're playing a kid who is Pac-Man. Yeah, I don't get it either. The title was eventually presented to the Namco main office, who were not happy with the quality of the project. In fact, they were so unhappy with it, they fired the majority of the development team and had the game redone from scratch. The game would finally see the light of day in September of 1999, releasing to favorable reviews and spawning 2 sequels for the GameCube and the PS2. This game was one of the earliest games I remember playing. The PS1 and the PS2 were my go-to consoles way back in the day, and I would find myself popping in this game more times than I can count. The thing is, I never actually finished this game until recently, and after finishing it after so long, I can safely say this game was rougher around the edges than I remember. Also, I am emulating for this video. I'd happily play the game on original hardware, but I don't have a capture card at the moment, on top of the fact that my memory card went missing years ago, and the fact that my disc doesn't work in the console anymore. Okay, so I'm going off script here for a moment. I had this bit planned where I would just, pop in tech and call it a game nobody cares about, so that one's working fine, but watch what happened when I put the game into the PlayStation 2. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, I guess it's just the PS1 then. Alright, enough babbling. Let's put this game into my PlayStation and make use of this footage. The opening is actually pretty nice. The cutscenes on this game actually aged pretty well over the years. The world is simple and cartoony, the environments are nice, and the models look great. I can't say the same for that cat though. Who looked at that and said yes? We get a brief synopsis of the plot through what we see here. It's Pac-Man's 20th anniversary and his various friends and family are getting ready to celebrate, but each one has something happen to them. Pac Jr. is stolen by robots, Baby Pac is abducted and Puka gets a concussion. Chomp Chomp the dog is taken by mummies, Professor Pac gets lost in front of his destination and is abducted by aliens for being an idiot, and I'm pretty sure they killed Miss Pac-Man. Pac-Man comes home, sees the devastation, and title. The game loads and we have the loudest main menu theme I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, jeez. Yep, that's the window. Thanks, Pac-Man.
As great as the music sounds, I always got caught off guard by how loud it was. It's not bad or anything, it's just loud. It's like you go in expecting a nice fun game and it blasts you with every big band concert on Earth. We start the game and Pac-Man's day gets worse as he's surrounded by paper which turns out to be flyers for a party on Ghost Island, stating that Pac-Man will be there live and in person. He then makes the trip to the island and is spotted by this ghost with binoculars. If you know anything about Pac-Man, then you know precisely why he starts running like he left the stove on. The ghost shouts for his boss, who is acting like an entitled brat.
I wanted gold streamers and red balloons, but DJ stinks, the banners are crooked, and the cake should be chocolate. You're gonna ruin my party!
This big dude is Talkman, a robot pretending to be Pac-Man, intending to capture the real Pac-Man and take his place. However, the ghosts managed to screw this up and they got Miss Pac-Man instead. She's not dead, but now she's out for blood.
If I had a power pellet,
After this, we're thrust into the tutorial so we can get a general feel for what we'll experience throughout the game. Right away, the player is given a small area to play in. This lets you get a feel for how Pac-Man moves and jumps. You're also introduced to the game's various mechanics, like hanging onto cliffs, swimming, as well as a technique called the rev roll. If you hold square, you can start to run in place. Letting go launches Pac-Man into a roll, which can be used to attack enemies, roll up steep hills, and use these special running platforms to open gates, traverse large gaps, and travel to higher areas you can't normally reach. I learned ages ago that it's possible to cheese the game with the rev roll as you keep momentum when revving, so you can close gaps if you jump while doing so on one of the moving platforms. You also get this butt bounce which can be used to attack, bounce up to slightly higher areas, open chests for items, and activate various switches scattered throughout the game. Pressing circle lets you throw down a pack dot for a short range attack. Holding down circle gives you a more powerful throwdown at the cost of 10 pack dots. It's a very situational attack and I only really found myself using it near the end of the game. The rest of the time I burned 10 dots and decided to spin around like an idiot. As far as items go, you got the typical power pellets, pack dots, and fruit. You also have a couple of special items, like this chrome suit, which makes Pac-Man invincible and allows you to go underwater to get items and chests Pac-Man can't normally get to. For a tutorial level, it's pretty good. It tells you everything you need to know for the game and still maintains itself as an actual level. You grab this token to finish the level and we're introduced to the final score screen. Remember that thing I said about making sure your games work properly? At the end of every level you have this machine which pulls together all the fruit and dots that you got for a chance to win extra points and additional lives. The fruit symbols follow typical Pac-Man rules. The earlier the fruit would typically be in the arcade game, the less points it gives you, with the Galaxy giving you the most points and lives. Later levels also have these letters scattered around that spell out Pac-Man. Collecting all of them takes you to a bonus level for even more fruit. The format for each bonus level only changes between each level theme, so if you have an idea of one bonus level, you can just go to another one, get all the letters, and do the bonus level all over again for easy extra lives. With enough fruit, you can effectively time yourself and farm Galaxians for all the lives you want, which will make death trivial. I'll explain why soon enough. Let's get past the next loading screen and blow out my eardrums. This is Ghost Island, the hub world of the game. Each area is divided into several themes with the same general format, a few levels capped off for the boss. You got Pirates, Ancient Ruins, Space, Funhouse, Factory, and Mansion. While each level is linear in structure, there is sort of a set way to get through the game, sort of not. In typical game progression form, you have a set of levels with the later ones locked off until you beat the previous one, all ending with a boss fight. At the same time, you can easily put down one level in one area and move on to another area if you're having trouble. The only catch is the second half of the game is blocked off until you complete the first half of the game. Once you beat all the bosses in the Pirates, Ruins, and Space areas, only then can you access the other three. For this video, I'm going to give my general thoughts on how the game was in each area. Let's start with Pac-Man himself. How does he control? Well, he seems to control a lot better than he did in the Ghost Zone footage, so already we're off to a good start. Though, to be fair, I was using an Xbox controller when I recorded this footage, and I am using an emulator, so performance might not be, as it truly was back on the original thing. Any future PS1 titles I do on this channel will have me use this little dongle that lets me plug in a PS1 or PS2 controller into my PC. It's completely unnecessary, but it's a little thing that makes me happy. Let's talk about pirates. The first theme we're introduced to is pirates. You got your typical pirate junk here. Barrels, cannons, water, and excessive property damage. This area is as basic as the game gets with its platforming and difficulty. Run through some areas, jump on some skeletons, swim in the water. Music is pretty okay. I can actually hear myself think now, so that's already a plus. As far as difficulty goes overall, it's not backbreaking or anything of the sort, it's your standard World 1 difficulty. Near the end of level 3 we find Puka in a cage. You may have noticed this key I nabbed earlier in the level. This is used to save your friends and is needed to beat the game. I don't know what happens if you don't save them, maybe it doesn't let you do the boss or the final boss, but again, I don't know. I finished this game with 92% completion and got all the friends, so don't quote me on that. Speaking of the boss, here's boss number 1, HMS Windbag. It is a sentient pirate ship with a face. This boss has two simple phases, outrun the cannonballs and then deflect the cannonballs. I wouldn't call this boss difficult by any stretch of the imagination, but it did get a little trickier with the changing attack patterns, which was nice to see. Plus it gave me a little extra fruit for the slots, which was even better. That's all there is to say really. For an early game world, it's okay. Not too challenging, but good for a start. That's better than what I can say about the next area though. After Windbag is turned into driftwood, we can go to the next location, the Ancient Ruins. This area's gimmick is lighting. You have these dark areas that are lit up when Pac-Man walks near them. There's also a hefty amount of platforming in this section, so it's good to pay attention and be careful with all the traps that it has. I wouldn't call the levels in this difficult, just long. The uptick in difficulty, however, is evident, and you can see it in the form of cavemen, spiders, floor traps, and floors that break away if you stand on them. This is where my criticisms with the game begin though, and I can describe a chunk of them with a single word. Backtracking. You want those Pac-Man letters, Pac dots, and fruit? You're gonna need to backtrack. Now, I typically don't have a major issue with backtracking. I think it can be good in a game if you go through a whole ass level and it leaves you going, "Aw, poo, what did I miss?" But the thing is, it becomes clear early on that there's a lot of backtracking in Pac-Man World. Especially since some of these parts where you need to backtrack center around very difficult platforming segments, which I can get for the sake of difficulty, but sometimes you can get around them with enough lives. Why waste your time jumping around all these carts all over again when you can just kill yourself and respawn? I should also note that this set of stages generally felt longer than the other ones. It wasn't horrible, but it's how I noticed the backtracking being present. You could probably chalk it up to there being only 2 stages instead of 3 like the other worlds. My guess is the devs were strapped for time when creating the game and had to start from literal scratch, so the ruins didn't get as much love as the rest of the worlds. Another topic I'd like to talk about is death. Not only will you die in Pac-Man World, you will die again and again, be it by complete accident as you can see here, or from a healthy dose of vitamin bullcrap. And if you weren't worried you're gonna see any of that today, don't worry, you'll get your vitamin B. After we jump through some more lava, nearly lose our skin, and rescue the family dog, we can go down to the kitchen and grab the whiskey because we got boss number 2. Our boss this time is Anubis Rex. He is also known as my most hated boss of all time. This boss has 2 phases. The first phase is like a reverse crash chase segment. You have the point of view of a mummy while you control Pac-Man and run away from the camera instead of running towards it. You've also got these spears coming out of the floor that you need to dodge to proceed. Not too painful within itself, if anything this is the easiest part of the boss, let alone the game. Making it to the exit loads phase 2, where you go against a giant sphinx. This is where the meat of the boss is. You have these 4 platforms here that you have to run on them until they click. This opens the sphinx's arms and exposes a gemstone heart. Roll into it to do damage, do it enough times, and you win. On paper this doesn't sound too difficult, but you have to keep in mind, Pac-Man World had to be rebuilt from the ground up halfway through development. Here's a couple things about the boss that got on my nerves. Jumping to each of these pillars isn't bad, but for some reason the trigger for moving on them is very precise. You practically have to stand dead center in them, otherwise nothing happens. If you're not careful or observant, you can launch yourself to the lava by mistake or run in place wondering why you haven't heard the click yet. Also, remember the sprint jump I mentioned you can use to clear gaps? This is the one stage where it doesn't work. I know this because muscle memory has led me to many a death. As a means of increasing difficulty, each time you roll against the gemstone heart, more obstacles are going to get in your way. There's a tornado, more meteors, and an actual laser beam that sweeps the stage and is borderline impossible to avoid. On the last leg of the boss, every single attack I just mentioned is happening all at once. I mentioned this in the last video that a boss fight isn't supposed to be easy. A boss fight is supposed to be a test of skill, and if there's multiple boss fights over the course of a game, naturally they're, supposed to get harder. This is boss number 2. I can sympathize with not having enough time to test the game due to, starting from scratch, and I'm not going to pretend to be a game designer or anything like that, but wouldn't an early game boss be one of the things to be tested first? It's very telling how hard this boss is when I went into it with 25 lives and came out with 6. You know why I brought up the life grinding earlier? You practically need it to finish this boss, it's ridiculous. Then again, I am bad at video games, so there's that too. Once all the alcohol we drank during that boss leaves our system, we can go to the next logical location after going from a pirate town to some ancient ruins. Space! This set of levels is best described by its main gimmicks: light bridges, lasers, and platforming. This is where we're introduced to some of the more trickier platforming segments. As a kid I remember these being difficult and never got to the boss until years later. You have a lot of lasers in these levels and more sections involving switches. There's a good amount of areas where you have to time jumps and movements so you don't get zapped. We're also introduced to some new segments with the flying rev-roll platforms where you have to hover in place by constantly pressing square so you don't get hurt. You also get these platforms that shrink periodically, along with these plasma orbs that you have to grab onto, which have a very small footprint for you to actually stand on. The lines in the orb change depending on where you're standing on or grabbing it from. That's honestly pretty cool. The second level of this world felt like the ruins, just a long trog that felt like a chore to get through. I felt like I spent forever on the level, and I only realized I was halfway through it when I found the letter C. Oh, Professor Pac is here too, I guess. Also, there's some minor nonsense with one of the letters. You have this section here with a large pillar and a chest. Now, 99% of people on the first run are going to bash this chest without thinking about it for whatever's inside. But look what's on top of the pillar. You can't jump or butt bounce your way up there. You need that chest as a stepping stool. Not much to say about the third level, more of the same really, not too difficult, but not terrible either. Our boss this time is called King Galaxian and is in the form of a shoot 'em up, which is pretty neat. You hop on this little space glider that shoots whenever you press a button. You have to shoot random aliens until you come across this large metal body. Once you shoot the head, you get to the meat of the boss. Shoot Galaxian's eyes until they explode. He'll gradually start throwing more energy bolts at you and more aliens will start coming out of every crevice possible. Blow up all 4 eyes and you win. I'll start this off by saying that this is actually one of my favorite boss fights. I'm also incredibly biased as I grew up playing a lot of Galaga and Space Invaders, but that's beside the point. I like that this boss tries to do something different rather than make it platforming based. It keeps it interesting and makes for a mid-game boss that doesn't feel too much like what we've already seen. It's a nice breath of fresh air, it's fun to move and shoot, and it doesn't feel stiff at all. The music here is really nice too. You have a remix of the Galaga theme as the background music once you get to Galaxian. I love it. I saw people online say that this boss is also extremely difficult, along the lines of Anubis Rex even. I disagree. This boss is a challenge, that much is true, but Anubis Rex is an unbalanced mess. This feels fine. I remember playing this boss back then and I didn't have that many issues with it. Yeah, it took a while, but it wasn't ridiculously difficult. It was finishable within a reasonable amount of time, and hell, even if it was hard, I wouldn't be as harsh. These days, the boss is trivial. You may have noticed that I'm shooting alarmingly quick. That's because our good friend Cheese is back. When shooting, most players are going to continuously tap the same button over and over and over again. Each button tap has its own small cooldown between each shot, preventing you from spamming. However, the game is programmed to have this cooldown for each specific button, so while waiting for X to finish the cooldown, you can easily press square and alternate between the two. Or, you can do what I did, and scrub the hell out of the controller and get an unstoppable death laser. Why spend $50 on a controller with a turbo button when you can be the turbo button? Galaxian has been turned into goo and now we get to start the second half of the game, starting with the funhouse. This set of levels cranked up difficulty a little bit through some trickier platforming and an excessive amount of fire. The platforming is fine, difficulty increases as expected, more switches, more moving platforms, you run through here, jump past this, get through that, and... A pet peeve I have with this game is the audio. Some things are a lot louder than they need to be, like the previously mentioned cannon and the main menu theme. The hammers might be the loudest thing in the whole game. I was wearing headphones playing this from what I recall, and it actually scared me when I got here. The platforming section they're in isn't that much better either. You have these conveyor platforms, so not only do you have to deal with timing your jumps, you have to make sure you don't get crushed. Speaking of platforms, there's also these spinning tubes where you have to time jumps and position yourself correctly to move ahead. You then have to jump to the top of the same tube and back over to proceed. It's not the worst platforming segment in the game, but don't do what I did and try to look for jank here because you'll fall through the floor and die. I don't have much left to say here, so let me talk about this clown that flies around in a plane. It laughs at you when you take damage, as demonstrated here. I also learned that the laughter is contact-based, not damage-based. I know this because I died from an unrelated enemy and one paraded my corpse around. Coming back to the tubes, the last level has some shit that can mess you up if you're not paying attention or you haven't been through the level before. Games have this thing called draw distance, which renders various things depending on how close you are. In this level, if you just go straight for the RevRoll ramp as shown here, you won't realize there's a spinning platform pipe in the distance, so while you might intend to go to the exit, you'll end up throwing Pac-Man into the void like yesterday's trash.
Yeah, he's under the bed. Poor bastard.
The boss this time is called Clown Pre, and it doesn't involve fighting. Instead, it's a race against a bunch of clowns. It's a race. You just finish first. That's it, really. You drive around with X and you control yourself with the D-pad. If you pick up a power pellet and press circle, you get a speed boost. This is told to us by a very stupid clown who doesn't realize he shouldn't have told you this. I've seen comments online about this one too, and I agree, it is pretty difficult. Playing it now, it's not the worst boss, but I can see why people don't like it, especially from a kid's perspective. The bumper car controls terribly. It is the slipperiest vehicle I have ever used in a game. Despite this, I was able to get a handle on the controls quickly and finish with no problem at all. I imagine a lot of people fell off the ledges, but that wasn't happening for me. In fact, I think I only died once. Everyone else though, they dropped like flies. I'm pretty sure I knocked over half of them myself. Once we're done committing vehicular manslaughter, we can go to the factory, because nothing says fun kids game like scalding hot steam, killer robots, and every OSHA violation ever crammed into a single level. We get something resembling moving platforms in the form of this robot. If you stand under it, it will slam down on top of your head, but you can walk on top of it and bounce on it until the cows come home. These levels focus more on the RevRoll and have some trickier platforming along with easily avoidable deaths if you're not someone who goes by Mr. Max on the internet. This was where I found myself using the Pac-Throw more often. These laser gun-wielding robot things are a little annoying to kill since you can damage yourself a lot just by butt bouncing on them. These levels feel a lot more rougher than the ones I've played already up to this point. I noticed that on some ledges the grabbing function just seemed to work when it felt like it. Then again, if my first draft of this script, if this is anything to go by, I was recording that particular section of footage at like 1 in the morning, so I probably could have just been tired. We also got a lot more water segments here as well, including robot sharks, which actually aren't that much of an issue if you hug the back walls. What I do have a problem with is what amounts to the longest water segment in the whole game. The last level in this world has you swimming around in directions looking for fruit and switches to hit so you can proceed. Looking back on the footage, it wasn't that bad, but because of how slowly you move, it makes it drag on, and you just want it to end already. Anyway, we save Pac Jr., get the most dated dialogue I've ever seen in my life, and get to the boss, Chrome Keeper. I didn't hate this boss, but I didn't like it either. It's not annoyingly difficult like Anubis Rex, thank God, but it's a small challenge due to its length. Interestingly enough, this is the first boss with a health bar. I could summarize the boss like this. There are magnets, there are switches that are heated, and Dollar General Iron Giant kicks boxes at you. Once in a while he'll kick a wooden box at you that will give you a chrome suit. What you're supposed to do is get the suit, hit every single switch, and then hit the center switch to do damage to him. Your main obstacle are these metal boxes which he will kick at you, as well as this magnet. Keep in mind, Pac-Man becomes a solid hunk of metal with the suit, so if you just happen to be under this with the suit, put your controller down and go grab a Pepsi or something because you're in for a ride until it wears off. And yes, you will get caught at the worst times. A lot. Again, I don't hate this boss. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. It's fine. It's a late game boss. I mean, yeah. Finally, we're near the end of the game, the mansion area. I started the first level and I think this was where Pac-Man realized he was in a crappy YouTube video and tried to escape. For being an endgame world, there's actually not that much to talk about. I was surprised. We have a few familiar enemies here. Skeletons are back and they're immune to the Pac-Throws. Bats are also here, and they kind of reskin the parrots on the pirate levels in that they drop bombs. Ghosts are also everywhere in this level, fitting in with the theme. In terms of platforming, we get coffins that move in different directions, and some that start to shrink as soon as you jump on them. The difficulty uptick is nice, and makes for a pretty decent late game challenge. Level 2 is more of the same. The last level has the most obstacles by far. Fire, bats, lightning, fire, shrinking coffins, fire, 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 more fire, just an excessive amount of— hey, I unlocked marathon mode! A small step away from the game's main content so I can talk about some glitches. As is typical with old games, Pac-Man World has a couple of glitches. They aren't anything major and game-breaking like Bugdom's wall clip, but they're not something I experienced playing this as a kid. Now, I would take everything I'm about to say with a grain of salt. Like I said in the beginning of the video, I am emulating this game. I do not know if I would be able to recreate this on original hardware. The first one I found was in the third pirate level, though it was less of a glitch and more of a weird hitbox found by me experimenting, if anything. I jumped into this crack here to see what would happen, and I turned into a pinball. The next one was in space, where in trying to get the first Pac-Man letter in one of the stages, I managed to phase into the platform it was sitting on. Jumping ahead a little bit to the mansion area, there's a section with these stone platforms which move a little bit while you stand on them. Natural instinct would tell you that these would either fall or shrink away if you stand on them too long, but that didn't happen no matter how long I stood on them. I tempted fate and stood on them for a good minute or so and nothing happened. I figured they were safe, but I managed to clip through an identical platform and die almost immediately after. And now the last one, in the funhouse. Remember the hammers? Well, I can't even begin to describe what happened, just watch. You tell me what happened, because I sure as hell can't. Okay, enough screwing around, let's just finish the game already.
I don't want to be replaced by some goddamn piece of junk, good-for-nothing bucket of bolts hunk.
After enough suffering, we're finally able to get to Talkman himself. Entering the last level gives us one more cutscene of Talkman being an attention whore.
Look, here I am. Love me.
With everyone acting appropriately. Allow me to spoil the fight by saying that when it came to difficulty, Talkman was around here. You're placed into this arena with a few ghosts, some switches, and the big man himself. In contrast to other bosses, Talkman has 3 phases, each one based around Pac-Man's own moves. This boss is a one-shot deal with no checkpoints. If you die, you have to start from the beginning. As you fight the boss and inevitably take damage, each friend you rescued along the way will give you health so you can keep fighting. It's a nice way to keep the fight going if you don't have a lot of lives to spare, especially since this boss is pretty lengthy as it is. Phase 1 is the dot throw. Talkman walks around the arena throwing meteors all over the place, as you do, with each one spawning a small amount of Pac dots. All you have to do here is pick up the dots, get close to Talkman, and throw them back at him until the dots stop spawning. The second phase focuses on the butt bounce. The switches will pop out of the ground, hit them down to pull Talkman to the center of the arena and bounce on his head for damage. He will also do his own butt bounce, which has an area of effect that covers most of the stage. If you're not paying attention to when he makes contact with the ground, you can easily get hurt. The third phase revolves around the rev roll. It's also the easiest part of the whole boss because it's the only part you can choose to win. Here's how the phase is supposed to work on paper. Talkman will get ready to roll, he will then do his roll, you avoid him, and then you use your own roll to attack him to do damage while he recuperates. I learned from experimenting that as long as Talkman isn't attacking or doesn't just take damage, the game doesn't care if he's stunned or not. As long as you roll into him when he's not actually doing the attack, you can deal damage. The third phase without this knowledge is a bit tricky, but once you learn this, the last part of the boss ironically becomes the easiest. Once we're done, Talkman breaks down and he's revealed to have been a ghost in a mech suit the whole time.
It's so unfair! You ruined everything! Nobody loves a ghost!
Pac-Man shows sympathy for this little guy by eating him alive in front of a crowd of people. We're given a small screen that shows our progress, and that's the game. That was Pac-Man World. Now I know what you're not thinking. What's left after the main story? Well, you got Classic Mode, which is just straight up Pac-Man, like no-nonsense original arcade Pac-Man running on your PlayStation, as well as Mazes Mode. Remember the Marathon mode I unlocked earlier? This is where you can do it. It's a non-stop keep going until you lose Pac-Man, well, Marathon. I actually tried to do this, but sadly I ran out of lives with 2 stages to go, and, well, that took forever and that's more Pac-Man than I need for a lifetime, so I'm not doing that again. I googled the reward you get for this, and you get a bunch of concept art from the game's development that you can flip through. These days, this kind of thing isn't that amazing, especially with devs having their own, social media where they can post concepts freely, but for 1999 when the internet wasn't nearly as widespread as it is today, this is pretty cool. Put yourself in the shoes of some kid who just turned on their PS1 in 2000-something. They stomach a whole weekend of Pac-Man and get rewarded with pictures from when the game was being made. You'd think that's pretty sweet. I guess now that I've actually played this whole thing, I could say that the game is absolutely rougher than I remember, but I learned quite a bit about it while working on this video, and with what I know now, I can't say I'm surprised it didn't get as much polish as it could have. Even then, you still have a healthy amount of content out of the box, and the game still holds up visually. The worlds are nicely designed, and the game is still fun after so long. You still have a solid game here at the end of the day. This playthrough was the first time I have actually finished this game in nearly, 20 years, and I'm kinda glad I did. Maybe the nostalgia filter muddies things up a bit, but I still enjoyed playing this game, despite the bugs and issues that it does have. A solid 7 out of 10, if anything. I love the Fallout series to death. I remember starting up Fallout 3 on the Xbox 360 way back when and being hooked since. I played through the original games on PC, played New Vegas to hell and back, and got a copy of Fallout 4 with the Season Pass day 1 because people suck and bought the Pip-Boy edition before I could. And as of late I've been dipping my toes into Fallout 76 to see what the game has in store now that the insanity has subsided for the most part. Despite all of this, I realized that I've only ever really finished Fallout 4 once on the Xbox. Fallout 3 and New Vegas have aged about as well as Milk in the Sun, but I still have a good time returning to both of those games no matter how often I finish them. Fallout 4 is not a good RPG, there's no denying that. It's a fantastic run and gun loot shooter, and I love the game, don't get me wrong, but for every step forward it took a few steps back. I'd continue, but this isn't a review video, and I'm not about to regurgitate everyone's opinion on the game. No, instead, I want to revisit the game. I want to try something different, because as much fun as it is to run around Boston and pepper everything with bullets, you can only do that so many times before you start getting bored. So why not burn down the whole city instead?
Uranium.
The rules for the run are fairly simple. 1. Any damage must be dealt with the flamer. I'm not allowed to punch, shoot, explode, or swing. If it wasn't done with the flamer, it does not count. I am allowed to melee bash with the flamer, as that technically counts as flamer damage, but I'm probably not going to be going through the entire game just bashing people over the head. 2. Fire damage is not the same thing as flamer damage. I'm not allowed to use Molotov cocktails, and I'm not allowed to use any weapons that have fire damage as a part of their gimmick, like the shish kebab. This is a strictly flamer-only run. The only exception to this is environmental hazards, so if I end up blowing up a barrel or a car and that kills someone as a result of the damage, that technically counts. 3. I must do at least one ending which puts me against the Brotherhood of Steel. 4. Difficulty must be on very hard. This is for no particular reason other than to annoy myself. 5. Side content is optional, but I must do the bare minimum needed to beat the game. And lastly, no companions, even if I give them a flamer to use in a fight. I should note before I begin that I've never done a challenge run like this before, and I did no research at all. If you're a challenge run snob, please, for the love of God, be nice. I am going to make some very, very dumb decisions here. I wanted to give my character the face of someone who likes to burn things, but despite my best efforts, I ended up with this. I started talking to the Vault Tech rep as usual so I could assign my special points and get it over with. Since I expected to be at close range a lot, I maxed out my endurance and divided the rest into Charisma, Intelligence, and Luck. Charisma for the buying and selling prices so I can easily get ammo for cheap, Intelligence for EXP, and Luck so I can get the Scrounger perk and its tiers early. Not only will this allow me to find more ammo in containers, which could lead to more wild flamer fuel, it'll allow me to have more ammo to sell, since anything that's not flamer fuel is worthless to me, so all other ammo is basically free money. Some seasoned Fallout 4 players probably already think I'm an idiot. And you're right, I learned why I screwed up later. I slammed the door in the face of the salesman, which made the guy in the news very upset about it for some reason. We got the suit, took a nap, watched my wife get deleted, and we can actually start playing. Since the only enemy we're dealing with right now is radroaches, running past them is easy enough if you just close the door behind you, and basically after that you don't have to worry about getting hurt. Obviously I took some damage, but I have high endurance, and again, it's cockroaches. I grabbed whatever junk I could to sell later, got my Pip-Boy, tried to open the vault, and then I immediately screwed up. So what's happening here exactly? Pretty much, I opened Steam's overlay to check the Fallout wiki so I could see where I could find a flamer easily without worrying about getting shredded apart by bullets during the animation of the vault opening to save a bit of time. But because I forgot that this is a Bethesda game, apparently doing something as small as opening the Steam overlay during a crucial animation makes the game break and prevents the vault door from opening. Isn't that nice? Okay, now what? Restart? No, I spent all that time giving Flamio Hotman the face he deserves. I am not going back. Thankfully, there is a way to get out of the vault without opening the door thanks to a speedrun tactic courtesy of Fallout 4 speedrun world record holder, Tomato Anus. If you pick up an object, go near a wall, and start jumping, you'll glide against the wall, and if you do it in the right spot, you'll be able to hit the roof of the vault and clip your way to the other side. But I tried doing this, and because I had the luck of an ape, I ended up falling into the void and landed right back where I started. After some trial and error of doing it a second time, I left the vault and I was able to finally get to the actual meat of the playthrough. Getting out of the vault is the easiest thing anyone can do, but I'm not going to go anywhere near the game's core content until I find myself a flamer. I'm basically defenseless until I get my hands on one, so I was able to find the closest location that had one and made a beeline there. On top of that, there's also the matter of finding ammo for it, but that's a problem for future Macs. Remember that I'm still allowed to bash at the flamer, the only problem is that it leaves me far more open compared to, using the fire. I ran like hell towards the map marker I set, trying to discover locations along the way to get some easy EXP. I had to outrun a few enemies, but overall it was painless. I also collected some junk to sell for later as well, which I then used to buy 2 stim packs from a vendor at County Crossing. I finally made my way to the irradiated hellhole I wanted to be in for the flamer, and forgot it was guarded by blood bugs. I danced around them for a little bit trying to grab the flamer, and then ran for the water to flee, successfully escaping into the city. Now that I'm no longer defenseless, I can actually start attacking weaker creatures. Bashing them for EXP isn't bad, but it gets boring quickly and becomes a huge pain in the butt due to the lack of action points. I first tested my fighting ability by beating a raider to death in his own house. This fight was boring, mostly because I had no ammo. As it turns out, having the minimum amount of strength in your build makes your melee damage output shit. If only there was some way I could have predicted that before going into this. I won the fight and threw my first level up at Scrounger. I also pet the local cat in the head. I made the decision to explore for more XP, but the problem was I chose to do that in Boston, and Boston does not like people who are level 2. I ended up getting killed a few times by mutants and ghouls, and I also decided to fall for obvious bait and go inside the East Boston prep school. I got a lot of junk in there, which would have been great had a raider not seen me and shotgunned my disgusting face. I got out of Boston and went back to Codsworth. I got some easy XP doing his speech check, killed a few bugs, and then went down to Concord. I battled another raider, but I got mollied into next week. I tried again and ended up surviving, looted the field, and left Preston to rot. I made the decision to explore the local sewers and forgot about something very important. High health enemies. I tried beating this Mirelurk to death, and it went about as well as you would expect. This was a single Mirelurk. Not only did I waste every healing item I had trying to kill it, I was half irradiated and got a pitiful amount of XP. This was not worth the effort in any way. Since I wasn't exactly the happiest person on Earth, I decided now was the time to find ammo. My first issue with this is that the flamer is not an early game weapon. At all. So finding ammo isn't easy unless you go after specific enemies, likely spending most of, if not all of your existing ammo in the process, and those enemies being more likely to chop you in half without even trying. My first instinct was to look up places to easily find ammo, and since Boston was about as friendly to me as an out-of-state driver on the highway, I decided to go to the castle instead of running headfirst into my death. Another issue was that getting to the castle was a chore within itself. If I had $1 for every single time I swore on my way over there, I could pay off the rest of my car. I ran into ghouls, mole rats, Mirelurks, gunners, raiders, super mutants, and a f***ing Mirelurk queen on my way over there. On top of swimming in irradiated water with little to no healing items, mind you. After some various trial and error, including ending up at Fort Strong by mistake because I have the navigation skills of a Fruit Loop, I ended up at the castle, which leads me to... Getting to the castle is the easy part. Getting around the castle is a big problem within itself. For those who don't remember because they likely did the Minutemen path once and never bothered with them again because Preston sucks, the castle is infested with Mirelurks. Mirelurks and their eggs are around every corner, so you should be able to just outrun them and be fine, right? No. Just trying to sprint past the first bunch of Mirelurks drains most of your AP. On top of that, if there's a bunch of them gathered in a hallway, you're pretty much lobster food at that point, unless you have some jet. Oh, and if you were wondering if getting to the flamer ammo was worth it, you haven't been paying attention. Not only did I get a pitiful amount of ammo, I remembered most of the goodies in the castle are behind that door. Oh, and I tried the flamer too. Even with upgrades, it didn't do that much. Then again, I am playing on very hard for no reason other than difficulty, on top of having the minimum amount of strength. After finally escaping that hole, I tried the flamer a little more in a nearby building and the results weren't great. Granted, I was fighting robots, but still. As I was a bit low on ammo, I hauled off to Diamond City to buy some. You're kidding me, right? Other vendors in Diamond City? No. Good neighbor Assaultron? No. This guy? No. Alright, I'm out of ideas. Let's grind for perks. I went back to Sanctuary and scrapped every single thing I could find. I started building as many fence posts and metal fences as I could and got about 7 level ups. I made one last attempt to find more ammo, but the only thing I found was raiders and bullets flying in my general direction. The last 2 spots that I was aware of that supposedly had flamer fuel were Beantown Brewery and Sega's Ironworks. I started with the former. I went to Sega's Ironworks, and despite the area being known for having flamers and people using them, there is no loose fuel in the entire building. I know I've been wasting time, and I swear I'm not trying to pad out the video. I was just looking for fuel. That's all, and the game refused to give me any. I was tired and frustrated at this point, so I decided to give Diamond City one more shot, and holy crap, they actually have ammo. I bought every last bit of fuel that they had and went right down to Park Street Station to actually start this stupid game. Going down to Park Street Station was actually pretty fun. I went in there and cooked every single trigger man I came across. The power armor definitely helped, because I'm pretty sure they would have turned me into paste with enough bullets without it. Honestly, I'm surprised my armor held up as well as it did, because the amount of armor-piercing guns I found on them was a bit ridiculous. I took all their clothes and weapons as bartering chips, fried Dino, saved Nick, and watched Nick break. I tried hitting him to convince him to get himself together, but that didn't work, so I pushed him in the right direction, quite literally, and tried to get him to follow me with limited success. I don't remember these issues on the Xbox One version of this game, and keep in mind, this was a game I had day 1. I love Fallout, so having Fallout 4 day 1 was a big deal for me back then. I was screwing around the vault before a few weeks passed after launch, and I saw a lot of people talking about bugs, though I never personally ran into anything major. Maybe I just got lucky. Emphasis on major. Once Nick was saved, I did his little interview back in Diamond City and began the search for Kellogg. He has a house in the city, but I have inept lockpick skills, so I have to get the key from the mayor's office. I tried talking to the mayor's assistant to convince them to give me the key, but that didn't work. So I did what any reasonable father would do in this situation, and lit her on fire. I then tried convincing the mayor to help me find my son, but unfortunately, he wouldn't budge either. So I did what any reasonable father would. Since arson was getting me nowhere, I decided to just steal the key anyway. I tried doing this by hiding from the mayor, but the guy was sitting in a chair next to the wall, so I didn't exactly have a lot of room to move. Just for fun, I decided to piggyback on his shoulders, and somehow this worked? I tried swiping the key from him, and when it predictably failed, I quick-saved at the worst possible moment, right when the mayor started shooting at me. Trial and error led me to the mayor's terminal, which I hacked, got the key and a few other goodies, and got the hell out of Diamond City as fast as I could since the literal entire town went after me guns out. It was here that I elected to do some side content while I waited for the town to forget that I just robbed the mayor. I went back to Good Neighbor to get more ammo and to start Bobby's quest, but I got sidetracked and freed Strong and Rex from the tower instead. I later had fun with the big dig, including having to spawn a clone of Sasha because the original one got stuck in the floor. There was one heck of a boss fight at the end of it, which was beyond annoying. I then followed Dogmeat all the way back to the man and told Dogmeat to go away. I got into Fort Hagen, burnt a few synths to death, ran out of ammo, got more, came back, and fried the man. Invisibility tends to not work when you're on fire. I dug around Kellogg's memories for a little bit and forgot how boring it was, and then went to the glowing sea to talk to Virgil. I went straight to Green Tech Genetics and fought the courser that was over there. The fight wasn't horrible, I just wish I got there earlier with a lot more ammo because I ran out. After getting the courser chip, I had to do a buttload of painfully slow walking because of the sheer amount of trash that I was picking up to sell. It was also around this time I started farming vendors for ammo, an easy but tedious process. Get stuff to sell, travel to Diamond City, buy from Arturo and the Crazy Woman, wait until nighttime, buy from the robot, travel to Good Neighbor, buy from the robot, buy from Daisy, buy from the handyman whose name escapes me and will appear in this clip, take a seat, wait 2 days, repeat. It was around here that I decided that this would be a railroad playthrough. I discovered the Old North Church some time ago, so doing this quickly and easily was a no-brainer. I always found it funny how railroad was their password and Desdemona was mad at me for getting inside. It's like making your bank pin 1234 and yelling at the bank teller because someone drained your savings. I talked to Desdemona a little more and got the chip decoded, only to go to Pikmin's gallery for more junk and experience. I forgot to mention that at some point I also painted my power armor to the Sugar Bombs job, because it has identical benefits to the military paint job that I tried to get earlier and is basically free. I don't know why I didn't use it to begin with instead of wasting my time finding materials for the military paint. Can you tell I have no idea what I'm doing yet? I got back to Virgil, who proceeded to make fun of the railroad.
I would have expected they'd be too busy trying to liberate Sorry.
And then told me to build a teleporter to piggyback off the classical radio signal. After wasting some more ammo on a Deathclaw, I went back to Desdemona and told them about the situation. I spent a good amount of time doing a bunch of mindless nonsense, such as helping Deacon, giving Dr. Carrington a bunch of worthless junk, killing a bunch of super mutants or raiders, upgrading and repairing my power armor. Robots from the Automatron DLC were starting to spawn and it was getting very annoying since I had no ammo. I think it goes without saying that having to shove a robot to death is irritating on a level that I can't describe. It also didn't help that I was literally carrying 1,000 pounds of garbage. Pam eventually told me about building the teleporter at Mercer Station, but I ignored that and built it at Sanctuary instead. The only real problem here was that I think this was where my brain gave up because I accidentally overbuilt what I needed. I bought some junk from Carla to make up for that, but then I proceeded to forget how electricity works in this game, so I gave up and wandered off. I eventually found myself at Mass Bay Hospital, where I did the big die several times thanks to an Assaultron turning me into Prego. I did a ton of looting while I was in there, and I honestly forgot why I even went in there in the first place. Looking back on the footage, I think I was trying to avoid being shot to death by the gunners on the outside and looking for more excuses to level up through combat. It was a lot of nonsense fighting. At this point I was able to use the flamer well enough that the combat wasn't too much of an issue, and I even started running around without the power armor for a little while. I soon got back to Sanctuary and tackled the teleporter again. I put down like 10 generators just to get the stupid thing to turn on. I don't know if the game was bugging out or if I was just genuinely stupid, but it eventually started working and I got inside the Institute. I put the message that the railroad had in the closest terminal and started talking to Sean. At first I killed them because my initial plan was to go in, fry his stupid face, and fight back through all the synths. But in case you forgot, I'm the one playing. I forgot to take my power armor before going inside, and this was way before I doubled down on ammo farming. Given the amount of ammo it took to put down one synth, violence, as fun as it would have been, was not an option here. I restarted the game and managed to ruin several hours worth of recording because I recorded footage with no audio whatsoever. But as 90% of this video is just talking, I don't think that's going to be a big problem in the grand scheme of things. I picked up Virgil's Cure while I was there and started exploring the Institute since I never really did so since the last time I played this game. After some time I started pushing ahead for Railroad's Synth Rebellion thing. I talked to Z114 asking him to help me out, but he decided to sleep on it. I sat down in the cafeteria for a literal day to watch someone eat, and witnessed myself clip into the table and catch one of the cafeteria trays trying to escape. I spoke to Z114 again, and he advised me to kill a few people and arm some synths on one of the lower levels. I did just that and blipped back to the surface for more mindless burning, managing to find some Brotherhood corpses for easy ammo to sell. It was around here the end of the game started getting close. By now I was in Libertalia, bashing things into oblivion because I ran out of ammo. It was a bit irritating on part of the running out of ammo for the first time in a while, but not the worst thing in the world. Yep, you definitely are. I got to the top of the tower and took a shotgun for free money later. I also found a terminal that made the IT guy in me laugh and proceeded to lie through what's left of my teeth.
I'd like to avoid any unnecessary violence. Unnecessary violence.
We got the synth back to the Institute, and I helped the railroad a little more by saving the synths back at Bunker Hill. The Brotherhood are very annoying to deal with when they can fly and you can't. I also ran into my first major bug around here. For some unknown reason, the Brotherhood soldiers spawned in with me being literally unable to damage them in any capacity. Reloading a save did nothing, which was made worse by the fact that they could damage me. For some reason it took leaving and going back into the utility basement to fix the problem. I'd figured reloading a save would work, but this is a Bethesda game, so it's a miracle it runs on recommended hardware at all. I spoke to Sean after the screw up at Bunker Hill, had a meeting with the rest of the Institute, and found out that he is dying from nondescript illness. I was also tasked with getting the beryllium agitator. Plenty of ammo and pain later, I got what I needed, and got back to the Institute to power their reactor. Here was where I needed to tell the Brotherhood to kick rocks. We stole a helicopter before I realized I couldn't shoot the minigun and have fun, so I waited for Tinker Tom to hopefully not kill us as he landed on the Pridwin. I wasted no time and started the fight, burning down Brotherhood soldiers left and right while I planted the bombs as necessary. I also tried repairing my power armor while I was here, but stupid kids kept finding me and getting scared. Kid, I just incinerated every adult on this stupid blimp. You are literally surrounded by loose guns, just pick one up. I walked into the cockpit and Maxon was so mad about me he nearly turned me into paste as soon as he saw me. Once that was done, I stole his pants, got back on the heli, and committed Hindenburg. I did a ton more farming for ammo before I decided enough was enough and began the final fight. I blipped the railroad inside and started getting busy. This fight was actually a lot less painful than I remember it being. I spent so much time farming ammo expecting the fight to be difficult only for it to end fairly quickly. Hey, at least I got to cook father. I told the synth kid to rot after rigging the reactor to do the big boom, pressed the shiny red button at the end, and finished Fallout 4 by only using a flamer. That was a painful run. Granted, I made the wrong build and played on a high difficulty on purpose and proceeded to make an endless string of dumb decisions and wasted countless amounts of ammo on meaningless fights, but hey, the game, I'm gonna blame the game, okay? I did nothing wrong, it's the game's fault. This was the first time I've ever done a challenge run like this. I want to scatter these in between my reviews to change things up a bit. You'll see a little more like this further down the line, not necessarily with Fallout 4, but I have some other plans for challenge runs on paper that I want to put in the pipeline someday. Thank you for watching. Leave feedback in the comments below, leave a like, and consider subscribing for more content. I have some sort of game reviews, I guess you could call them, or, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna cut that out. I also have some game reviews on this channel, with a couple of them up right now, and some more coming in the future. Once again, please subscribe if you like what you saw. I'm Mr. Max. I'll see you next time. Can I be blunt for a moment? Do you honestly want me to sit in front of this microphone and tell you who the M&Ms are? Because I think we'd be wasting both of our time. You've seen the commercials, especially that Christmas one they can't seem to get rid of.
He does exist!
They do exist.
You've seen the candy? You ever go to the movies? They always got that pre-movie promo that kills me every single time.
You think I'm an idiot?
You can custom order your own bags. They got whole dedicated stores just for the candy, which you can buy by the pound, and merch coming out the butt. And who could forget the video games. I only have the cover for this one because the day this game stopped working was also the day a young Max learned what scissors were. M&M's Blast is a Mario Party clone. I could end the video right there. I grew up with a handful of games that were in what you would call the not Mario Party genre. They were party games that followed the typical party game formula, a few boards, characters from a specific franchise moving around on said board, and some minigames tossed in between turns. I know Mario Party didn't invent this formula, but it's easy to associate with as a point of comparison in terms of video games. Most of my memories with party games center around similar games like Wii Party, Pac-Man Fever, and the subject of this video, M&M's Blast on the Game Boy Advance. It was developed in 2001 by Majesco under their in-house team, Pipe Dream Interactive, and was published alongside Simon & Schuster Interactive, the video game division of the Simon & Schuster publishing group. While said group is still going strong today, nearing their 100th year of operation, the interactive branch has fallen off the face of the earth as of the late 2000s. I'm no stranger to the M&M's tie-in games, as I have just shown, and while I do plan to discuss these other games at some point in the future, I actually want this to be a shorter video for once. I'll be playing M&M's Blast today for something quick and easy to get out this month, something not so research heavy, and won't become a cancerous mass on my hard drive. Enough babbling from me now. I remember telling my brother I was going to play this for the channel, and he was very confused as to how I was going to get a video out of this. Ah, the good old days. I was gonna put my name here, but the number of characters is just long enough for me to reach for the low-hanging fruit. Here we can pick one of the 4 M&Ms that were common in the marketing at the time: red, yellow, green, and blue. I already have to take a point off because everyone knows orange is superior to everyone else. Crispy M&Ms are the best M&Ms, second to fudge brownie, and this is a hill I am more than happy to die on. Before picking, we get this dice roll which dictates the order in which characters are picked. From my experience, you never get a dice roll lower than 4 if you're playing by yourself. You'll always be the first to pick the characters. Here we can start a new game, load a previous one, or play through every single minigame straight out of the gate. A good chunk of the game's content is found in the minigames, and I'll give Majesco credit, allowing you access to all of them right out of the gate isn't a bad deal, but I'll get to those later. Let's focus on the boards. If we select a new game, we can choose to play a single board or enter tournament mode. There's 4 boards in total, all similar, each with their own visual theme and gimmicks. The overall goal is to finish with the highest score, or as the game calls it, minis, by the time the game decides everyone is finished. As far as themes go, you have Sweet Dreams, which is basically just Candyland. You got ice cream towers, trees with Skittles on them, lollipops haphazardly placed everywhere, and a road literally made of peanuts. Amazing Rainforest has some tribal, tropical theme, and that's about it really. Take a wild guess as to what Haunted House is. And then there's Amusement Park, which has several themes built in: dinosaurs, winter, beach, and space. It's like 4 boards crammed into one, which is actually kinda cool. Each space on the board takes form of a button and is color-coded to do something different. Green buttons literally shower you in minis. Red buttons take them away. Yellow buttons let you swap places with another player on the board if you want to. Purple buttons with the question mark bring up a roulette wheel style menu which have a variety of effects depending on what you land on. These blue buttons can send you either forward or backward. Orange buttons are basically just free spaces. There's also compass buttons, which allow you to choose a path you want to take on the board, potentially leading you to special paths of specific buttons or a minigame, and these swirl buttons teleport you elsewhere. Check buttons are, well, checkpoints, and these light blue buttons give you a minigame which varies depending on the theme of the level. I have a lot of nostalgia for these little minigame segments, and I remember having a lot of fun with them. My personal favorite was the one in the space section of the amusement park where it's just a brief game of Space Invaders. Yes, I'm biased in favor of shoot-em-ups, I already made this clear in the Pac-Man video. The minigames on the board all boil down to the same concept, with a few exceptions like the just mentioned Space Invaders minigame. Collect the minis and get to the exit. If you get all the minis, you get extra minis depending on how much time you have left. If you just go straight to the end, there's no extra points. If you run out of time, well, you run out of time and your turn is over. But you are given another chance to do it again on your next turn, which is nice. You keep playing the minigame until you get to the exit one way or another. Either way, you have a chance to get points no matter what. However, this often leads you to watching the AI lose all their brain cells and fail very simple tasks, like Red running into this umbrella for a few seconds and contemplating his life. Each board presents their games in a different and somewhat unique way through theme, but it still copy-pastes the formula to some degree. For example, in Sweet Dreams you have a platforming segment where you're jumping across what I can only assume is starbursts to avoid falling into the water. One of them is green, and I've personally never seen green starburst, but apparently lime starbursts do exist, and apparently they were part of the original launch of the candy when it was called Opal Fruits. They're all similar with you dodging or getting around some sort of obstacle to collect minis and having a small twist to each, like avoid the darts, avoid rolling skulls, don't touch the penguins which has you on ice, sliding around everywhere, and sand crabs will pinch you. I know what I'm putting in the description. The music in these moments also goes hard for absolutely no reason, and hearing this for the first time after so many years felt so good. It's some of the most intense music in the game for absolutely no reason, and I love it. Listen. Hey look, tournament mode. Tournament mode is basically all of the boards in one fell swoop, and is the primary reason this game has a save feature, because getting through all 4 of these boards takes quite a long time. The goal of this is identical to single board with a few exceptions. First person to get to a board gets 100 points as a bonus. Plus it has one win condition which is located at the end of Haunted House. This minigame boss battle against a haunted furnace that shoots fire at you. As with the other minigames, collect to the minis, get to the end. The very second someone steps on this button, the game is over and the score is tallied. Generally, if you're going hard in all the minigames, you can lead by hundreds of points, basically still be stuck on the water crossing minigame as mentioned earlier, and still win. Such was the case with me in the tournament mode that I had played. Red was ahead of me on the board by a few thousand feet, but I ended the game and I was ahead by several hundred minis. With the main board games out of the way, let's go through all 16 of the minigames this thing has to offer. I don't want to be here all day, so I'll keep each one of them as brief as I can. Now, 16 doesn't sound like a lot, because it isn't. For comparison, the Super Mario Wiki tells us that Mario Party Advance had 50 minigames crammed into the cart, though it may have used a larger cart size, the largest being 32 megabytes given it came out 4 years after this did. I'm not a developer, nor am I that deeply versed in Nintendo's technical wizardry for everything they put out, so take that with a grain of salt. I don't know what Nintendo did that Majesco didn't. Unrelated, but Mikhail Gorbachev is an entry on the Super Mario Wiki as well. Make with this information what you will. Let's start with the first one, Candy Catch. Hold B to win. Move under the candy as it falls. When I was playing this, I ran into an instance where the game didn't register that I caught the candy, which was kinda weird. Miniature golf. If you ever wanted to play golf as sentient candy, here you go. It can be difficult to see with your huge-ass character getting in the way, but it's not the worst. I've played worse mini-golf games, but I've also played much better than this. There's actually a few variants of this one that has water hazards, which is a good way to showcase my superior golfing skills. Candy Rally. Drive around and collect the candy. If you press B, you can leave behind a cloud of smoke to throw off your opponents, but it's primarily just a useless ability. By the time you get your foes to drive into one, the game is over. Hoop Shoot. You're candy, and you're f***ing ballin'. Do I have to say anything else? Okay, maybe I do. It's a game of timing, and it's very simple. Line up the red dot with the green dot to shoot hoops and score points. I thought it was a case of the better you line up the dot, the more points you get, but if the green dot is over the red dot in the slightest amount, you get points. Also, green is cheating. Hurdles race. You mash A and you press up to jump. This was my least favorite growing up because I couldn't grasp the fact that you have to jump over the hurdles, and I always was wondering why I would lose. These days the game is trivial, both on original hardware and on the emulator I used. Balloon blow up. I mean, this is kind of self-explanatory, most balloons wins. Once you find the rhythm of when to press A, the game is pretty much just playing itself. Skydiving. Jump out the battle bus and collect candy on your way down. That line is even stupider out loud than it was on paper. I remember this being my favorite as a kid. In my opinion, it's one of the more visually interesting of the minigames, but playing it again, it is slow. Like, really slow. Not that the slowness is a bad thing, but there's just not much going on. The only thing of note that I can think of off the top of my head was that when I was playing this for the first time, the audio started freaking out. Like, listen. It sounds like someone's making popcorn in the background. I tried this on original hardware and no, it didn't happen. Candy count. Basic math. Closest to the on-screen amount wins. The only added bonus is that the game can regularly screw you over at the very last second by having several candies spawn in and throwing off your count. It did this to me so many times. If your count is even off by one candy, you lose. Target shoot. It's hurdles with guns. The closer to the bullseye you hit, the faster you move. Or you can spam your shots and wonder why you won by the skin of your teeth. Candy match, otherwise known as brand recognition the video game. Match the candy cards as fast as you can. Half of these aren't even M&Ms and I'm not gonna lie, I feel ripped off. Candy bounce. Here's footage of Atari's Warlords. Here's footage of Candy Bounce. Here's footage of Atari's Warlords superimposed onto Candy Bounce. Do you understand the point I am trying to make? Wall Racer. I actually remember liking this one. The concept here is pretty simple. You leave behind a trail of candy wherever you go, and it's essentially a last man standing situation. If you collide with anyone else's candy trail, including your own, you're eliminated. I'd have more footage of myself playing this, but I turned too early and lost way too often. So instead I got the honor of watching Green run face first into her own death by trapping herself in her own candy. I also found out you can stay in one place if you rapidly press two directions fast enough, so there's that. Dodgeball. What do you think this could possibly be? There's nothing to write about here apart from the sprites. I noticed that the sprites don't change their facial expressions at all, no matter what is happening. So yellow is giving me too much of a vibe of Bugdom's box art. Skate shoot. It's the worst part of Duck Hunt on your Game Boy Advance. Shoot the white candy for points. Alternatively, paint the sky red. I'll give credit for this having different patterns during tournament mode, but in one you can literally keep your crosshair in the exact same spot, not move it, and still win. Drag race. This game mode. Seriously. Like the hurdles, this was a minigame I could never finish first in, and I still can't to this day. I can never figure out how on God's green earth what I am doing wrong. I either end up going too slow or blow up my engine right out of the gate. Space chase. Literally the exact same thing as Candy Rally, but there's no walls and you can shoot instead of leave behind smoke. You may have noticed for this clip that I'm in a 2-player game instead of 4. That's because in a 4-player match, the game can end pretty much as soon as it starts. Here's the very first clip I took of this game mode, unedited. Not even 10 seconds. All that's left to talk about now are the visuals and the music. Visually, I'm gonna be completely honest, it's not bad. The M&Ms themselves are a simple enough design that the characters and their 3D models can easily be crushed into the cartridge in decent enough detail. The backgrounds are good, and while the set pieces are a little repetitive in terms of visuals, they're not hard- Visuals? G. With a G. Yeah, visuals. That's what I'm calling it now. In terms of visuals, they're not hard to look at and they don't need to be amazing. It's a party game. If you turn down a party game because the boards are ugly, what are you even doing? Music-wise, the songs playing on the game boards are okay, but they're not much to write home about. The songs fit the themes okay enough, though some of the sounds are a bit annoying as there isn't much way to skip them or ignore them. Like in the scoring screen, where you have to constantly listen to the sound of the scores going up and have no means of getting past it without waiting. Also, that theme that plays in the minigames, it plays in every minigame. Every single one. That's not to say the music is bad or there's no variety. Far from it. It's competently made and sounds decent for what it is. All in all, that's all M&M's Blast has to offer, really. There is a multiplayer mode if the back of the box is to be believed, but this is difficult to pull off on the absolutely a Game Boy Advance, I swear. On top of requiring the GBA link cable, you also need a second copy of M&M's Blast, but who's gonna be the one person to wake up in the morning and after eating their hypothetical bacon and eggs decide, today I will play M&M's Blast for the Game Boy Advance? Oh wait, me. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's fair to completely dismiss this game as complete trash meant to get a quick buck. Yes, this game, at the end of the day, exists to sell candy. Majesco has published a lot of games over the years. They were a small studio in the early 2000s, anything was fair game. Give them some credit. Despite the game lacking in content a little bit, it still feels like they tried. Majesco's not an incompetent studio that farts out whatever game they can find that might make them money. Most of the time, but they themselves have published some decent titles over the years. Granted, they were published, not developed directly by them, but they still put them out there. They published most of the original Cooking Mama titles, they published Iridian 3D, developed by Shinin, one of my favorite shoot-em-ups for the Game Boy Advance. They were the publishers of the first Psychonauts, and were behind Game Boy Advance Video. After all, who doesn't want to watch Shrek in a 160p screen standing under a lamppost? And Pipe Dream Interactive, their in-house studio, was responsible for porting the original Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six to the Sega Dreamcast, a version that was apparently just as good as the Nintendo 64 version based on reviews. Heck, Majesco is still around today as a publisher. But to reiterate, the most important aspect of a party game is to be able to have fun, like any game. And while M&M's Blast has a couple of highlights, and I'm positive this would be a good time with a few friends and some booze, I'm sure very few people out there knew that this game was even around back then, let alone owned it. There's a reason the M&M's games are as cheap as they are online and why advert games in general aren't really made anymore. They clearly don't work. If you watch JonTron's video on food games, you see what I mean. Some gems do exist, Chex Quest is one that comes to mind, though that's just a reskin version of Doom, not to mention Pepsi Man for being a short but ridiculous concept on its own. In short, it's an advert game. The bar is already as low as it is, but it's not bad, though I wouldn't call it good. There's far better games than this, and then there's far worse. And I should know. I have worse. Boo. Happy New Year, everyone. It's weird to know we're in 2022. I'm still processing the last 4 years, but I'm hoping that this year is the year things start picking up for everyone and the world can relax just a little bit for once. I spent the tail end of the year chilling out, enjoying the holidays, and wondering why it was 50 degrees in the dead of December. It was there I realized that I want to start this year off nice and easy. I don't want to go crazy, I just want to play through a more laid-back game that doesn't make me want to put my head into several walls. And I know just the game to do so, but I do have one thing to talk about first. Business management games. Odds are you've heard of or have played at least one of these at some point. Those games where you put in charge of insert random business here, and your goal is to run a successful company and make as much money as humanly possible without getting the company to go under. Game Dev Tycoon, Zoo Tycoon, Burger Tycoon, Corporation Inc., and one of the more commonly known of this type, Roller Coaster Tycoon. A game that had you running and designing your own theme park from layout, amenities, to even coaster design. Games like these fall under the subcategory of theme park simulator, the type of game where it is a business game but your main goal is to just run a theme park. Roller Coaster Tycoon in particular is still one that's pointed to a lot and finally remembered to this day. The game has an open source project, OpenRCT2, which, while requiring an original copy of the game, adds new quality of life features and reduces a lot of the restrictions left in the original game. I do have this game today, but it's not one that I grew up playing. Instead, there is one other game that is seldom discussed in the grand scheme of theme park games, but one that I remember well. A small title for the PS2, Thrillville. Thrillville was made by Frontier Developments and was published in 2006 by LucasArts in North America and by Atari in Europe. If that name sounds familiar at all, you're probably familiar with Planet Coaster. Frontier is actually the developer of both games, and I was surprised to see that. I honestly expected this company to just be another one that fizzled out sometime in the 2010s. The company's done various theme park games over the years, including having made various versions of Roller Coaster Tycoon for other platforms, 2018's Jurassic World Evolution, the 2013 release of Zoo Tycoon, as well as the previously mentioned Planet Coaster and 2019's Planet Zoo. They're also the main developer and publisher behind the Elite series, the creator of which is founder and CEO. The fact that they survived to this day and are still putting out games is nice to see. Heck, if you told me the developer of Thrillville, of all things, made Planet Coaster last year, I would have thought you were joking. Thrillville and its sequel, Thrillville Off the Rails, are both games that I have good memories of. Making coasters was a fun time back then, and I remember the minigames being pretty okay for what they were. At the same time, I might be confusing that with Off the Rails, which I clearly remember spending a lot more time with. But, you know, everybody has to start somewhere, so let's see where Frontier was as far as in-house theme park games go back in 2006. As soon as we start the game, we're introduced to our Uncle Mortimer, the local Dollar General Doc Brown and founder of Thrillville, who has seen our player character's coaster designs and wants us to be the new park manager for some more Thrillville parks. We can pick from a large number of children and teenagers to play as, we can choose a few other customization options, name ourselves, and that's about it. We're then quickly thrown into the original Thrillville Park, which serves as the game's tutorial and introduces us to the 5 types of missions: games, building, guests, upkeep, and business. You run into each of these markers and are given a small mission to do to understand what needs to be done for each of these missions. Most games missions revolve you around getting a certain score or achievement at the game, or beating a park guest in a challenge. Building missions typically require you to construct a ride, game, coaster, or racetrack with certain stats. Guest missions are essentially just park-to-guest relations in terms of needs, friendship, and romance. Yes, romance is a mechanic in Thrillville, more on that later. Upkeep is anything relating to park maintenance, and business refers to finances and other stats related to the park, like value, condition, and demographics. The whole gameplay loop revolves around these missions. Once you finish a specific amount of them, you unlock the next park. Keep going until you get all the parks, and at that point, you can finish to 100%. For the sake of this video, I'll break up the game into different aspects, each with their own segment. Thrillville does have some meat on its bones despite being fairly basic for the most part, and I did find a lot more to actually talk about this time versus my last video. I have learned from M&Ms, okay? The layout of each park is very simple. You have a decently sized area to explore divided into 3 sub-areas, each with a different theme. Each park has its own build zones, power, and various needs that have to be met between food, drink, bathrooms, and various entertainment aspects. Everything is presented to you in the third-person perspective, and the park itself is a pseudo-open world. You can run around the entire park freely and go to each area on your own accord whenever you wish. All the park layouts are set up by default, and the only sense of customizability comes in the form of the build zones and loading areas for roller coasters and racetracks. The build zones give you free reign to put whatever stall, carnival ride, or game you want, provided you have the space to put it in. And roller coaster and track loading zones present you with the game's meat and potatoes: coaster and track building. While you're able to select from a bunch of pre-built coaster designs, provided you have the funding, power, and space to do so, you're allowed to design whatever track you want and ride it too. Which, for coasters anyway, I don't recommend. I rode a coaster in this game once and my emulator stroked out and locked up my entire PC mid-recording. It only happened once, so I don't know if it was the emulator or OBS having the stroke. I should mention that coaster riding within itself is pretty underwhelming, but at least you're given a dedicated scream button. You have to think about the needs of your guests too. Each park has to have these satisfied, and what is needed depends on what is available in your park at the time. Thrill, hunger, thirst, bathrooms, so on, so forth. If people are way too hungry, it wouldn't hurt to set some space aside for a pizza or burger stand, and if people want a little more excitement from your park, putting in a ride with a higher thrill rating wouldn't hurt. Placement is a good thing to think about as well. Various things in the park compete with each other, so if one thing is making money, it can pull away from other attractions. Not to mention, if the prices are too high, then people might not bother with the rides at all. Unless some rich douche enters your park, but more on him later. On occasion, you'll find various collectibles tucked away in the build zones or coaster areas. Usually it's either blueprints, money, or items related to the game's plot. Oh yeah, Thrillville has a plot. As you progress through the game, you're given more cutscenes with Mortimer, who is both happy with your progress, but also complaining about a new competing park known as Global Joy, which is not only going out of its way to drive business away from Thrillville, but also steal ideas from Mortimer to use in their own parks. Your involvement in this plot is very surface level, as some missions make mention or showcase their antics on a very basic level, between having to pick up microphones that they planted in your park, or literally dropping flyers in the park advertising themselves to Thrillville's customers, forcing your groundskeepers to clean them up. You're primarily working to make Thrillville better, and the basis of the missions sometimes ends up mentioning said competing park as the basis for having them in the first place. Speaking of staff, you also have the option of hiring people to help keep things running smoothly in the park. You have your choice of hiring entertainers, mechanics, and the aforementioned groundskeeper. Each require a set salary and have a training level, and will go around the park doing their own respective jobs. An employee's training level will naturally increase with time, but you also have the option of taking control of each worker and playing a small minigame related to their job, which levels up the employee much faster and makes them more efficient at their job. Be it keeping guests entertained, keeping the park clean, or making sure all the rides are functioning properly. The staff members are also individuals that run around the park like any other guest. You don't have to control them to keep the park in shape. Things will improve pending their training level, and the longer you keep them around, the more the training level will rise. There is a fast travel system through the map, but it's honestly just easier to hold sprint and roadrunner your way to the other attractions. Some missions do let you warp to specific guests to do challenges or allow you to start playing the game immediately. Once we get let loose into the park, the first thing anyone would want to do is build. So, let's build something. Here is where I'd argue Thrillville has most of its meat: coaster and track building. There are 3 types of major building that you can do here, and that's roller coasters, racetracks, and mini golf. For now, I'm just going to focus on the roller coasters and racetracks. Roller coasters are Thrillville's bread and butter. It's what most people come to the park for and what they're going to spend a lot of their time and money on. You can choose from a variety of coaster types, as well as a number of pre-built coaster designs that you can select from, or, if you're feeling creative, design your own coaster from various pieces. Holding L1 gives you a selection of parts that can increase the thrill aspects of your coaster depending on how you build it. Apart from money, space, and power, you have zero limits on what you can build provided you can complete the track in full. Just keep in mind that if you want multiple coasters, you have to take resources into account, so if you make one massive coaster that surrounds the entire park, you have to build around that when making another coaster, or clear out a few games and rides to get more space or power. It's the same deal if you want to make a racetrack. Honestly, it's more worth it to make these since there's a lot more interactivity in my opinion. The roller coasters are more for the guests and yeah, you can ride them, but not only can you build unique racetracks, you can race on them too. The game will fully let you race on custom tracks provided you can finish them from beginning to end. As far as these go, that's it really. The free building aspects end here apart from the games and stalls put into the build zones. The coasters themselves are more for the guests, and as mentioned are the main source of income for the park and what brings in eventual income to the other sections of the park. Speaking of, it isn't a theme park without guests. They're your primary source of income in Thrillville as they're the ones buying the food, drinks, souvenirs, riding your rides, and playing your games. They have money, and it's your job to take it from them. But if park goers aren't happy, then they won't give it up so easily. You have to spend a lot of time not only working to satisfy the needs of the various guests, which can be easily checked as a whole in the game's menus or individually from person to person. You also have the option to talk to each park goer individually to make friends with them, challenge them to games, and even flirt with them for a reason I can't put together. Hey, you're the park manager, who cares? Most guest missions usually have you talking to someone specifically, but sometimes you either have to play a game with one or get a certain amount of friends or sweethearts as shown here. If you walk up to any park goer and press triangle, you can check their stats and initiate conversation with them, usually introducing yourself the exact same way because there's no difference between any of the other options.
I'm the new park manager.
From here you have a variety of random topics to choose from to attempt to make friends with them. A lot of these vary from basic fun facts to general statements. You can choose between science, history, geography, the environment, animals, general compliments, and trash talking the competing park. Each park guest is different, so it's up to you to figure out what will increase the meter versus what will bring it down. What you say to one guest that worked might not necessarily work on another. Once you max out the meter, the guest becomes your friend and that's it really. Once that's done, there's no other benefit to doing so as far as I can tell. You can still talk to them, but it's the same recycled statements over and over again. Let's do a quick overview of some of the guests I had the privilege of speaking to. Asshole kid who insulted me, guy who looks like he buys crypto, legally blind park guest, borderline clones, girl who got in the way of a kiss and I had to clip through her, discount Jeff Bezos.
What do I care about conservation? I'm rich!
Seriously, who let this guy in the park? I should note that the compliments work for everyone, but only like once or twice. You can talk about baseball till the sun goes down, but don't compliment someone multiple times. They'll think you're lying or being weird. As far as romance goes, if you're a guy talking to a girl or vice versa, you have the option to start flirting with varying degrees of success depending on if the park guest has a need for romance. All of these are just various cheesy pickup lines and actions, some of which are given immediately. Alternatively, you can hit on someone right in front of their girlfriend for extra comedy. There's also a flirting minigame where you have to fill this heart meter. If you match the color, symbol, or both, all you have to do is just fill up the meter and honestly, it just serves to make the game less tedious. You have the option of also taking over a park guest to romance another park guest, but it's basically the same thing as doing it yourself and you arguably have less to work with. Everything you can say as your own player character, you can also say as a random park guest, so if you brag about your involvement in the park, the other guests will immediately call BS on anything you say. One more thing I should note, this is a LucasArts published title, so Star Wars fans get a little extra treat in the form of a Star Wars themed pickup line. Yeah, I said that. For some baffling reason, you have the option to choose a Star Wars themed statement to flirt with, and as far as I was aware of, only in the flirt sections, and I don't know why.
Without a doubt, Anakin Skywalker is the coolest character in Star Wars.
That's not appropriate, man.
How about we trash talk Global Joy instead?
I hear Garrison had so many fleas, he had to start wearing a flea collar.
I love delighting in other people's suffering.
Okay, this is getting weird. How about Eco Warrior? Who doesn't like a man who cares for the environment?
I favor direct action, but I would never resort to eco-terrorism.
What? How is this flirting? I need a palate cleanser. Where's Discount Bezos?
Just because all those doctors say it's important, does that mean it really is?
Oh no. The only thing that seems normal is the cooking statements. A lot of them are fairly normal and are just food preferences for the most part. There's nothing weird about that.
Tried some lemon pepper on my popcorn. It's killer.
Yeah, this is gonna be either half decent or really stupid, so let's just get it on with it. Yeah, don't do that. When you're not building coasters and adding things to the park, typically you're playing games. The best way that I can describe these games is more theme and difficulty versus variety. What I mean by this is that Thrillville has a few types of minigames, each with a different skin slapped onto it depending on the version you're able to build into your park. You have first-person shooters, shooting galleries, sumo, racing, bumper cars, unreleased Rocket League prototype, mini-golf, as well as various clones of arcade games. Luftwaffe 109 is just 1942, Event Horizon is just Gradius, Trojan Quest is Gauntlet, and Sparkle Island is something that I can only describe as Bubble Bobble meets Flicky in the sense that you have the ability to fire projectiles at monsters on a very Bubble Bobble-ish stage, but you also have to collect birds and get to the exit with all of them for the most points. The only real difference is the apparent fear of God. When you kill the last enemy, the music suddenly becomes this weird ambient noise and this electrical outlet-looking rabbit thing shows up. If it so much as scrapes you or any of the birds, instant death. You cannot damage it either, so you escape or die. Who on the dev team decided that Thrillville needed to have a small amount of surreal horror? You also have the minigames which you can use to train your employees. Groundskeepers have you running around the park cleaning up vomit and vacuuming trash as fast as you can within a specific time limit. Entertainers throw you into a rhythm game where you point the analog stick in different directions and press the appropriate button to the beat of a song. And mechanics put you in a connect the pipes type minigame where you have to complete a circuit. The minigames aren't too much to write home about, honestly. I hated the car soccer, but Saucer Sumo was pretty fun when I wasn't being bonked into the next continent over. The minigolf itself is okay, it's your standard mini-golfing game, but when you build one in your park, you have the ability to make your own custom holes, which good on Thrillville for letting you do that. A little more customization doesn't hurt. The shooting galleries and shoot zones are okay, even if they are the same type of game with a different coat of paint put onto them. The only thing of note that I can talk about is the bumper cars. There's a voice line whenever you hit someone in them, and they often say the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Move it or milk it. Move it or milk it. Okay, now I'm angry. Move it or milk it. Move it or milk it.
What in the flying hell does this even mean? Thrillville looks and plays like a PS2 game, so the visuals haven't aged too well, but in the context of a third-person PS2 game with large crowds, I don't want to be too hard on it. Granted, it's also late-era PS2, I mean the PS3 was barely out by the time this released, and the Xbox 360 already had a year under its belt, but you gotta think about what's being done here. Looking at the crowds, it's nice to see the PS2 handling something like this, even though visual sacrifice had to be made given how each park guest is very limited in their movement and looks so low poly. The looks of some of the park guests honestly wouldn't be out of place in a PS1 game. Some of the clothing is literally just flat textures. The parks themselves look alright, and even the coasters themselves look pretty decent even when the build zones are packed. I even noticed the game has a small trick to keep things running smoothly. I imagine having these crowds pushes the PS2 quite a bit, so what Thrillville does is only load areas of the park you just happen to be in. Whenever you're sprinting, you reach a certain point in the tunnel where you're forced to slow down. Back then I thought this was just the game being stupid, but from an optimization standpoint it makes sense. With how dense the park sections are in terms of things going on, especially after you built a bunch of stuff, the game needs to take a moment to breathe, so to say. So by forcing you to slow down, it gives the game time to load the next park area without interrupting the flow of the game with a loading screen to keep movement seamless and not interrupt gameplay, because I'm pretty sure if you rendered everything all at once, your PS2 would... The music in the game isn't too bad, but I don't feel like I can really explain most of it since a good chunk of the game uses licensed music.
Certified by the Border Funk, I've been called down here to help you out. See, I've got everything you need in my...
There are some decent original tracks in the game. Loopit's pretty okay, if not full of early 2000s hip-hop cheese, but there's some bizarre music types that I can only chalk up to random song selection by the game itself. I noticed the just mentioned Loopit track playing in a dinosaur-themed area, and I was very confused when I played the Entertainer minigame in Ninjaville, because you know what I think of when I think of ninjas in feudal-era Japan? Modern country music. Again, this is just random song selection for the minigame, but the song I got here, specifically 2005's I Love My Life by Jamie O'Neal, clashed so hard with the theming of the park section I was in, I couldn't help but laugh. Again, I'd play a clip, but Copyright. In a way, it does feel like the theme park is just blasting whatever song is popular at the time as you're walking around. If you've ever been to a place like Six Flags or went to SeaWorld for the night shows, you know exactly what I mean. The pre-rendered cutscenes are good for what they are. Pre-rendered CGI in general wasn't too bad by this point, so they serve their purpose quite well. The only thing I have to say about them is that they're good at showing Mortimer as this goofball of an inventor, and they don't overstay their welcome. He's very, very animated in these cutscenes, and it's nice to see. But the best part is during the third cutscene. Mortimer dies.
Oh, wait, that's not a command. I got the tools of the trade. I mix you up like a tall glass of sucker.
That's it?
Once you finish the needed amount of missions in Part 4, the last park you get to mess around in is more for completion's sake if you're the kind of person who likes to do all the things. Mortimer ends up using Global Joy's microphones against them and manages to get them to build a theme park themed after lice of all things. It ends up bombing so badly it bankrupts the owner on top of the lawsuit he's going to give him.
Along with the $4 billion lawsuit I filed against him for intellectual property theft.
Good God, you're given one last chunk of exposition and you have free reign over this park within the confines of the game. There's only 8 missions this time and they're pretty basic on paper. Get a game's high score, build a nice coaster, keep the park working properly, blah blah blah. Speaking of things working properly, this wouldn't be a 2000s video game without some jank, now would it? And much to my surprise, Thrillville actually held up quite well. Granted, I'm emulating this as well, but PS2 emulation isn't perfect due to the console being a nightmare to emulate in general, but the emulator I used, PCSX2, seemed to handle it fairly well 95% of the time, and I only got a bit of slowdown like once. The only real issues were controls and some wonkiness towards the end. Apart from watching a group of parkgoers walk clean into a wall, there were a few guests that, for some reason, spawned in at twice the size of normal guests and eventually just shrank back down. I have no idea why this happened, and I have not been able to figure out how to recreate it. I think the game just freaked out. In terms of controls, everything was fine, and I was able to move around the park well enough with the D-pad and the analog sticks. But that adapter I got turned out to be awful and kept disconnecting. Yeah, who could have seen that coming? The last leg of the game has you running around your previous parks to finish the missions you missed. I went through the trouble of getting 100% so I can properly describe how it felt doing this. And let me tell ya, it gets just a little repetitive. During some of the build missions to get specific coaster and raceway stats, sometimes it's easier to just use a pre-built track rather than go through the trial and error of adjusting your own track to make it fit the needs of a park. Additionally, once you've seen the dialogue choices a few times while doing the guest missions, it gets old since there's not much variety in the things you can say. I found it easier just to spam the X button and hope I get the right choice, not even paying attention to what I was saying half the time just to get it over with. This happened a lot very late in the game. As far as the games themselves, they're okay. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of them are just score challenges, which usually involves some trial and error to do, but sometimes the score requirements require a very big score that you can only really get with precise actions and timing. Case in point, trampolines. I replayed this a handful of times to get a specific score and barely made it each and every time. This, unsurprisingly, gets annoying very quickly. Upkeep is pretty easy to do as well. Odds are you ignored the collection missions, so it's as simple as getting the collectibles you missed most of the time. Most business missions happen in the background, so as long as you build things correctly, you should be fine. The only complaint that I have here was the last park value mission required a $20,000 value, which you can't push at random points. Park value rises over time. So once you've done all the missions, pack all the zones and coaster areas, open the menu, and go make a sandwich. By the time you come back, you've beat the game. You get hit with the credits, and that's it. Game over. Congratulations. You're treated to the Thrillville entertainers dancing in the literal void to a song about playing the banjo. That is not a joke. Once again, copyright gets me, but the song that played here was Banjo Boy by Ryan Shoop and the Rubber Band. Pause the video, go listen to it, and then imagine my shock and confusion hearing this song watching cheerleaders dance in the vast emptiness of nothing. And with that, we can wrap it up from there. The only things left are the coaster designer, which is more of what we've already seen, where we can freely make coaster designs and save them, along with party mode, which is just minigames. Other than that, that's it. Once the game is done, it's done. That's everything. So what do I think of Thrillville? If you're looking for a deep strategic business sim, stick with Roller Coaster Tycoon or Planet Coaster. This game feels more geared towards that silly dream every single kid has of owning their own amusement park, and this caters to that well enough. Yeah, you can influence how the park functions in different ways, but most of your time is going to be spent building rides, talking to guests, and playing minigames. The actual, management aspect is really downplayed. The game can be finished quickly if you do the bare minimum needed to unlock all the parks, but there's still a handful of content left over following it depending on what you did and didn't do. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but think about the presentation in Roller Coaster Tycoon versus Thrillville. It's a management sim first, and there's a clear and obvious lose condition if you don't do things correctly. I always seem to be making money in Thrillville, and no matter how crazy I went with filling the areas of the park with stalls and rides, it almost makes the loan system redundant if not unnecessary. You're always going to be making money in some capacity, so you don't need that extra, income and interest and debt to have yourself go into. I didn't even mention the loan system up to this point because you don't need it. Like I said, money comes in no matter what. Your income is going to outpace your expenses very, very quickly. Building on this, I originally had a line in here about hypothetically filling the park with bathrooms as a way of going out of your way to mess up the park, but they have no operating cost outside of how much it costs to build said bathrooms. Provided you have the money, you can build the entire park full of toilets at no detriment to anything, so long as there's a coaster somewhere to bring in cash. The game is very laid back, and like I said, it caters to that custom theme park dream by watering down most of the seriousness and putting more emphasis on games and rides. A 6 out of 10 looking back at it. Not bad at all. It sets out what it wants to do, but now I know why I spent more time in Off the Rails. It was a much better game from what I recall. I'm glad I revisited this game, and I had a good time playing it through, but I will admit this. There are far better games than Thrillville in the current day. Some games age like wine, and Thrillville aged like milk, especially how the same studio that made this is responsible for Planet Coaster, a game that fits the park management bill much better than Thrillville ever could, and has effectively filled the void left behind by the lack of a decent RCT sequel in recent years. If you want a good theme park sim for the current day and age, I'd personally stick with that. If you have some attachment to the game like I do, it's worth a revisit just for the weirdness. That said, everybody starts somewhere, and for what it is, Thrillville is okay for the time it released. Far from perfect, but still a good time to be had. Are you tired of fighting with words? Do you have the aim of a stormtrooper and want to go out swinging instead? Do you just have a seething hatred of the undead and will do anything to remove them all from this plane of existence? I have no idea how to structure the rest of this opening. I think the rules are pretty self-explanatory, but I'll get to them anyway. Every kill I get must be obtained by means of punching. Any weapon that is not the fists is considered illegal in this run. Guns, grenades, rockets, wonder weapons, you get the point. It goes without saying that I can't shoot an enemy to near death intentionally and then punch them for the kill. Intentional use of something that's not fists in a way that kills enemies is considered illegal unless doing so is required to proceed. The only exception to this is tactical grenade contact when insta-kill is not active, as the contact damage dealt by them is so minuscule it might as well have done nothing at all. If any zombies die and I get a pop-up that doesn't explicitly say zombie melee kill, I failed the challenge. I am allowed to use equipment like decoys and concussion grenades provided physical contact doesn't kill the zombie. As stated, physical contact with the grenade cannot result in death in any way at all, whether it explodes or physically hits the zombie upside the head. As far as abilities and perk-a-colas go, I am only allowed to use ones that do not cause damage to enemies while having them or using them. This means my fair game perks are Juggernog, Quick Revive, Stamina Up, Deadshot Daiquiri, Tombstone Soda, and Death Perception. Elemental Pop and PhD Slider are banned due to their damage capability, and Speed Cola and Mule Kick ended up being useless in the context of the run. For abilities, we only are allowed to use Aether Shroud and Healing Aura, as they have no damage capability. At least, not intentionally. You'll see what I mean. I should note that a good amount of what you're about to see is me punching everything to death, so don't expect too much in the visual department and be prepared for repetition. I will skip over a lot of the stuff that I've already went through because I don't want to repeat myself halfway through the video 800 times. Trial and error is the name of the game, and good mother of God, there was a lot of both of them. Let's begin. The first few rounds of this are absolutely trivial. Most zombies up to round 6 will go down in 1 to 2 punches, which is a pretty good indication of the early game being fairly simple for the most part. I can focus primarily on punching zombies and racking up points. By round 3 I opened the first 2 doors and got myself out to the pond. I filled up on liquid fish and got back to the grind, focusing on getting down to the particle accelerator as fast as I could. I popped Aether Shroud for the first time, initially suspecting nothing of it and believing it wouldn't f*** me over. By the time I got to the Dark Aether, I got started getting the first pieces needed for the Die Machine upgrades, the fuse in particular, as that's one of the easiest ones to get first. This box has to be opened by being shot at. You're not allowed to punch it open, but since this is not a zombie, we're allowed to shoot this weapon. It's technically a legal move. My first dog round came around round 7, and it proved that Plague Hounds would be a big pain in the butt in future rounds to come. If you're using a gun, then normally it's fine. Just keep moving and keep shooting. The thing is that when your weapon is literally your own bare hands, it makes it very easy for the dogs to swarm you and bring you down to near death, especially if you have a train of dogs following you around. By round 8, I got back into the ether and started collecting pieces for the aether scope. Dogs became a problem again since every time you pick up a piece, a handful of low health dogs spawn, so you have to deal with them and the zombies surrounding you. I kept finding myself getting bottlenecked by zombies in multiple areas, particularly in narrow hallways with zombies coming from both sides. Usually Aether Shroud makes this a non-issue, but when you have to wait for the ability to recharge via kills, and again, you can only go out swinging, that makes it something you really need to save. Maybe a 10-2 will fare much better. I lasted a little longer in the second attempt, but I decided to make my primary focus getting to the power as quickly as possible. I think where I went wrong in the first attempt was working too hard to try to get perks first. I'm thinking like I'm playing with a gun when I should be focusing more on the objective and getting that taken care of as soon as possible. I started doing the old tired and true zombies tactic of camping near a window while repairing and killing to maximize the points I get in early game rounds. This time I was able to get down to the power by round 5 and throw myself into the Dark Ether a little earlier using the same build and kill tactic to build up points. I got the Pack-a-Punch up and running while working to outrun the dogs as best as I could. Unfortunately, I can't waste my time running around being chased like I'm a sentient bag of bacon strips, and I need to find a way to properly deal with the dogs at some point. I made use of the elevator portals as much as I could to move a little faster to get the pieces, and by the time I had all the parts I needed, a massive train of dogs was chasing me around the pack room. It seemed that just running around in circles using the shape of the room to build a dog train worked here, and once I got down to one last dog, I bought some Juggernog armor and got to progressing the Easter egg as far as possible. I built the Aether Scope and got to interviewing Casper and friends to get the password to get the computer that controls the big radioactive tube hanging from the ceiling. Unfortunately, I thought I got all the anomalies when I actually didn't, because when I got out of the ether, I couldn't access the computer. So I was forced to start round 7 and enter literal hell. I did get a double points, but it tends to be useful when you have an insta-kill. When you don't, it feels like you're just getting a reward for being more dangerous, and you're better off just, saving your own skin and not bothering at all. Once I was able to get back into the portal on round 7, I got the last anomaly and opened the computer. However, I still had to get the actual die machine, which meant one thing and one thing only.
EMF readings in your area just went off the charts.
I had to fight the Megaton. Now this is probably implied by the very concept of the run, but fighting the Megaton hand-to-hand stinks. This isn't like the dogs where I can pick off some health and back off. Well, I mean, that's how I dealt with it, but I also had the honor of having a horde of zombies chasing me while doing so, and having to deal with a crowd of Germany's finest while taking care of the resident glowing one is a massive pain. At some point I maneuvered the Megaton to throw his business at the mushrooms on the tree, so I at least had that piece of the Easter egg taken care of, and much to my genuine shock, I actually did manage to whittle down health far enough to get the Megaton to split, but now I had to do the exact same song and dance with the split pieces all over again. Great! The vast majority of my time spent in round 8, and 9 by the way, was spent playing the world's deadliest game of footsie with these two things. It only took 20 minutes, it's no big deal, it was fine. Once I picked up a quick revive and made it to round 10, both pieces were dead and I finally managed to pick up the keycard to get my hands on the die remote. After topping off with some dead shot, I hauled back to knock down Toten so I could prepare for the next step. I built a train together and started vacuuming zombies up. Dogs came in again on round 11 and I took the opportunity to bump up my armor a little and top off the machine by sucking up one of the dogs. I got the die machine and noticed a problem that might spell doom for the run. I got the weapon, but I still have the pistol. I lost my fists. No big deal, I'll cross that bridge eventually. I tried using the machine to knock down the wooden box holding literal glass that will stay intact when dropped from a high place while the wood literally explode, only to goof the process. I forgot how much splash range the die machine actually has and got 2 zombie eliminations trying to knock it over. I always hated how stupid this thing is when it comes to where you hit it, and you have to hit it in this very specific spot, otherwise it doesn't work at all and you waste your ammo. Whatever, let's just go to attempt 3. As much as I would love to end this video early with the phrase "third time's the charm," unfortunately that's not the case. But I wouldn't say this is a wasted run because this is where my strategy started to form since I seem to be luckier in terms of power-ups this time around. Double and bonus points were spawning early, which was good for early games so I can get as much points as necessary as quickly as possible. I also started making more use of the parkour mechanics and elevators to get what I needed to proceed a lot faster. Dogs briefly got me down, but I was able to outlast them if not by the skin of my teeth. I had a rough idea of my perk order by this point too. I needed to get Jug for the damage resistance, Quick Revive for the accelerated heating. Yes, accelerated heating. Quick revive for the accelerated healing, and stamina up for speed. By the time round 6 rolled around, I was busting my ass to get all the anomalies to open the computer again, but round 7 was where I met my end. I had a train going around the Pack-a-Punch room but goofed after playing my game of chicken with the Megaton. I lost track of where I was going and got myself surrounded with no shrouds or tactical grenades, ending that attempt. Attempt 4 is where I started doubling down on the strategy and focusing on small goals as I worked towards the Easter egg. I got double points in the control room, raked in cash, and got the power on by round 5 thanks to an insta-kill. Round 5 seemed to be the sweet spot for getting power on by this point, and I would frequently get there in later attempts. Dealing with megatons and trains is starting to get tedious, but nothing is too bad by now given I have an idea of how to deal with them. Other than that, not much happened here, but long story short, I failed. I want to say round 5 went off without a hitch, but I would be lying if that were true because this was the first of many attempts that ended in fault. The worst part was that the run got invalidated due to something I didn't even think was remotely close to possible whatsoever. The gist of it is that I got decently far and opened the die machine door and found myself in the courtyard. I was leading a train around to the main area when I stupidly backed up near a spot where I could not escape. Naturally, I popped the 8th shroud, and then this happened. For those unfamiliar with modern zombies, a zombie elimination prompt comes up when a zombie is killed by non-critical means. This gives you 90 points instead of 115 a critical or melee kill gives you. I don't know how or why a zombie was killed the very instant I used the shroud, but this technically makes this attempt invalid because whatever it was not the result of Fist becoming acquainted with Face. The state of this video looks pretty bad right now, I know, but don't worry, it gets worse. I'll preface this by saying I goofed here by sucking up a zombie with the die machine, but that's not why the run was a failure. Simply put, I ended up right back where I was in the second attempt with no avenue for escape in sight. I tried my damnedest to find some kind of way that would allow me to drop a weapon or equip the fists again. I combed the control menus up and down for something that would let me drop a gun, and while there is a keybind, it's only used in Warzone. My last idea was Mule Kick. A third weapon slot? Makes sense. But no, getting the Mule Kick does not, by default, enable a third weapon slot you can swap to. Technically it does, but it only takes effect the second you pick up a third gun. I scrambled up and down the internet for something that would let me drop a weapon, but unfortunately, I have to declare the run unwinnable in its current state. The final result is failure. You need a firearm to open the fuse box and get a die machine upgrade, and you need to pick up the die machine to progress the Easter egg. Mule Kick doesn't give you a third weapon slot unless you actively grab a third weapon. You cannot beat die machine with your fists. By yourself. In theory, this run is still possible, but when you're playing the map by yourself, the game's own inventory mechanics actively prevent you from doing this. I've shown it is possible to punch out zombies, dogs, and even the megatons with enough time and patience. If you have a full team of 4, hell, if you have one friend insane enough to do this with you, it can be done. And as much as I would love to drag one of my friends into a situation as crazy as this, I also recorded all this footage back in November and I don't feel like doing it again. So what did I do instead? There's still time left in the video after all. Fists are a melee weapon by technicality. You know what else is a melee weapon? A knife. Spoiler alert, the knife is infinitely better than the bare hands. Zombies go down in one shot most rounds like it's meant to be an actual weapon or something. Let me just say the video took on a life of its own at this point, so things might be a little bit weird in terms of everything. As I have literally just mentioned, the knife, as expected, kills easily. One successful hit is all you need for the majority of the game. I did have my melee weapon skill maxed out at the time of this recording, so it was fairly trivial to start. At some point during this attempt, I snagged a sledgehammer and an RPG from the random box to continue the game, but since I was moving kinda slowly, using it was actually detrimental if anything. I saved time and money in future attempts just sticking with the knife as much as I could. I also pack-a-punched it, but again, see previous editor's note. The change in loadout got me far enough to get the die machine and into the portion of the Easter egg where I could get the Electrobolt and Fireball upgrades, but unfortunately I lost the game at round 15 due to fault. I got farther than I did up until now, and I was at the portion of the Easter egg where you have to listen to the ghost of the 2 soldiers talk about stealing the power supply for the chamber. When you're blipped back to reality, you pick up a wrench and you have to bonk the tank a few times to wake up the zombie inside. Now before you go, the run is invalid because you have to attack the zombie to knock him back into the tank. That is true, but it doesn't invalidate the run. All kills have to be with a melee weapon, and I made it clear earlier that I'm not allowed to attack a zombie to near death with a firearm and then kill with a knife or fist. The zombie that climbs out of the tank does not need to be killed. All you have to do is bring harm to him, which I did ever so gently by means of pelting him with a stun grenade. Now you need an explosive to set off the tank, and this is where things get tricky. What you're supposed to do after convincing the zombie to go back to bed is throw an explosive, literally any explosive, onto the tank, let it explode, and the tank will fire. Naturally, I picked the explosive that has a massive goddamn radius by default. I threw a decoy down to hopefully draw zombies away from the explosion, but I didn't throw it far enough because as soon as I hit the boom switch, game ended. I'm lumping all these attempts together for the reason that nothing much of note happened in any of them apart from gaining progress, and one major theme. The Plague Hounds. The Plague Hounds, upon being killed, function very similarly to the Nova 5 gas upgrade that you get from the Die Machine, creating this little pocket of gas that when a zombie walks right through it, takes damage over time. So if you're not paying attention, you overwhelm heaven with too many dogs, you can end up sending a zombie right after it. And I shouldn't have to tell you that death by dog farts is not the same as committing surprise surgery. A few attempts ended this way, but I was eventually able to get around it by focusing on the human zombies first and saving the dogs for later. The 5th attempt with melee was the farthest I had gotten, right up until a dog killed a heavy zombie which I simply couldn't allow. Thankfully, through a combination of luck, something resembling strategy, patience, and a whole lot of swearing, I did manage to push even further towards the end. It's attempt 7, it's round 20, and I've once again gotten the megaton lured into the decontamination chamber. I only have the knife right now, but that's no skin off my back. I immediately sprinted towards the dead shot and ran back upstairs to get the last anomaly. It took a couple of minutes to get a few extra points, regain some armor before picking up the letter to trigger the final boss. I let Big Ugly vent about his stupid family and got to work. The strategy here is simply kill, kill, kill. Dogs and other megaton pieces spawn periodically, so what you need to do is be very careful to leave the dogs alone while also whittling away at the crowd of zombies surrounding your big friend downstairs. Ignoring the megatons and keeping distance from them is also key. It's not a good idea to engage them directly since they're more than happy to backhand you into the next life. The pick off and run strategy gets tricky when you're on the failsafe deactivation since you have to protect Orlov in a very narrow spot which makes it very easy to get bottlenecked inside. So the ring around the rosy technique is mandatory here so you don't mistakenly get cornered. It wasn't too big of an issue since I had Tombstone and myself revived still, but it's still something to think about. When round 21 turned over, zombies finally started needing 2 stabs to kill at the damage tier my knife was at, but I finally killed enough zombies to successfully be in the clear. The particle accelerator was ready to blow, and Orlov told me to get the f*** out. What I found weird here was that normally lightning is supposed to spawn as soon as you start to escape and block portions of your path to force you in a specific route, but for some reason it didn't this time. I popped a shroud to buy me some more time and made my way to the crash site. For a short while, the helicopter took its time and I had to run around in circles but got cornered and knocked down at the last possible second. For a very brief moment, I thought that was it. The literal last second, and I screwed up. But after remembering I had the self-revive still ready to go, I quickly removed the crap from my pants, got back up, and was airlifted out of there. Orlov exploded, and while I didn't beat Die Machine with my fists, I did beat it using nothing but melee weapons. This run was fun, but also wasn't at the exact same time. I was really hoping to be able to solo this with fists, but unfortunately the game's own design when playing by yourself gets in the way of that. It's still very much possible to beat this map by punching everything, but you literally cannot do it without the power of friendship. It's so stupid to hear out loud, come on. Once you lose your fists, you've lost them and there's no getting them back. You can't proceed beyond that point. If there's someone just as crazy as you and willing to Rocky Balboa their way to greatness with you, by all means, do it. Get some friends who are ready and willing to punch the lights out of everything on the planet with you and give this a shot. Thank you for watching, leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you have an idea for a challenge run, be sure to let me know as well. I'm always open to suggestions. I'm Mr. Max, I'll see you next time. Aliens. Life beyond Earth. It's an idea that's been in the heads of humans since we've been able to look at the sky and wonder what the heck is up there. Are we alone? Is something out there? Are they friendly or not? Can another planet support intelligent life? Is it possible they've been to Earth and we have yet to figure that out? Could they be walking on Earth right now, hiding in plain sight? I don't know where I'm going with this. Men in Black is a media franchise covering several movies released between 1997 and 2019. The franchise itself has its roots in a small series of comic books released between 1990 and 1991. The comic titled The Men in Black was created by Lowell Cunningham after a friend told him about the concept of the Men in Black itself, a concept popular among conspiracy theorists and pop culture about a supposed government agency whose sole purpose is to keep the existence of aliens a secret from the general public by any and all means necessary. A common topic when discussing things like the Roswell UFO incident of 1947 and military bases like Area 51. The first Men in Black movie would be produced by Columbia Pictures and released on July 2nd, 1997, starring Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith as Agent K and J respectively. The plot follows NYPD officer James Edwards as he joins the Men in Black and works with K to stop an alien from stealing a miniaturized galaxy and opening Earth to total destruction. This movie came out 25 years ago, so leave your spoiler warnings at the door. The movie itself was a critical and commercial success, generating a worldwide box office gross of $589 million against its budget of $90 million. Sequels would go on to be made in later years, with the most recent being Men in Black International as of 2019. With any popular media franchise comes the tie-in video games, to which Men in Black is no stranger to. Today I present to you Men in Black the Game for PC. Released in November of 1997 for Windows PCs in North America and in April of 1998 for PS1 exclusively in PAL regions. The game was developed by Gigawatt Studios and published by South Peak Interactive, both studios known for developing and publishing licensed and bargain bin junk, so that bodes well. I honestly couldn't find that much about Gigawatt online. Most places I was looking at seemed to be inconsistent about what games they made, and there's very little information behind their founding or creation. The most concrete information I was able to dig up was the games they developed. Men in Black was their first title, and they've only produced a handful of games. An Animorphs game for
Windows PC,
Secret Agent Barbie, Pinky and the Brain World Conquest, and the Roller Coaster Simulator Ultimate Ride before disappearing by 2002. As for South Peak, they existed between 1996 and 2013, far outlasting Gigawatt. As mentioned, they primarily published and licensed mediocre to okay at best titles. They did seem to do okay as a publisher for most of their history, but legal battles in the late 2000s and early 2010s eventually caused losses and led to the company being delisted from the American Stock Exchange in 2011. The last game published by the company would be Stronghold 3 on October 25th, 2011, before the company eventually vanished by 2013. Movie-based games are generally of weak to mediocre quality, so I did not have the highest hopes going into this. You don't hear about them as much these days unless it's some truly big-budget production, the recent Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy games being a couple examples off the top of my head, riding off the heels of the MCU movies and that one Unreal Engine Matrix demo. Movie games usually won't come across your mind unless you seek them out or stumble upon an ad for them. If you were growing up during the GameCube PS2 era or simply had the honor of owning any handheld pre-3DS, there's a good chance you have a movie game lying around somewhere. I remember commercials for them as well as being a kid and getting these types of games for birthdays and such. Men in Black is one game, like many before, that I tried a few times before giving up on. After finishing it, I fully get why. I started recording this game in November. It is April. Men in Black the game was an adventure and a half, and not in a good way. You're ready, I'm not. Let's begin. My adventure began with exploring the disc itself. Games were a lot simpler back then, with a lot of the game's data being in more common and easily accessible formats. You have access to everything that appears in this game, from textures, pictures, game HUD data, dialogue, and scans of real faces. Speaking of which, look at this! Who ran Will over with a steamroller? Installing the game was an adventure and a half because while the game would install on Windows, it wouldn't work. I was still on Windows 10 when I first recorded it, but compatibility mode didn't help that much because while I could get to the intro animations, the game kept crashing every time I got to the main menu. After some experimenting in various ways, I finally decided it was a good idea to pay attention to the error I was getting and realized I was running into a graphics problem. The game relies on Direct Draw, an aspect of DirectX that focuses specifically on 2D rendering. The Men in Black menu is exclusively in 2D, so the crashes make total sense here. I eventually turned to other software like DxVrapper, a program that translates older DirectX instructions to the more recent DirectX 11. It unfortunately didn't get me anywhere, so some more Google foo later, I found a tool on GitHub that actually worked. It's called DxWrapper, and from what I can tell works similarly to DxVrapper in that it helps older games using versions of equally older DirectX versions run better on Windows 10. I downloaded the program, turned on a couple switches in the INI file, and the game worked flawlessly. Even after updating to Windows 11, which I expected to break everything, still worked. I'll put a link to the download in the description. I wouldn't have been able to get this game working without it. The game starts off with a stylized cutscene in this comic book art style, which gives us a very brief synopsis of the beginning of a reported robbery in a New York City apartment, to which Jay responds to. All the game's major cutscenes are like this. I initially thought this style was paying homage to the original comic, which would have been a pretty nice touch on Gigawatt's part, but I was able to find scans of the books online and the style doesn't line up at all. Not to say I'm not going to give credit where credit is due, these cutscenes look okay for what they are and the style isn't bad. I want to say it could still be an homage to comics in general since that's the series' origin, but I can't be entirely sure. We're immediately dropped into the first level with no warning or tutorial as soon as this cutscene ends and we're given control of Jay. After turning on the game, I'm immediately reminded why I didn't like it as a kid. The first area wasn't as dark as I remember, probably could have just been the CRT monitor I had back then, but controlling this game takes a bit of getting used to, especially on a keyboard. This was one of those early 3D games before WASD became standard, so your movement is with the arrow keys. Most of your control is done with the arrow keys and some combination of Control or Alt. You can fight, jump, open and move through inventory, and interact with the environment through the spacebar. If we open said inventory, we have medkits and a gun. Weapons are on the left, while healing and game items are on the right. You go into this apartment and immediately need to beat the tar out of the first guy you see. The combat here is a bit gross early on. It's a control scheme you have to spend some time learning on a keyboard, but once you have an understanding of it, it's honestly still kinda gross. You essentially have your right hand on the arrow keys to move, fair enough, but if you want to run to get out of the way, you have to press shift. Left shift specifically. So your hand is basically spread eagle all the way across the keyboard with your thumb on the right alt and your pinky on left shift. If you have big hands, this might not be the worst, but I still wouldn't call it ideal. The concept of this level is to chase down a criminal, simple enough, but sometimes it isn't the most clear on where to go. What you have to do is go through this apartment, beat up the guy in there, defuse this bomb by taking off the wire at a very specific point, otherwise you go back to the first room and hear a weak one-liner about cops.
What? It didn't bring donuts?
Beat him up, go to the next room, and learn how to use the gun. If you equip it, you go into this aiming stance when holding the combat key. Aiming is somewhat automatic, sort of not. If you point at the general direction of an enemy, you can shoot them if you see this crosshair. Your ammo is limited, but you have the benefit of not needing to reload and the ability to find more ammo off of defeated enemies and on the ground in the form of pickups. You then partake in a nighttime New York City tradition by going out onto the fire escape and jumping into the conveniently located dumpster. At least, that's what you're supposed to do, but I had a hard time figuring that out. It was initially obvious at first that you had to get off the fire escape to proceed, but you can't just fall down. If you do, you get a game over. I spent a good while trying to understand what to do before I realized you're actually supposed to jump off the balcony, not just fall. We end up in a situation where the gun is mandatory as we're going against two men near a car who also have guns. I killed them both and my brain broke again as I tried to figure out how to get out. Logic dictated I could probably just jump out, but no. What you're supposed to do is put the gun away and kick down the front of the dumpster. Okay, how was I supposed to know this without guessing? You run through the nearby alley, beat up a few more guys, and climb on some boxes to get to the rooftops. I did some more fighting and fell to my death again. Jumping was needed to proceed, which I thankfully learned quickly. Once we get to the last rooftop, we have our first boss.
End of the line, Twinkle Toes.
I've got 8 bullets here, so this should at the very least knock out most of his health. What? Okay, look, I know this is a boss fight and all, but even then, what the heck is this? I expected it to take less damage, but not that much less. Look at the health bar. Punches and kicks do more damage. So this guy is a little more agile than anything else we've encountered so far and can actually attack faster, which, you know, I mean, okay, it's a boss. Fine, I get it. What ended up working for me was running around in circles and gradually whittling away his health. Once our foe's tummy ache takes him into the next life, K materializes out of nowhere and neuralizes us. And I mean that seriously, you can see the exact moment he spawns into the map. We're given another cutscene and a rundown of Jay being brought into the MIB. The audio mixing in this cutscene is just weird. What he's telling us is basically the mantra that was said just like in the movie, the whole "you don't exist, you were never born" shtick, but the music overpowers the dialogue most of the time so you can't understand what's being said.
No, it is over. You don't exist. You were never born. Anonymity is your name.
Imagine if I had the music at this volume every time I talked in one of my videos. Imagine if every video of mine sounded like this. Once the cutscene ends, we're dropped into the MIB HQ with no warning, Jay now in the suit that he makes look good. You have 3 things you can do here. Peek at the weapons to choose a loadout for your next mission, go shooting, or get briefed on your next mission and choose a new agent if you want. Alternatively, you can goof around with the game's camera changes. The game's plot, surprise surprise, is entirely unrelated to the movie as movie game tradition tends to be. Apart from the first level being kinda sorta related to the beginning of the movie, but not really, the game's plot is entirely original, with its own settings and antagonists apart from a few things such as characters involved in alien types. The game involves, as you'd expect, investigating phenomena or incidents that are the result of alien activity. As mentioned, your first mission was chasing down a criminal in the streets of New York, and I've already discussed what you do in it. Next level tasks you with going to a research station in the Arctic. The team has been silent for a week and needs a welfare check.
Nothing like a nice bracing wind to make you feel alive.
There's a hefty amount of wandering around and figuring out where to go. Your ultimate goal is to determine what happened to the crew stationed here. You get a shotgun at least, which is always fun. After getting some context clues and picking up some weird stuff scattered about, you find yourself turning on the power after killing what few humans are left here who have gone completely mental. After turning on the power, calling SOS via telegraph, and feeding the dog nearby, you go back to the first building and immediately get gassed to death. What you're supposed to do is figure out a way to turn on the security system, but the only context clues you have are the currently deactivated security system, this bedroom, pictures, and a terminal PC. The PC is password locked and you need to figure out how to get in to turn on the security system. I, no joke, was running around for about half an hour trying to figure out what to do and resorted to an online walkthrough. The password here, as it turns out, is Daisy, which can be found in the pictures near the same desk. The funny thing is, there's no indication or hint that this is the password. I feel like the game assumes you're meant to guess that just because this name happens to be written down next to the PC. I'll touch more on this later. Anyway, after turning on the surveillance system, you end up finding tracks through the snow that lead you to a hidden underground base. You go through killing and looting the aliens inside before rigging the self-destruct. You scramble around like a chicken with his head cut off and barely escape as the base explodes. You're then given a brief regarding the blood sample you found in the base. This leads into a third level taking you into the Amazon. Miners have reported that a non-human creature has been attacking down there and you have to go find out what the heck it is. Here's a rundown of my experience with this level. Get shot down by invincible guards, get patted down, beat the snot out of the local population, meet Francisco who asks you to get him out of town, go to the doctor, kill him in cold blood, steal his credit card, upset a homeless man.
Senor, venga. Is it cocktail hour already? I have no money to buy a ticket home. Please, you help me. Certainly you can take pity on an old man. Sorry, but I gave at the office. Welcome to hell, senor. You'll see.
Use an ATM, give Francisco the tickets, go to a secret wall behind the doctors, kill guards, jump to the roof, kill more guards, loot the building for information, sneak past sniper turrets, go up to the mine, beat up aliens, loot cave, endure a bullshit jumping puzzle, aliens, puzzle 2 electric boogaloo, go into secret temple, die, go into secret temple again, beat up invisible alien. Remember this picture? Puzzle 3 Revenge of the Sith, elevator with no music, a cockroach kid abducted, end level. I forgot to mention there's this priest that's actually an alien and the end of the interaction made me lose it.
Hasta mañana, baby. What a character.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Next, you learn that the company that owns the mine is a front by a so-called Skip Frails, who is a multi-billionaire who runs a tech firm. Agent H was sent before you to go investigate this guy, but has not returned, so someone has to go pick him up and ask Frails what's going on. After climbing up 4 elevators and enduring some USDA prime grade bullshit thanks to constantly spawning alien bot things that shoot, which I could only stomach with cheat codes while solving a mirror puzzle, you end up fumbling around through a high-tech facility with more aliens and some more door puzzles. Eventually, you get to Agent H hanging upside down from the ceiling, and given how long he's probably been hanging like that, the blood probably pooled in his brain and he's dead. After beating up the only other human left in this building, he reveals himself to be an alien that you have to kill again. When you try to save H, the floor opens up and we're tossed in a one-on-one between you and Frails in a mech suit, which to me was not beatable in the position I was in without cheating. Frails drops some nonsense about building a PC underneath the background music.
I've created the most powerful computer in the world. Strike that. The universe.
Oh, so that's where all the GPUs were going. I want you all to know now that I cheated a lot while playing this game, and I am not sorry. There are some things in this game that are designed to be annoying that I frankly did not have the patience for, and I'm usually patient when it comes to games that do this. If my last video is any indication, I like trial and error, but this game has tested my limits in some spots. No shame, I popped the restore health cheat like I was being paid to do it, especially in the final boss since Frails can eat half your health in a couple of hits. When you beat Frails, he falls apart like a character in a Lego game and you get one final talking to from Zed who says everyone's earned a nice 2-day vacation.
Good work, people. You are each instructed to take 48 hours of R&R which will not be counted against your vacation time. Enjoy the break, everyone. As always.
And the game ends. You're booted back to the main menu, And that's it. Men in Black the game begins its story and ends it across a whopping total of 4 levels. For a game that probably cost $20 to $40, assuming it wasn't immediately chucked into the discount bin at Staples upon release, that's embarrassing. Yeah, it was 1997, we can't be that hard on it, but here's a few other games that came out in 1997 for Windows and DOS in particular. Lego Island, Postal 1, the original Diablo, Fallout 1, Carmageddon, Quake 2, MDK, Age of Empires, Blood, The Curse of Monkey Island, Tomb Raider 2, the original GTA, and the PC version of Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. And that's just games for PC. I'll touch more on this game's length later, because I need to talk about gameplay. In a word, ew. This control scheme suffers a lot from old PC game genes where the controls are all over the place instead of one easy general area. Arrow keys, caps lock, function keys just for controls, assuming you don't just hit escape, spacebar, control key, alt key, shift key on the other side of the keyboard, it's all just bleh. I can see why this game was ported to PS1 later down the line. This control scheme would make a lot more sense with a controller. Hold the shoulder button and use the directional buttons or something. You keep the same wacky control scheme, but it makes a lot more sense. The amount of times you could easily resolve this, tools like X360 CE and DS4 Windows exist which allow for easy button mapping with a modern controller. Steam has it too right out of the gate, but this game has no gamepad support out of the box and I try to play the game as intended, with the keyboard in this case. And holy moly, the keyboard here sucks. The guns are functionally identical with varying degrees of usability. You also have access to the Neuralizer, the famous mind-wiping pen, which in this game serves as a way to stun enemies temporarily. If I were to describe melee combat briefly, in all seriousness, the combat is clunky since you have to hold another key on the keyboard to do any fighting and it makes you a sitting duck. While holding down the combat button, unless you're holding a gun, you can't move or turn at all. Each arrow key becomes one of 4 moves which you can do, which is either a punch, kick, or a guard. I don't know if I went nuts playing this game, but I am absolutely convinced that the kick is more viable than anything else. It has more reach than the punches do, and you're less likely to miss than with the punches, so if you're not throwing bullets at someone, you're more often than not kicking the universe into extinction. That's not to say the punches are entirely useless. If you have those opportune moments, you can do a quick combo just to shave off a little bit of extra health with the punches, but that's about it. Oh, and a special mention to L, whose kick is somehow worse than everyone else's. L is functionally identical to J and K, but for some reason L has a unique kick animation which, okay, it looks cool I guess, but it makes her kick a lot slower than it should be. The time to finish the animation causes 2 problems. It creates a larger window of attack for your opponent to knock off some of your health, and makes you more likely to miss with some enemies because by the time you're finished with your Beyblade impression, the enemy has already moved out of the way. Yeah, you can use the gun to make quick work of some encounters, but since ammo is limited to begin with, you need to save some of it for more risky encounters instead of blasting every enemy you find. Even the guns don't work too well. The aiming, while it works, can be a bit iffy. Sometimes you can be pointed directly at the enemy you want to shoot and the crosshair just won't feel like it, even at close ranges, which makes it very problematic if there's another enemy shooting at you at a spot where you need to shoot to make the area a little more bearable. Take the platforming segment in level 3 for instance. Not only do you have to time your jumps to get across, you have this fat idiot shooting at you the whole time, which can screw you up if you're not paying attention. Coming back to the core game, every mission boils down to the same thing. Go to this area, search the region for clues, some of which are blink and you'll miss it, pick up a thing, punch out a guy, kill this alien, lather, rinse, repeat 4 times. I understand that this is a gross oversimplification because there are some things that you need to do first, but this game as a whole is tedium. It doesn't feel satisfying when you solve a puzzle or finish a fight, and even then that only feels good because you get to go back to a vaguely normal control scheme again. The puzzles are kind of I wouldn't call them bad, but they're not necessarily great either. The game suffers from what I like to call blink and you'll miss it syndrome when it comes to them. There's certain aspects to puzzles where if you have no idea what you're supposed to do, you could spend a long time wandering around looking for one tiny thing you overlooked or couldn't see at all. An easy example is the computer in the Arctic base. I already mentioned there's no indication what the password to the PC is from what I could tell. Maybe I'm blind, maybe I'm stupid, maybe I was distracted by this calendar, but it feels like you're just supposed to make the connection yourself and just guess it. I'm not asking this game to tell me what I'm supposed to do outright, but there should be at the very least some nod to the correct direction. Be vocal about something, leave some more background information apart from what's happening in the base to the people working here. Yeah, there's some interesting bits from the researchers and even the doctor's reports, some of which are just outright horrifying, but that doesn't tell me anything. The PC belongs to Koenig, and the most concrete thing I could find to connect the password choice to him was this photograph and the fact that he's scheduled to take care of the dogs for 2 different weeks during a 5-week period. Nothing else was present in the game's art folders to hint at this, and the audio didn't tell me anything either. If there was at least maybe some indication from one of the others about how much he loves this one specific dog out of the bunch apart from this photo, it would help. Another more egregious example is in the Amazon. There's a puzzle which requires 3 plates. There's a guide in one of the plates to grab in the buildings outside of the mine, and the other 2 plates are inside the mine. What you're supposed to do is drop the plate in the center, and using the info sheet you got from the same building, step on the correct stones in the sheet to open this large door. In later recordings I got the first and second plates just fine, but plate number 3? Well, it's in this room. Now, tell me, look closely at this image for a bit and tell me, where is the plate? If you haven't found it yet, it's here. The plate blends in way too well with the background. Who was going to see this? I sure didn't. And again, no indication the plate is here. I was running up and down the mine going through this fucking jump puzzle back and forth looking for it. And that's not even my only problem with this level because, believe it or not, I managed to soft lock the game. Continuing with the plates, in my first attempt, I forgot to get a plate from the building. This little guy here. Plates have to go on the floor in a specific order to do this puzzle. I didn't realize I forgot the plate until I checked a walkthrough. Okay, no big deal. I could just go back and get the plate, right?
I'm done.
There is a firing squad outside of the mine. Why? No big deal. I'll just crack open the invincibility cheat, go back to town, and I can't open the door. Once you enter the mine, you're locked out of that portion of the level, and you can't go back. If you forget to get that plate, and you don't have a save that was in that part of the level, you have no choice but to start the level all over again at best, or the whole game at worst. However, we don't live in 1997. It's current year. The internet is much more widespread than it was back then, which means we can cheat like never before. To enable cheats, you have to pause the game and type Dougmatic until the game unpauses itself. Why Dougmatic? I genuinely cannot tell you. Is it a reference? An inside joke? I have no idea. Once the game tells you cheats are on, you have to pause the game again and type a special phrase which will then enable the cheat. I'll show them all on screen now. Once again, I am happily admitting to cheating in this game. I wanted to finish this game sooner rather than later. The heal me cheat was my best friend towards the end. I avoided use of the invincibility and infinite ammo cheats because that would have made the game way too simple. I only used the invincibility cheat once, and that was to get past the hail of bullets outside the mine. Move Me was necessary to restart levels and get out of the soft lock. I refused to use it to progress through the game and skip levels, only to restart. There is an odd quirk with the agent cheats. I used this cheat to switch back to Agent L when I restarted a level after the aforementioned soft lock, but only because I spawned in a civilian attire J for some reason.
This is the thanks I get.
When I swapped agents, I was missing an item. Here's my inventory when I was playing as J, and here it is after going to L. My inventory was reset to basic weaponry and no other level specific items, so I wanted to be sure of something. Can this cheat code force a soft lock? So I did some experimenting. I loaded the Amazon, shot the doctor in cold blood, took his wallet, and then ran the code to switch back to J, and look! It's gone! I've never seen a cheat code actively break the game like this, let alone have it be a code that changes characters. But enough of my escapades in playing God. Let's talk about the assault on my eyes and ears brought on by this game. It's 1997, so I'm gonna be a little lenient. The game doesn't look that bad. The backgrounds on a lot of 2D images are pre-rendered CGI, which looks okay for the time period. This was smack in the middle of the PS1 era, and since new consoles wouldn't be out for a few more years, it was still pretty early relatively speaking. And if I were to compare it with the cutscenes of, say, Fallout 1, which released a month prior to this game, I'd argue the CGI is on par, though that game's visuals are a little more stylized than this in terms of 3D. The 2D images that are not pre-rendered pictures aren't great, but I'd chalk that up more to general aging, tech limitations, and the fact that this was Gigawatt's first game, so I imagine they didn't have much manpower or money to invest into higher quality graphics. Everything serves its purpose for what it is, though I will say, some of the game's art, it ain't amazing. I imagine these inventory screens look fine on a CRT, but when blown up onto a 1080p LCD monitor, they aren't exactly the greatest looking things on earth. Plus, some of the imagery just isn't great to begin with. You can clearly tell this image of Jay on the inventory screen is just drawn on top of one of the other ones. L's honestly looks fine, and so does K, though to a lesser extent. He looks like the G-Man. There are little details that I honestly can appreciate, mainly in the form of the game over screens. Each area does have at least one unique game over screen relevant to a specific way which you can lose, which, to be fair, is not groundbreaking by any stretch of the imagination, especially by this point, but little details like that I can, again, absolutely appreciate, even if they are simple animations. But there is one that, it's easier if I show you. The game is a shooting gallery where you can learn the game's combat mechanics, which I would have rather gotten prior to level 1, but it's still good to have. Unlimited ammo, and you can spend as much time as you want until you lose or win. The game over screen looks like this when you lose. Bugdom options menu, eat your heart out. This is the best worst game over screen I have seen up to this point. The disgusting color contrast with the freaking impact meme font made me crack up in the dead of night. I'm not saying that I could do better, but I could literally make this in Metabang Paint in 2 minutes. And I can prove it.
Ready?
Most of the music in the game is ambient noise and is also compressed a little bit. It's par for the course for the time period, if anything, and it's not much to blow smoke over. But the music, what little there is. It's okay. As for sound effects... yeah, the sound effects alright. Dialogue-wise, the characters are always saying something in regards to the environment or the things going on around them. The voice acting is honestly meh at best when going through the levels. It's not too bad to complain about, but not mind-blowing either. I will complain about one thing though. Whoever was voicing L was phoning it in. And you can tell.
The customer's always wrong. Is that your policy? Don't mind if I do. I'm done. Got me. I'm warning you. This is making me mad.
Contrast this with the voice lines for J and K.
Now you can rest all you want. I love New York. This is the thanks I get. Let's rumble.
If Zed could see me now. Don't these mushrooms ever quit? Well, that didn't help one bit. Maybe you haven't noticed, but this place is about to do a July 4th on us, and I'd just as soon get the hell out of here before it does.
Granted, they're not that much better, but it feels like there's at least some attempt at emotion or personality in the voice lines. Elle sounds bored or annoyed half the time. It's like her VA was just waiting for the check and did the bare minimum. The one-off characters sound okay. Whoever was voicing Francisco did an okay job.
Beat it. I have no money.
Are you Francisco?
I told you I have no money.
I don't want money. I want information.
You? Information?
But Frails...
I must say... you people are quite persistent. Little minds never learn. See, progress is like a steamroller. You get in its way, you get rolled over. Simple as that.
Man chewed the scenery like a piece of gum. I don't want to be too mean. Whoever voiced him was clearly trying to have fun with it and hammed it up for that insane tech billionaire role. For something like Men in Black, which was billed as a sci-fi action comedy when the movie came out, that's fine. If anything, I'd encourage that too. It makes me glad I played the final boss as J instead of L. If I did that, I wouldn't nearly be as kind. From the reviews and descriptions of this game I've read online, I see people call this game survival horror. If this game is survival horror, then Midtown Madness 2 is a realistic driving sim. I can see the survival horror elements, the ammo and healing item scarcity, the enemy encounters where you need to think quickly to save your skin, certain musical cues, one of which actually did manage to make me jump the first time, but the problem is the game doesn't play well and the style of the game doesn't suit the universe it's set in, and it feels pretty damn boring for what you're doing in it. For the obvious comparison, let's look at the original Resident Evil since this came out around a year earlier. I decided to spend 1 hour with the original Resident Evil completely blind. My experience with this series begins and ends at RE5, so consider this first impressions on the original game in its purest form, with Men in Black being my only frame of reference. I had more fun in that single hour than in all the time I spent with Men in Black. It plays very similarly. It makes sense why MIB was ported to the PlayStation because the control scheme is very familiar with what I experienced in my playthrough. You have 10 controls with the D-pad, a dedicated run button, inventory that takes you away from the action, a specific button that you hold to enter a combat stance with the directional buttons changing what you do dependent on if you're using melee or a firearm. But the control scheme works here because we have a proper controller to work with. This type of control scheme was designed with the traditional gamepad in mind. Resident Evil was designed as a console game from the ground up from the point of its inception. It translates fine enough to a keyboard, but it doesn't feel natural like it does on a PlayStation controller. To not have gamepad support out the box, let alone have the ability to change which keys do what on the keyboard, feels like a major oversight. It would probably still feel clunky, but whatever I could set it to would still feel more natural than the current scheme. In some ways, MIB is easier than Resident Evil. I'd argue I could shoot enemies faster, I don't have to worry about reloads, and having a non-limited inventory is always nice. But in Resident Evil, everything was limited. Ammo, healing items, inventory space, even the ability to save. It made me want to be conservative about what I had and what I could take with me. What should I leave behind for now? What do I know I'm going to need later? Do I use an ink ribbon now, or do I risk losing everything I've done in order to push further? I actually felt like I needed to be careful with how I progressed lest I make a mistake and lose everything. I didn't feel that way in Men in Black. Yeah, ammo was limited, but it felt more like a nuisance than anything. I've mentioned that in some cases you'd think a gun would be more helpful, it actually sometimes isn't, so you're better off just doing the riskier hand-to-hand combat anyway. A survival horror game should frighten the player even a little bit through setting, ambiance, and mood on top of the gameplay, and that was not happening in Men in Black. Yeah, the settings and background info were weird, but I wouldn't call it scary. It felt pretty on brand for Men in Black most of the time, and the series isn't exactly known for horror. Wandering through the underground areas plastered wall to wall with alien nonsense felt typical, like it's supposed to be here because the aliens are here. I didn't feel unnerved or think anything was out of place. I mean, yeah, this stuff is clearly out of place with everything else, but for someone in the position of an MIB agent, I wouldn't call this a horror setting. I call it a night at work. You know there's alien nonsense afoot. It's just a matter of you finding it first, and when you do, you don't go, oh dear god, what the hell is going on? You go, oh good, I'm getting close to the end. Look at Resident Evil and the mansion it's set in. You have unknown creatures running around outside and what appears to be zombies inside what is an otherwise fairly normal looking mansion for the most part. You're part of a special ops team, and as far as you and anyone else was concerned, you were just investigating why another team had gone dark after investigating strange murders in Raccoon City. Members of your team are missing, and you have to look for wherever they may be while the story unfolds around you instead of everything being spoon-fed to you right then and there. Everything feels concise and carried together throughout the game as you gradually piece together what was going on inside the mansion the more you search. While playing as Chris, I managed to get far enough to read the Keeper's diary, detailing his infection and gradual transformation into a lumbering, flesh-hungry beast. Not only did it serve as a good piece of background to what was really going on in the mansion, it was a genuinely frightening read as I see him start off coherent to suffering from an unknown infection to barely being able to string together anything resembling a sentence. Speaking of monsters, in Men in Black, when an enemy went down, and I was sure of it. I didn't have to worry about it then. In Resident Evil 1, yeah, an enemy could slump over and die, but it could just come right back up again. It made me reconsider combat in that game. Do I waste my time pumping lead into zombies on the chance I might be safe? Or do I maneuver my way around them and save the effort and ammo for something I have to fight? The game kicked my ass up and down the street. I died way more than I should have, but I still felt like I wanted to continue. There's still more mazes of doors in the mansion to go through, so if one spot isn't working out, I can always go somewhere else and try to progress. Contrast with Men in Black, where whenever I died, I felt annoyed that I lost progress and had to do certain segments all over again. This feeling was somewhat mitigated by save scumming, but again, no satisfaction in finishing the hurdle. Just frustration. I have to go this way, I don't have any other choices. I think this is why Men in Black suffers as much as it does. It's too linear and it doesn't leave enough background info. There's one set path you have to take and nothing is used to point you in the right direction or hint at what's going on until you discover that direction. This game wants to be Resident Evil, but it doesn't understand what made Resident Evil enjoyable. It doesn't feel like survival horror. It feels like a puzzle game that spent way too much time making itself look nice and ultimately forgot to make the puzzles worthwhile, and you just happen to have combat in it. The short length along with how cryptic the game is early on doesn't help matters either. Now, difficult games with a short length, I can understand. A lot of 80s and 90s era arcade games did that, but keeping the player engaged is the most important thing when you make a game like this. Making sure that even when the player loses, the player is having fun, that they feel the need to actually want to keep going, which, I will reiterate, was not happening with me with this game. Fun fact, during one of my recording sessions, I genuinely fell asleep. I have, no lie, never ever fallen asleep playing a game prior to this. That should tell you everything. I was playing level 2 around 11 PM that night. I closed my eyes for a brief second, and when they opened, it was half past midnight. So now I have footage of Kay standing in a room doing pretty much nothing for an hour occupying my hard drive. There is some good in this, but it's all flash. Pre-rendered CGI can make any game from this time look okay if the artists are competent enough, which they clearly were here, but this effort doesn't feel like it was reflected in the gameplay. They could have done anything else other than this for a Men in Black game, but they didn't. I had low expectations going in. I can't say I'm entirely surprised. Maybe the PS1 version is better, I don't know. Even with the crummy games, I could still find some fun in them through glitchiness or general jank, but I wasn't able to do that with this. Even for its time, this was a weak game. I don't know what the game cost brand new, but it was probably way too much. It's safe to say that this game is going to go back on the shelf. I don't think I'm going to be revisiting it again anytime soon. Thank you for watching. Leave your thoughts down in the...
This hour? Really?
Hey, I just happened to be in the neighborhood and I was wondering if you had a copy of Men in Black the game. I've been trying to hunt down the game for a collection I'm building and I heard someone here had it. You alright? Sorry, you look like me. Like, exactly. I get that a lot. This is like the fourth house to say that. Do you have the game? Yeah. Hang on. Here you go, man. Spoiler alert, it's not that great. Fine by me. Thanks, dude. Want to see something cool? Sure. Nice prop. You some kind of cosplayer or something? You never played any Men in Black game. You misremembered with some other crappy Resident Evil knockoff you can't remember the name of. What you're gonna do now is get your ass back to your desk and go play some other game. Okay? Glad we understand each other. Have a nice day. H&M. Yeah, done and over with. I got the disc. Look, man, I might have been cloned from his brain, but I'm not as stupid as he is. I got his copy of Men in Black like we discussed. Wait a minute. God damn it, he put Frogger in the box.
Object or creature surfacing in Lake Mead. So far, photos of the so-called Lake Mead monster are grainy and underexposed. The news has been brought to you by the Vicky and Vance Casino. Vicky and Vance, be our partners in crime. Got a song for you now. It's about a guy who's cold on the exterior, but deep down, you know, he's a good man. And his name is Johnny Guitar.
No. Johnny can take his guitar and shove it. I swear to God, that dude plays this song every other hour. And that would be Thirst. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die. I knew I should have stayed in Boston. Oh, good. I get to not die of thirst, and I get to loot the place for cash. Sweet. Huh. This place actually doesn't look too bad. Better condition than the other holes in the floor I've been to.
Howdy, partner!
My parameters here are pretty straightforward. If I kill something, it's gotta be with the Pew Pew laser pistol. The Pew Pew is a pistol, but not every laser pistol is the Pew Pew, simple as that. I've gotta follow the story as closely as possible. I am well aware nothing is stopping me from throwing myself into Vegas immediately. I've done it enough times, but that's no fun. Game is on very hard because pain, and I'm not allowed to use companions. There was additionally another parameter of only healing using Sunset Sarsaparilla, but that got ruined pretty quickly. I'll explain later as to why, but overall, no food, no other drinks, and no stim packs, and technically speaking, no buff out. I am allowed to use a doctor's bag to heal crippled limbs as the only exception, and I will note that I did adhere to the Sunset Sarsaparilla healing for the majority of this run. I woke up in the loving arms of Doc Mitchell after being shot in the face. I was instructed to build who I would be and decided my character would be as close to a human Festus as possible, though in my opinion it ended up looking like I ordered Nigel Thornberry from Wish. My special points were allocated into Perception, Agility, and Charisma. Unlike Fallout 4, I actually decided to try and read what I would be affecting this time. Since Perception affects energy weapons, I figured I would benefit from it being maxed out early on. Agility for movement and reload speed, and Charisma was more for perk reasons than anything given how the playthrough went. I didn't really think think of anything specific when making this up. My tag skills were barter, energy weapons, and survival. I picked survival specifically under the assumption that I would get more health from drinking sarsaparilla, but I did some googling and take a wild guess as to which specific food item is not affected by the survival skill in any capacity. Once I was finished, I robbed Doc Mitchell blind after dropping all the stuff from the DLC packs. I decided to beeline for the factory after getting what sodas I could from town. Doing so made me understand why the game throws you towards Nipton first, because I quickly became acquainted with the local cazadors and other assorted wildlife. I did briefly manage to lure some scorpions and geckos into a fight with others to get a chance to breathe, but I kept dying and even got jump scared at one point. I also briefly ran into the local vipers who decided to throw bullets in my general direction, much to my dismay. Early on, I hotkeyed the sarsaparilla so I wouldn't have to constantly pause the game to heal myself. The big horners saved me at some point, but then proceeded to turn on me as well. The cazadors continued to rip me apart, but I eventually found my way around only to find myself in Deathclaw territory. This required me to sneak as much as I can, but it became a problem since the Deathclaws immediately spot you when they so much as see a single skin flake coming off of you, which a couple of them did. One even became good friends with a wall. Trial and error soon got me closer to my goal. I could see the factory in the distance, but now I had to deal with the fiends in the area. A group with both conventional and energy weapons doesn't spell anything good for a low level who is literally defenseless right now. I tried the same tactic I did with the geckos by luring them to an NCR soldier that was nearby, but the guy ran away. Don't you have a gun? Get back here! It took a few tries between being killed by friends and making friends with the local minefield, but I eventually found myself where I needed to be, right at the factory door. My original plan was to try to do this for real, but I couldn't feasibly see myself running around Vegas looking for all 50 caps needed to finish the quest. By the time I have all the caps I need, I could just fast travel around and finish the game. There would be no point. Plan B was to play Lucky Horseshoes until I got all the needed caps, but that plan got grenaded pretty much instantly. Per the Fallout wiki, of the times you get rewards from winning a game, 24% of the time you'll get a card for your caravan deck, 6% of the time you'll get a blue star cap, and the rest of the time you get up to 9 standard caps. So assuming you were to consistently get 6 star caps every 100 games, you would have to play Lucky Horseshoes over 800 times, and that's being generous with the odds. You can see why I gave this up quickly, because I'm pretty sure I'd die of thirst by the time I got everything I needed. My next plan was to push through the factory and get my prize by force, assuming the Protectrons didn't slap that dream down. Against all odds, I made my way to the prize room, but now I had another problem. These doors will not open unless you complete Legend of the Star. So how do we get in? Those familiar with Fallout 3 and New Vegas speedruns know of the quick save quick load wall clip, which is what I used here. With great difficulty. It was one thing to get into the area for the prize room, but actually getting into the damn prize room was a problem within itself. I spent half an hour trying to figure out how the hell I was supposed to clip through the walls because no matter where I tried, I couldn't quite get through. Of course, I wasn't in the right area. Enough of you would see me fumble around Boston with a flamethrower to know I'm physically incapable of doing things correctly. This glitch works better with a more complex wall, so instead of using the flat intact walls like I should have been using the more conveniently placed garbage and rubble nearby. That thankfully ended up working, but now I had another problem. Getting into the room itself. It's not attached to anything other than the hallway. What ended up working was going upstairs, clipping into the adjacent wall above, walking through the ceiling, landing on the rubble going into the bathroom, landing on the minuscule sliver of floor that was sticking out of the prize room, and then clipping inside. This took a few tries since I kept falling, and whatever genius designed this interior set the entrance to the factory as the center of the cell. Once inside, I got my gun, looted the free shit, and had to get out. Not a total issue since there's a lot of objects that allow me to clip through, and all I needed to do was fall down and leave the factory. Now I had the pew pew and was only slightly more armed and dangerous. I tested my new toy and the local fiends to see if it would go well. Yeah, it didn't. I returned to the factory and snagged every single full bottle of soda that I was able to get my hands on, and continued to forget that most of the boxes in the factory only have empty bottles as much as it annoyed me. I enjoyed target practice with the Protectrons when they weren't killing me, and at a certain point I had to find a balance between barter material and soda bottles to maintain my storage space. I leveled up for the first time and chose to dump my skill points into energy weapons and barter, and snagged Confirmed Bachelor as my first perk. 10 more damage against the same gender is a no-brainer as a male character. As mentioned earlier, I wanted to follow the story as closely as possible. I'm not going into the strip if I do not know where Benny is. I went back to Good Springs and recycled ammo for the first time. This is going to be very crucial later as I can only buy ammo in so many places. I should note that this is going to be a very kill-heavy playthrough. Leveling up quickly is important as I need to get myself as protected as possible due to how limited I am in terms of equipment and healing items. Speaking of protection, a lack of ammo was becoming very apparent very quickly once I got to Prim. I teleported back to the Church of Festus before seeking out a store to buy ammo from. The Pew Pew, to my understanding, is the strongest laser pistol available in the base game by normal means. By comparison, a normal unmodified laser pistol in perfect condition does 12 damage per shot with standard ammunition, has a 30-round magazine using only 1 energy cell per shot. The Pew Pew has a ridiculous 75 damage per shot in perfect condition with standard ammo and has a 10-round magazine. Unlike the normal pistol, the Pew Pew uses 5 energy cells per shot, allowing it to only fire twice before needing to reload, hence the name. The Pew Pew itself is still somewhat expensive to use, but is pretty powerful apart from a few things. You have the occasional goof where the laser can miss entirely despite being aimed right at someone, which can also make it somewhat dangerous to use as you have some more time spent reloading, which leaves you open to attack. Durability is something to mention as well. The Pew Pew is about 1/3 as durable as the stock laser pistol and will break after 395 shots from perfect condition. This is ultimately a non-issue as any standard laser pistol can be used to fix the weapon. Another thing important to note is the ammo requirements, or better yet, the technical lack of them. Yes, the Pew Pew uses 5 energy cells to fire a single laser, but 5 cells are not required to shoot or even reload the Pew Pew. If a player is carrying 100 energy cells in their inventory, this will translate to 20 shots with the Pew Pew, simple enough. But as long as you have a single energy cell in your inventory above or below 5 rounds, you can shoot the gun. 99 energy cells is still technically 20 shots despite being 1 short. 101 cells becomes 21 shots, 106 becomes 22, so on and so forth. Even if you have 1 cell loaded into the gun, you'll be able to shoot. Back in Vegas, I did some more exploring in the various portions of the Vegas ruins for soda and ammo. I also went to an apartment complex, and after watching a man drink the inferior beverage that will not be named, I quietly closed his door, looked at him carefully, and... Later on, after getting to level 3, I continued my search for ammo. First stop was the gun runners with no success apart from a cash injection, then Milk and Ralph's, and then the Van Graffs. This might seem contradictory to what I said earlier about not wanting to reach Vegas before finding out where Benny is, but I said I'm not going into the strip. I'm just wandering around Freeside and adjacent areas for ammo supply. Speaking of, I popped the Stealth Boy and swiped everything in the Van Graffs that wasn't nailed down, keeping the ammo and selling back everything else. I bought their microfusion cells too, since ammo conversion is possible if your science skill is high enough. I farmed ammo briefly by standing in their store for 2 days straight and then took up their offer for a job because I could honestly use the money, ammo, and armor from them. I was then tasked with screening people for entry into the store. I did the quest normally at first, but I thought it would be funny to mess up the last guy on purpose. Now, I figured something bad would happen since my recollection involved this dude opening fire on us. What I expected was something bad, what I wasn't expecting was to be blasted to the other side of the street.
Get pranked, nerds.
I shouldn't have to tell you why they didn't like this at all. I made my way back to the Bison Steve to save Deputy Beagle and get more information on where Benny was. My next destination was Novak, but not before some powder gangers decided I was going to die. It ended poorly, but not for me. I started hunting the local centaurs, which was a waste of ammo in hindsight, but it got me to level 4 and gave myself the educated perk. Later on, I followed some train tracks and entered Nipton through the back. Oliver Swanek was killed anyway because I had no interest in finding out who won the lottery today. My first attempt was met with failure, so I went into Nipton the proper way after hunting Big Horner, killing the people fighting over star caps, and killing Oliver Swanek again. I had to do a game of Ring Around the Rosie with Vulpes and his crew, but multiple deaths, VAT usage, and an excessive amount of chems later, I finally got rid of Vulpes because I'm the only dog-headed idiot allowed to be in this town. This brought me to level 5 and my first problem with the game. On my second day of recording, I ran into an issue. I started up my game and was loading the game for 10 minutes straight with no progress. I was briefly afraid I might have to start the game over, but I loaded an autosave which thankfully loaded normally and got myself to Novak. Of course not before getting my ass spread like peanut butter on the pavement thanks to vipers and landmines. I ran into some traveling traders who sold me some more ammo and allowed me to unload my junk. Some fighting broke out between NCR and Legion, and I tried to land killing blows for XP on everyone involved. The Vipers showed up again, apparently having learned nothing from my last encounter. I passed by Ranger Station Charlie and gave myself the Bloody Mess perk, slipped into Novak, did some more trading. I made a small note that Novak could be a good spot to buy ammo in the future, so exploding the Van Graffs wasn't a total waste. I talked to Manny and got Benny's location through the confirmed bachelor skill check, but decided to do the come fly with me quest for the experience involved. The Bright Brotherhood tended to use energy weapons too, so I had a chance to resupply myself with ammo as I go. A few words with the guy, who was totally a ghoul I swear, led me to Jason Bright, who wanted me to deal with the Nightkin in the basement. Attempts here had limited success since the Nightkin had a habit of not only acquainting crap with pants, but were also able to bonk me into the next life fairly easily, an unfortunate side effect of being level 6. Way too much time was spent in the basement both due to the Nightkin and due to my compulsive need to loot absolutely everything in sight. I had to switch to bulk rounds because of the time down here. Gross. I ran into Davison and his imaginary friend who were looking for a Stealth Boy invoice. I ran all over the place looking for it, eventually told Harland his friend was dead, and told Davison to get lost. Once the ghouls were downstairs, I had to find parts for the rocket. I stole the igniting agent from the Dino store and then did the speech check so I can take the rest of it guilt-free. I bought the thrust modules, and it was at this moment I realized something very unfortunate. The Vault 13 Canteen. I've been playing this game for years and never bothered to check to see if it does anything outside of hardcore mode, and much to my shock, it does. Not only does it hold back your thirst in hardcore mode, but every time it gets drunk every 5 real-world minutes, it restores 15 HP. That threw a wrench into the idea of the run since I was technically healing by means other than sarsaparilla the entire time. I briefly debated scrapping the run and starting over, but ultimately decided to keep the playthrough since the amount being healed was so minimal and infrequent, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. This run is as chaotic as it is. I blew up a guaranteed energy cells vendor because I thought it would be funny. I got rid of the canteen as soon as I could and shot Haversim in the back of the head while he was excited.
Great journey can begin.
I then chose to have a little fun by clipping into the launch pad to see what would happen. Not only is the area not psychotically irradiated like they said it was, the rocket itself is completely static, so you can walk right through it. There's also a long hallway to nowhere in there too, which is honestly kinda neat. Once that was done, I convinced Chris to chill in Novak and sent the ghouls into space. That leveled me up and I got my energy weapons to 90. Next stop was Boulder City. Along the way I met Ranger Milo, who wanted me to kill the NCR POWs in the nearby town. I told him f*** that and got busy killing everyone in the area like it was nobody's business, even turned one poor bastard into Lego and helped Dead Sea live up to his name. I had to check my difficulty multiple times throughout the entire game because people were dropping like flies and I haven't even hit the strip yet. There was a brief boink back to Good Springs for recycling, which left me with 1,200 rounds. Traveling back, I found a grate in the middle of the desert and nearly started dead money by accident. Someday, not today. Once in Boulder City, I robbed the bar, picked off Kowalski, and got info from Monroe before picking him off too. Sadly, the NCR troops weren't too happy about that, so they had to go too. I spoke to Jessup about Benny's whereabouts and took the lone sarsaparilla on the counter as payment for getting rid of the troops outside. Next stop was Vegas. Okay, it was the gunrunners to unload garbage. Then it was Vegas. I originally wanted to go to the traveling merchants as well, but the game crashed for the first time after talking with them. I blamed the crash on them and just went straight into Freeside. I spent a little time in Mick and Ralph's looking for a means of getting into Vegas. Some idiot tried to rob the store, which ended about as well as you would expect. My next stop was the King's. If I wanted to get into Vegas, I needed to get on the King's good side. I spent a week's pay to see him, which surprised him so much he paid me back right then and there. My time was then spent doing work for the King. I put on some fresh combat armor and blasted the Atomic Wrangler Crier into oblivion. After subsequently angering everybody in the immediate area, I sheltered with the followers of the apocalypse and gave up my drugs for clout. I hired Oris, who proceeded to ignore a thug running straight at him. I tried to call Oris out on his nonsense and resorted to getting medical proof by means of skimming through a magazine and taking pills. I eventually shot the guy on the floor and all of them sprang up to try and kill me. In the battle of Soda Laser and Pool Q, Soda Laser wins. There was some walking. Victor briefly said hello and then vanished from reality. I told the King what was done, and Rex was thrilled over it. It got me to level 10, which subsequently led me to dumping more points into Barter and Science and giving myself the Fight the Power perk for better damage. I got my fake passport from Mick and Ralph's and made my way into the strip. The Tops was my first stop, but they took my gun from me, so unfortunately that meant I couldn't do anything at all. Instead, I wandered around the strip for a bit, acquainted myself with the Phoebus family who vented about Hecka Gunderson. He'll be relevant later. I walked past a promoter for the Tops who had the audacity to say this to me.
I'm too civilized, otherwise I'd stone you to death.
I killed him for that, and the Securitrons returned the favor almost immediately. I needed an excuse to bring weapons into the Tops, so I had to get cozy with Mr. House for a bit, but not before scrambling around the Lucky 38 casino for anything and everything. I realized while reviewing my footage that it's kinda surprising that the Securitrons don't try to obliterate you for taking anything from the Lucky 38. You'd think someone like House, who has somehow managed to keep his casino virtually mint since the literal nuclear war, would be a little more cautious about his mailman with a severe soda addiction stumbling around his casino taking everything that isn't bolted to the floor. Anyway, after playing Steel Till You Keel on the ground floor and wasting a trip to the cocktail lounge, seriously, there's no sarsaparilla here, why even have this floor? I got and filled in on the platinum chip and was told to speak to Swank. I convinced him to give me my crap back after telling him Benny is bad news. Before taking the fight to the guy, I slipped into Benny's suite and introduced myself to Yes Man. Spoiler alert, he's relevant to this video. Back on the main floor, Benny didn't seem to acknowledge my existence until I got literally up in his face. I opened fire on Benny right there and used VATS to blast my way into an early grave. The second time around, Benny still didn't speak to me until I spoke to him. Benny showed me what she sees and then killed me again. Getting rid of him was proven to be more work than I expected. Luckily, I knew what to turn to in this situation like any hardworking American. Drugs! I blasted Benny and the boys into oblivion, got the chip, and the chairman opened fire on me. I slipped into a suite to escape, I picked off any chairman that followed me up there, and when the dust settled, I leveled up. Some Legion idiot had the nerve to be in my immediate area, so he got what he deserved. And I decided that House was next on my shit list. I opened fire, he did too. I got a refresher on the Platinum Chip lore, and tried again, this time more successful. With House now dead, I checked his fancy apartment in the area for anything good. There wasn't. I talked to Yes Man, and decided that my next stop would be the Ultra Lux. This spot right here is where the entire run just went downhill. I spoke to Heck Gunderson and made tasteless jokes about his missing son. Back with Phoebus, he told me to kill the kid ASAP. Back in the Ultralux, there was this clanging noise like something was stuck in the floor and kept colliding with something.
I hear a troublesome Legion camp got razed to the ground.
Mortimer was unpleasant and told me that I needed to be known on the strip a little more to do anything with him. By the end of what I'm about to do, I'll be known for sure. Further exploring led me to a guest hotel room, and after spotting several cola bottles atop a fridge, I decided that nobody would be spared later. I left the casino and then returned for the mess. Unfortunately, the first issues with this became apparent when the music and sound effects weren't loading properly. Then the game crashed. I reloaded the game and got stuck in loading screen hell again. Loading an earlier save let me put a laser into Heck's head, and one of the white glove greeters had the balls to ask me to give up the gun right then and there. I waited 2 days, bought some soda, and achieved my semi-final form by taking Heck's outfit. I blasted the greeter and began removing the rest of the white gloves. I ran around in circles holding back the others while they chased me with dressed canes and other trash. The bartender packed heat, but I was the better shot. Sadly, one greeter bonked me noggin and ended round 1. Round 2 ended much more quickly, and round 3 was better with the help of I made this joke already. Mortimer died peacefully with his leg flying off. I got the finesse perk, reacquainted myself with the hotel guests, and started collecting EXP. My rampage soon led me to Marjorie, who only seemed mildly upset by the trail of bodies behind me. I knocked her out and the heads of the diners as well. I looked around the kitchen for Ted, but I couldn't find him. He didn't spawn at all. Granted, I killed his father, but I started the quest. He should have been here. Later down the line, I found myself doing some side questing to bump up my levels a bit and find more energy cell sources. Soon enough, I found myself in Hidden Valley when something hit me. You know who has a lot of energy cells? The Brotherhood of Steel. I let them take me into custody and dealt with the ranger holed up nearby. Once I was free from the bomb collar, I got to sneaking and stealing. Bunches of energy cells from various types all over the place. It was mostly microfusions, but those can be converted. I later helped Hardin become head of the Brotherhood by getting holotapes. The Legion Assassins made their first appearance after I left a Repcon office building. Chems helped me out here, and I realized that the Pew Pew is really good at exploding cars. A few rounds later, I won and gave myself the Pack Rat perk. When I did some recycling at Crimson Caravan, I had 1,600 energy cells by this point, along with well over 20,000 caps burning a hole in my pocket. I decided now was a good time to become closer to my namesake by getting some cybernetic enhancements. The boomers were next on the list. Hug the sidewall and you can bypass most of the bombardment apart from some explosions trailing behind you. After speaking to Pearl, I chose to leave him alone. Back in the Brotherhood, I gave my stuff to Hardin, who told me that the Van Graffs needed to go due to their technology nonsense. Embarrassingly, I briefly forgot I killed them already. After telling him of this fact, I learned how to use power armor, which was useless knowledge to me in the end. The Legion decided to mess with me again. This one was harder due to being in open air instead of a parking lot. They probably got me 10 reloads, not counting the moment I ate a squirrel and had to reverse time. I did some hunting on my way to Red Rock Canyon and decided to leave the cons alone as I didn't feel they were worth my time right now. Although I was far into the game, I had some unfinished business. Not only were the Securitrons not upgraded, Caesar was still alive. Back in Novak, I started heading south to Cottonwood Cove and began a stealth mission to remove Legion from the area. Maxed out energy weapons, sneak attack crits, and all the damage boosts I had made this a piece of cake apart from the few times they spotted me. I knocked out everyone outside, slowly taking what wasn't rightfully mine, and then ran into Severus. He was only slightly more annoying, same for Canyon Runner, but Aurelius of Phoenix was a complete joke. I blinked away temporarily to do some shopping, inventory management, and exploring. I borrowed Raoul's shack for recycling purposes, and then got torn in actual half. Next stop was the fort. I fired indiscriminately, stopping for nobody and nothing while I removed everyone from this plane of existence. I only paused briefly to look at Dale Barton. He had a nice outfit, and a hat. It was good. Perfect cowboy attire. I decided it was mine. I waited for daybreak and went deeper inside. I slapped the guy with VATS and then died immediately. I was taking chems faster than my body could process them, but that only did so much. I eventually found my way through the tents and lured every Legion more onto a pile of dead meat. After tracking down those that remained outside, I pushed into the bunker, cleared the robots, and upgraded the Securitrons. With that done, only the big man himself was left. I entered his tent ready to end him, and he punched my head clean off my body. In round 2, I poked his dog and ran away. I lured them outside, and the world's greatest game of Follow the Leader began. I sadly died in the kill cam follow the guy who shot me. Next time, the picking was slow. I was trying to be careful with my aim due to dwindling ammo, but the fight ended in success with the last shot landing on Caesar himself, his head flying right off his shoulders. I carefully placed his head into a nearby fire as one final middle finger and snagged his clothes to rub salt in the wound. I had a short photo op and blinked back to Good Springs for the last time. Some shopping later, Vegas crashed and infinitely loaded again. I shoved Yes Man into the Lucky 38, told him my thoughts on the locals, went to the substation only for the Legion to end my shit. I wasted no time in El Dorado by shredding every NCR in the area, and blipped back to Vegas. I had my gun, ammo for days, and enough soda to send my kidneys straight into the Shadow Realm. The fight started immediately, and I got my ass kicked before I even set foot on the dam proper. Here I began forming my strategy by means of trial and error. The cons weren't on my side, so they had to go first. The problem was that NCR and Legion troops kept pushing through, on top of the fact that I was wearing plain clothes. I had a feeling starting this fight dressed as Easy Pete wasn't a good idea. I eventually managed to push my way deeper into the dam. I had to use cover as effectively as possible since my sarsaparilla only healed so quickly, on top of a few occasions where I dropped dead as soon as I stepped around a corner. My Securotron handled some of the heavy lifting, but he can only do so much. Once inside, I removed the heavy troopers and rerouted power to the strip, then died. With the power rerouted, I got to the surface and then got shot. Legion were coming across the dam and were dealt with once I was ready. Once I got to the Legate's camp, I picked off the Legion that dared to shoot at me and got busy with the big masked idiot. The fight is annoying due to him being a bullet sponge, but is otherwise doable. I tried to convince him to 1v1 me, but I couldn't use speech as a crutch and decided it wasn't worth it in the end. In my first attempts, I went for the legs. No dice. Take a wild guess what I did next. Yeah, all the chems in Nevada wouldn't help here. My problem was that the Legate is as fast as I am stupid. I could safely count the amount of times I died on several hands. Linnaeus is quick, and not only because he can basically erase you by looking at you, he has this knockdown effect that ragdolls you sometimes. When that happens, you're already dead. Not only does the ragdoll get annoying, his freaking backup dancers kept coming in to kill me too. As my deaths creeped into double-digit territory, I realized I was not going to be able to beat him in the state I was in. I reloaded an earlier save and went back to Good Springs. I can't boost the power of the Pew Pew, but I can change what ammo type it uses. I converted every single cell I had into overcharged rounds, reducing my ammo supply to 1100, roughly 220 shots. Overcharged rounds give me some more damage at the cost of increased weapon breakdown, but that's okay. I blinked back to Vegas, and guess what I had to do all over again? Once in the tent, I tried again. I wasted no time and shot the Legate in his fat head, only for him to cut me in half like cheese. I did manage to get him to retreat more often, but his soldiers kept literally punching my lights out. Repeated headshots and VATS helped, but I only have so much time before he starts his grenade spam. I know I just said VATS helped here, but there were a few points where it actually screwed me over, as the slowdown sometimes gave him enough time to reach me and kill me. Good thing to note, if the Power Fist troops don't get you, his cliffside gunners will. At some point, I did manage to snipe out one of these gunners, but again, that only works for so long. On top of that, when you get his HP down to a certain point, he hides back in his tent to spam grenades with pinpoint accuracy like he's losing a free-for-all match in Halo. I tried shooting his sword out of his hand with no success. Shooting his grenades directly didn't do much either. At this point, I was really wishing I could have 1v1'd the man because this would have made it infinitely less painful. Once more, follow the leader became the strategy. By this point, I was fighting Linnaeus for 2 hours. By now I was dead tired and ready to call it when I noticed something. On a few occasions, the Legate retreated into a corner in the main courtyard. That was when I found my window. I needed to hit him at a certain point to force him to retreat into the corner and then double down on him for the kill. This ended up being the trick I needed. After several hours and countless deaths, I turned Linnaeus to dust, began my work taking the last of the Legion out, and up. After the reload, I quick saved as soon as the Legate was dead. I used the cliffside near the tent to my advantage, luring the remains up and around and picking them off gradually. When the final soldier fell and I saw the level up screen, I was over the moon. I gave myself the meltdown perk, which would have been nice to have 20 bodies ago, and all that was left was the NCR. They blew off the gate and flashbanged me. I told Oliver about my robot collection and tried to convince him to leave, only for his boys to shoot me dead right then and there. I didn't even have time to react. If Oliver could insta-kill me, the last 2 hours would have been for nothing. I tried VATS, that didn't work. One last try. I managed to slip behind a wall while the Securitrons did most of the work. I peeked around the corner and fired my last laser right into Oliver's ass. Yes Man gave me a debrief, the ending came and went, the credits rolled, and I beat Fallout New Vegas using only the Pew Pew pistol. I have never hated the ending to a playthrough I enjoyed like this before. I've played Vegas time and again, I beat the game as a cowboy using only revolvers and lever actions, and even then I still had an easier time. The healing aspect might not have worked out 100%, but this was still enjoyable for the most part. Maybe Festus 2 will return. I have the DLCs, I've been thinking of the same for my flamer only character in Fallout 4, I'll have to see how I feel. I'd be curious to see how something like Lonesome Road or Dead Money works with this character. Thank you for watching, leave your thoughts below, subscribe for more, I'll see you next time. I don't need to sit here and tell you who Spongebob is. Were you a small child or a parent of one at any point in the 90s? Did you have access to basic cable, satellite TV, a streaming service, or a local movie theater at any point? Do you know what a meme is? I guess the point I'm trying to say is that Spongebob is everywhere. He's the Nickelodeon equivalent to Mickey Mouse. He's been on everything. Backpacks, toys, Lego, hotel buildings, paper plates, candy, mac and cheese. It would probably be easier to list the things that haven't been plastered with him. The show's been around longer than most people probably watching this video right now have been alive. It's the 5th longest running animated series in the United States, trailing behind Family Guy, South Park, Arthur, and The Simpsons. It's also one of the only 90s era Nick cartoons to still be airing new episodes to this day, have 3 feature films, and surprise surprise, it got a few video games over the years. Some of them pretty okay, a good chunk of them not. Today we're going to look at one of the first farts in the wind on the video game end of the spectrum for this series, SpongeBob SquarePants SuperSponge. Developed by Climax Studios and published by THQ under the Nick Games line, it was released on November 5th, 2001 for the PlayStation and on Game Boy Advance a few days later. Though not the first Nickelodeon tie-in game, it is the first video game for SpongeBob in particular. On release, the world joined hands in unison and declared it one of the games of all time. It was quickly forgotten by just about everyone. I have yet to meet anyone else who played this game. It's a game I personally remember playing, but also remember being frustrating. This game is notable for a couple of other reasons, but I'll get to that later. Once again, full disclosure, the game is being emulated. I do have a capture card now, but I started recording this game before I got it. Let's begin. As soon as the game starts, we're treated to some clips from the show through some FMV and some vaguely SpongeBob-sounding music. There really isn't that much to say here. It's okay and a nice touch if anything. Apart from how Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are mentioned, I'm sorry, Barnacle Boy and Mermaid Man. Why the reversal? It sounds weird to hear. Barnacle Boy and Mermaid Man. It doesn't even sound natural. Man Ray's also in this game apparently. That should be neat. Game starts, and our storyline is fed to us by the narrator. It's Patrick's birthday, and we need to get him a present, and what could be better than an autographed photo of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy?
How far will he go for his best friend?
Apparently, not that far up the street was the answer to that question. Also, Patrick's house is literally right there. Is he not worried Patrick will see him? Then again, this is Patrick we're talking about here.
Here's your present!
Barnacle Boy clearly doesn't want you here and is faking excitement based on the amount of exclamation points in his text box versus his tone. He sounds more like he did denying why he was getting the kids' meal at the Krusty Krab.
Well, we are a bit busy right now, no rest for superheroes. I gotta fit in the tights, you know?
He got SpongeBob to leave by asking him to go make a sandwich, consisting of
peanut butter, tomatoes, jelly.
I already did this joke in Thrillville, I'm not making that. The game's plot is extremely simple. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy sending him out to do this, that, and the other things, so you leave him alone while SpongeBob thinks it's work towards the autograph. The game is a side-scroller in a sort of 2.5D perspective. You move around doing basic platforming and various gimmicks within each level in the form of items scattered around. SpongeBob can jump, ground pound, and interact with the world depending on what item he has. Not sure why they give SpongeBob a ground pound, that seems more like a Patrick move, lest we forget what he did to what he thought was Squidward. Every level plays similarly to the previous one. Get from point A to point B, grab the level relevant item before leaving to unlock the next stage, occasionally talk to the region relevant character, all capped off with a boss battle every 4 levels. The only things that really change are the settings and theme. You got the Bikini Bottom local areas, Rock Bottom, Prehistoric Times, Literally Hell, and Factory Industrial area. Plot-wise, super basic. Each level has Barnacle Boy throwing you in a new direction for a new item, Sandwich leads you to the Spa Kit,
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Spa Kit leads you to new uniforms, uniforms to a single candy bar, but apparently you have the worst luck in the world and can't just go to the f***ing supermarket. It has to be from this very specific vending machine in Rock Bottom because Climax needed some way to stretch this chapter into 4 levels, and then the tools to fix the Shady Shoals TV. And then we finally get the autograph after Barnacle Boy drops some nonsense about the meaning of friendship, Patrick's birthday happens, and finish. It's nothing unlike your typical kids game, especially for the era. If anything, it sort of feels like an extremely interactive episode of the show in a way. The structure is basically just to move the goalposts plot so Merry Man and Barnacle Boy can be away from SpongeBob. Nothing uncommon in the show proper, just presented via video game. It's not an amazing story, but it doesn't need to be. I imagine most kids won't care about the story as long as the gameplay is good. Speaking of which, what's that like? The game seems to operate as a mix of Sonic and Mario. Movement and progression feels very much like a Mario game in how the levels are structured, while the health system is lifted straight from the Sonic games. Scattered around the levels you have these golden spatulas which act as your health. When you take damage, you get knocked back and all your spatulas are scattered around with a limited time to recollect before they vanish. What SpongeBob does differently is that for every 5 spatulas, a brightly colored one spawns, allowing you to collect more spatulas back in a shorter period of time, rather than capping off at a certain amount when you take a hit. Extra lives come in the form of underwear and are occasionally found in each level. You also get them when collecting 100 spatulas, as is platformer tradition. In terms of general movement, SpongeBob feels responsive enough. Left to right movement is snappy and quick, and moving during jumps is easy enough. It's pretty run-of-the-mill for a side-scroller, especially by this point in time, so I don't have any complaints. Yet, items serve as new abilities for SpongeBob and can be picked up and dropped off at will. The first one we're immediately introduced to is Jellyfish Net. Picking this up lets us catch various jellyfish floating around the level up to a maximum of 5. As a small ranged attack, we can also toss the jellyfish in front of us by pressing square. Note the use of the word toss instead of throw, because the attack looks like this in practice. The range on this attack is absolutely pathetic. It's not a very useful attack, but that's not to say you can't figure out any good use for it. If you're directly above something, you can drop a jellyfish and kill an enemy. For a creature that freely floats around in the ocean, it sinks like a rock when you throw it. It feels like a sick joke about SpongeBob's arm strength in a way. Continuing on item-wise, we also have the Glove World Balloon, which temporarily increases your jump height and slows the speed at which you fall. The Karate Glove, which, while temporary, gives you a much better attack compared to flinking jellyfish at the floor. The Jellyfish Blaster, which is basically just gun. You also got the Boots, which let you walk on surfaces when you would otherwise take damage from. The Bubble Wand allows you to spawn platforms in front of you to ascend to new areas. And my least favorite, the Reef Blower. The Reef Blower is a simple concept: suck up items and shoot them back at enemies or destroy special walls. But for some reason the item completely changes your physics. Upon picking it up, SpongeBob will have a lot more weight and momentum to his movement. Instead of stopping immediately, he can take a bit to slow down. This can easily ruin jumps and throw off your momentum if you're trying to save time and accidentally catch the blower mid-jump, as this will give you just enough push to send you to your grave. I get that this item is big and bulky, but I personally think slowdown was enough. Why couple slippery movement with it? The other items are inoffensive and work just fine. In terms of enemies, we have everyone's favorite cast of characters. Worm, Crab, Crab 2, Car, the Hooks, Generic Octopus, Spike Throwing Thing, Man Ray. Yeah, for some reason Man Ray isn't a boss fight. You'd think he would be given the plot, but no. He's a standard enemy that can be killed just as easily as anything else. Seriously, you advertise Man Ray as being in the game, you don't even use him that much. Why? Ghost, Dead Fish, Literal Tornado, Clams, Fire, Acorn, and my least favorite of all, this thing moves, and it moves quick. If you go anywhere near this thing, it will home in on you and ruin your day. Trying to go for 100%? Too bad, you just ran into this thing. Each chapter contains a bonus level. When you collect a certain amount of spatulas in each chapter, you unlock the level. Set in 6 clams, you collect tokens to buy props for Patrick's birthday. Those things that appear in the file select screen. The first one is a Ferris wheel, where you primarily use the glove balloon to jump around. The second one is a roller coaster. The third one is a roller coaster that is slightly more difficult. The fourth one is a roller coaster that is slightly more difficult. The fifth one is a fun house that I wasn't able to get footage of, and 5 bonus levels, 3 of them are essentially the same. To talk about the bosses, at the end of every 4th level, we're given a small blurb about what we'll be fighting and are given a hint on how to beat it, with the exception of Chapter 5's boss. Chapter 1 gives us Mother Jellyfish, who is apparently scared of jellyfish. Honestly, I get it. If someone started picking up my children and throwing them back at me, I'd be scared too. Chapter 2 is Subshark, a creation of planktons that went haywire. Chapter 3 is the Parasitic Worm, a worm inside of a whale. Chapter 4 is the Flying Dutchman, literally the Flying Dutchman that you just have to shoot to death. Chapter 5 is the Iron Dogfish, and the game doesn't even know what to make of it. It literally just tells you, All of them center around gimmicks present within each chapter: the jellyfish net, the launcher, the bubble elevators, yada yada yada. While the topic of enemies is in the air, let's talk about damage. This game likes attacking you, and it likes doing it a lot. You'll find bunches of enemies and hazards clumped together frequently, and they will constantly screw you up. The flying yellow squid things especially. If you try to avoid ground enemies by getting to higher ground, they will quickly swarm in on you if you're not paying attention. And once again, if you're trying to get all the spatulas, good luck. 9 times out of 10 they'll land at a spot that will insta-kill you, in a spot that won't be reachable in general, or you'll take another hit when the invincibility period wears off, which will lead to any still sitting spatulas vanishing completely. To cap this segment off, I'll touch on difficulty. Honestly, the game does get more and more complicated the further you get. Platforming gets more and more complex as more mechanics are introduced and different enemies are added into the mix to keep you on your toes depending on the location. A good example of this is the hermit crabs and the regular crabs. The hermit crabs appear for the first 2 chapters before disappearing completely in place of the regular crabs. The hermit crabs move in one direction all the time non-stop, but the regular crabs can stop just before you land to trick you into getting on the floor at the end of a butt bounce, leaving you open for hits. There's also the introduction of more moving platforms, larger open areas with the jellyfish, the aforementioned bubbles appear as temporary platforms that you have to move quickly across, the boss fights require you to have a good understanding of a specific gimmick to some level to effectively beat them. Chapter 1 is a good example. I've put down the jellyfish net attack as ineffective and borderline useless, but is ultimately something you need to learn how to use effectively to beat Mother Jellyfish. One more thing to touch on, the game does have a habit of introducing various gimmicks and taking them away almost immediately. A good example of this is set in Sandy's Tree Dome. This is the only level in the game that makes use of Spongebob's helmet, which forces the player to move quickly as to not be insta-killed by running out of water. It appears in this level and this level alone, and in a way it's kind of a missed opportunity in my eyes. You could potentially use this for a time trial mode almost, or better yet, have certain sections of the level that are just air pockets that SpongeBob has to run through. Visually, the game is a 2.5D side-scroller. All characters and world-relevant items are 2D, while floors and set pieces are in 3D. Definitely not going to be harsh on the visuals here, primarily because it's PS1, and honestly, it looks decent enough. It's visuals of the show crushed into a PlayStation. You don't need to do much more than that. The menus look okay. The level select is a map of sorts, and the menus have bamboo poles as their borders. Level screens are also title card backgrounds from the show, which is a nice fun detail. It's like going to new episode segments. It's nice. Some of the graphics are a bit on the crunchy end of the spectrum, but that's to be expected with the era. The visuals haven't aged badly. The sprites for the most part look very much fine apart from a few oddities. No YouTuber is physically capable of playing this game and not mentioning how weirdly smooth SpongeBob's look down animation is, but most of these YouTubers also have not played past chapter 1 or 2 and have slept on this weirdly good animation of Manrave of all things. At the end of the day, this game needs to look like SpongeBob, and it does just that. This game looks like SpongeBob. Does your SpongeBob game look like a SpongeBob game? It does? Wow, congratulations. But does it sound like SpongeBob? In terms of soundtrack, there's nothing lifted directly from the show on the disc. All the tracks are original from what I can tell, and the best way I can describe them is that they sound like someone thought about SpongeBob. Not to say that that's a bad thing, there is some genuinely good music in here. To further illustrate my point, listen to Lava Fields. I'm a sucker for upbeat, jazzy sounding music, and this is my favorite song in the entire game. And while there is good music, there is some very odd choice of tone that clashes with the theme or even the name of the level sometimes. Before I show you Lonely Souls, think. With a title like that, would you expect it to sound like this? Keep in mind this is supposed to be for a level set in rock bottom. It has zero reason to sound this upbeat and happy. The song isn't bad, I just think that the tone combined with the region the level is set in is such a huge contrast, it's weird. The early parts of the game aren't much to write home about musically personally. In my honest opinion, the game's music really starts picking up between chapters 3 and 4. Those levels have some of the better tracks. It sounds SpongeBob-like for the most part and serves its purpose. SpongeBob sounding music for a SpongeBob game. Bear in mind, I'm not really that big into music or have a big understanding of any of it all. My understanding is basically, yes, this doesn't make me want to claw out my eardrums. It's good music. There's a couple moments where the game can get super noisy though, where there's a lot of sound playing all at once. A good example is Chapter 1 Level 4. Listen to this. If you want a good listen to the soundtrack in its entirety, you can actually find it pretty easily. Matt Simmons, the game's composer, uploaded the original files to his SoundCloud page as a reference to his commercial work, and you can freely listen to not only the entire OST, but several tracks that ended up not being used at all. The most interesting thing about that personally is track 30, Jazz, which is listed as being an unused track, but when you hit play, it's the Lava Fields music? Why was this listed as unused? I don't get it. Continuing on audio, let's discuss voice acting. To be honest, there isn't that much. The vast majority of the original cast reprises their roles from the show, with only one exception.
SpongeBob! Now listen, boy!
Instead of the typical voice actor for Mr. Krabs, Clancy Brown, we get this voice actor, Joe White. Krabs doesn't speak a lot in this game to begin with. In fact, I think he only appears twice in the entire game, but if you were a kid who had Mr. Krabs' tone of voice ingrained into your head, this would be a bit jarring. I remember playing the original Battle for Bikini Bottom as a kid and remembering Krabs always sounded off. Lo and behold, it's the same guy. This would end up being a common theme for a number of SpongeBob games that are voice acted. Sometimes Clancy Brown would show up, sometimes he wouldn't. One that I can think of off the top of my head where he was present was in Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, but that's another video for another day. Let's talk post-game for a moment. You probably noticed that there's all these spatula counters on every level, which leads to the next question. Do you get anything for collecting all?
No!
There is no reward for completing this game cover to cover 100% at all. I tried to get 100% as much as I could, but let me just say, and I cannot emphasize this enough by the way, this game is a completionist's nightmare. If you want the honor of saying you completed SuperSponge 100%, you will have to know this game so well up and down you will practically have started a family with it. You not only have to get every last spatula in the level, you have to go through every level and every boss fight without taking a single hit, because as soon as one of your spatulas gets out of reach or vanishes before you can pick it up, you're done. Start over. I didn't beat the game 100% myself, but I was able to find someone who did. In fact, it was done fairly recently as of the point I was writing this specific line into the script. On June 21st this year, YouTuber KyoakuNaKira, who focuses primarily on SpongeBob games, uploaded a 100% long play of SuperSponge onto their channel, and from that footage I can safely confirm that there is no bonus or special ending for getting every single spatula and party favor in the game. The only thing that I'm able to tell that actually changes is the title screen, which goes from a shot of SpongeBob Street to a shot of Jellyfish Fields. As for the props you can buy after every bonus level, all they do is add more scenery to the ending cutscene, which, I'll be honest, actually don't do that bad of a job. It helps it look like an actual party instead of a living room gathering of nothing. The only real highlight of it all is that Gary looks like he just got haphazardly thrown onto the topmost layer. All in all, this game is an average platformer. Nothing insane, but nothing to write home about either. In terms of games I played on this channel up to this point, I'd say this game is between Bugdom and Pac-Man. Better than Bugdom, but if I had to pick between these two, I'd rather play Pac-Man. It's not Men in Black levels of hot garbage when it comes to being a tie-in game, but it's not mind-blowing either. It is what it is, and it's the first home console game for SpongeBob, so it gets a little bit of slack. It's the kind of game you get for your kids so they leave you alone for a few days. Well deserving of the meh out of 10 rating that it got. Not bad for a first console game, but not incredible either. It has its rough edges, but it does what it needs to do. Be a SpongeBob game. It's not something I'd come back to personally, but it's fine for what it is. Normally I'd end the video around here, but there's actually a little more about this game to talk about. At some point, Climax closed one of their studios and sold the assets online. These assets included development discs containing development material and pre-release versions of the game. They were purchased and then dumped online to the Internet Archive. If you want to comb around these files yourself, I'll leave the link to the Internet Archive in the cutting room floor in the description. Let me tell you, I spent a ton of time digging through the files and it's like looking into a time capsule. I honestly recommend looking through it. There's development scripts, literal tons of concept art. TCRF also has links to development builds, so if you have some time in an emulator, you can mess around with those. I didn't get a chance to record everything with all the builds. Honestly, if I did that, that would be a video within itself, but I did get a lot of footage of the May 2001 build of the game, and it's a bit of a trip. Between the best legal disclaimer I've ever seen and all of the jank, so much jank. The game is unfinished at this point, so that's to be expected, but I absolutely recommend looking at it yourself. You can go through the entire game in its unfinished state. It's playable for the most part, some things just aren't quite there yet, but you can still clearly tell they had some idea of what they wanted to do. To go over a few highlights, The original intro from the show was used as FMV at some point. A lot of the characters were 3D renders instead of 2D sprites that they are in the final game, leaving some weird imagery like Patrick being too small and Sandy stuck in a constant loop of waving hello. You can actually look at the hitboxes for the game by pressing triangle. One level is missing half of its graphics, but the collision is there. There was a bubble transition I wish they kept in the game. It actually doesn't look that bad. The bonus levels are there, but they're not finished and are barely playable as they are. Man Ray wasn't in the game yet, and his space was taken by the anchor-armed shark of all things with the greatest 3D model I've ever seen. The voice actors from the show weren't brought in yet, so everyone has this placeholder voiced by some British woman.
Look, Spongebob, I told you, use your net and go fish.
The level select is missing its background and is clearly unfinished without any music or sound effects either. Mr. Krabs was stuck between realities. Sandy's tree dome had a different design for the tree itself and the water tubs. You actually had to press down to refill your water and it drained a lot faster. There's a secret hole in Chapter 4 which has a bunch of spatulas. Not only are the spatulas not here yet, but you have to exit like 5 or 6 times to actually leave the area. Speaking of Chapter 4, it crashed my emulator a few times. I could go on, but this video is long enough. I'll leave links to the backup discs and the cutting room floor in the description if you want to look at those yourself. That's all I have for today. Thank you for watching, subscribe for more, I'll see you next time. Pokemon FireRed was my first Pokemon game. It was the game that got me into the series and cemented my bias towards Fire-type Pokemon in general. I've also never finished this game before. In the nearly 20 odd years I've been playing this game on and off, I've never sat down and completed it beginning to end. Naturally, I figured this will make a good choice for my first Nuzlocke. To those unfamiliar with a Nuzlocke run, there are 2 basic rules. You can only catch the very first wild Pokemon you find in an area. If you enter an area for the first time and see a Pidgey, either catch that Pidgey for your team or kick it into the next life. At that point you can't catch anything else in that area. For my run, this applies to the entire location. If the entire area is considered Route 24, for example, the first Pokemon I see there is the one I'm allowed to get. This also applies to purchasable Pokemon and special legendary encounters. If I don't get any wild Pokemon, but I am given the option to buy or trade, then I'm allowed to get it. Rule number 2 is that if a Pokemon faints, it's done, dead, gone, release it to the wind. If I have no usable Pokemon stored in box, it's game over. Otherwise, everything else is fairly normal. Play the game as you do like any other playthrough, collect animals, beat up children for their lunch money, embarrass an organization of criminal adults, so on and so forth. Just to note, I'll be mainly discussing notable events, but I will not be going over each and every single thing I did in each playthrough, as there's only so many times I can say I beat so-and-so trainer in battle before wanting to vomit. Here we go. My early attempts at the run can be characterized by one sentence. Constant failure. I'm lumping these 3 together since I both A, didn't get very far, and B, used these opportunities to understand what the hell I was doing wrong. I first named me after me, and named Gary after evil me. Played video games, spoke to mom, changed some quality of life features, an old man stopped me before I got mauled to death by rats, and he gave me a wild animal. I chose Charmander because he's superior to all the other starters. Bite me. I named him after the abomination I hide behind in these videos, and Zam proceeded to fight me in the middle of the extremely expensive science lab. He nearly got me by spamming Tail Whip, but the fight ended quickly. I left town, a man gave me drugs, and I encountered the first Pokemon I'm not able to catch due to a lack of balls. I spent a little bit leveling up Charmander and healed at Viridian City. I got Oak's package from the store and made my way back to town once Charmander was level 9. Oak thanked me with a Pokédex and some Pokéballs, I got a town map from the nice lady next door, and watched an old man catch a bug. Further north, I ran into my first catchable Pokemon, a level 3 Rattata. Caught it with my not first ball and named it Jerry. After healing, I started to level him up within reason, swapping in Charmander when necessary as to not lose anyone too early. During this time, critical hits proved to be annoying. Nothing's more annoying than trying to level up your weak Pokemon, losing it to a Pokemon that literally just came out of its egg. At this point, I created a graphic to show how many and what Pokemon I have on me at any given time, and made a small adjustment to the game footage placement. Jerry nearly died to his natural predator, but grew to level 7 once I killed it with Charmander. I then went to the one place every child wants to be while protected by wild animals. The woods. I ran into the first Pokemon, a Metapod, but Jerry landed a critical hit on them and killed them. I then started wiping out the local bug population and found a loose Pokeball in the grass. Wandering further north, I found Rick and his bugs. In my first non-rival battle, Jerry made it to level 9 and absolutely destroyed this kid. The next battle introduced me to a bad thing known as poison, which would prove to be a massive problem through these early attempts. Once Doug was sent packing, I realized Charmander was on death's door. Thankfully, a conveniently placed antidote was nearby. On the third trainer, I used Jerry to bring him further up to speed, taking him to level 10. A worm poisoned him, and I moved Charmander back up front to steamroll everything else. I pushed to Pewter City and healed up, bought medicine, spoke to a nerd who dragged me to the museum. Another nerd took me to the gym itself. I didn't even know that was an option. I battled the one trainer in the gym to test the waters, and found Sand Attack to be an absolute pain in the butt. Just for the giggles, I took on Brock immediately. You can see where this is going. At this point, Charmander knew Metal Claw, Steel beats Rock in these games, so this was a no-brainer. It worked fine right up until Onyx showed up, Charmander died, and only Rattata was left. Rattata didn't have much health, but I thought he would do well, right up until he didn't. Onyx was an inch away from death, but a single quick attack wasn't enough to do it. One tackle sent Jerry to the grave, ending the first attempt. On the next day, Max II was born, along with my new rival. Balls. The same song and dance happened, named Charmander Godzilla, made turtle soup out of balls, got to Viridian, caught a Pidgey, named it Bird with the appropriate spelling. Bird sadly got taken out by a critical hit from its own kind. Caught a Caterpie in Viridian Forest, named it Wormy, clearly I still have the Spongebob brain rot. I ran back to Viridian, healed up, forgot to release Bird, ran back, said goodbye, and had to scrap the run because I closed the game and forgot to save. Third me was born, and I ran out of names for the rival very fast. I named Charmander after that one character in the 70s Godzilla cartoon I read about because he's inferior in every way to his predecessor, and it was around here where I mapped the fast forward function to my PS5 controller's touchpad to save some time. Got my Pokedex, napped at home, killed a few rats, caught a new Pidgey, caught another Caterpie in Viridian Forest, named it Wormington, remembered to save this time, harassed the local wildlife, Burb was poisoned to death, invested in medicine and Pokeballs, Wormington died. I got mad and started burning down everything I found in the forest, taking the time to grind Charmander up to a suitable level. By the time he got to a good level, he had evolved into Charmeleon, and I considered myself ready to fight Brock once more. I wasted no time and spammed Metal Claw as much as I could. Onyx nearly killed him, but I took him out, and successfully got the Boulder Badge. I was given the ability to run by one of Oak's aides, and started beating up the local children for their lunch money. By the end of the beatdown, Charmeleon was around level 19. I ran into a Mankey on Route 3, caught it, and gave him a name to remind him of his lack of value to me. Later on grinding, I battled a kid I thought I could easily take with NFT, but the motherfucker pulled out a level 14 Spearow. A girl walked towards me and accused me of touching her. I beat up her Jigglypuff for that. Found out somebody funged my tokens, entered Mount Moon, and found a Zubat. I caught it and gave it the best name I could think of. Grinding was done in the cave as I periodically left to heal at the Pokemon Center outside. I debated buying the Magikarp from the salesman inside, but decided it wasn't worth it. Some more grinding later, Morbius reenacted the general feeling people had watching the movie, and I went back into Mount Moon once my team was safely in double-digit territory. With Mankey being a fighting type, the rock types made it a perfect place for him to level up. Apart from the apparent bug catchers in this cave, which proved to be annoying. A Kakuna spamming Harden made grinding with my Zubat a pain in the ass. A Paris paralyzed Godzuki, much to my annoyance. I ran to my first Team Rocket Grunt, and a stand attack spamming Sandshrew showed up again. Later in the cave, I won against another Grunt and found Marlton from Call of Duty Zombies. His Grimer, Coughing, and Voltorb went down in one hit each. I took the superior fossil and reached the surface. On Route 4 proper, I caught a Spearow that I forgot to name, healed in Cerulean City, and lost Morbius to a critical hit. I spoke to the locals, explored the town, and goofed it real bad by running into Gary. I was nowhere near prepared for this fight. In hopes I could sweep him, I pulled out Charmeleon, but then he pulled out Squirtle. NFT stood a decent chance, but his use of withdrawing random crits proved to be a problem. Spearow fell fast, I tried to spam Smokescreen to no avail, one water gun took out Charmeleon, and NFT was lost not too long afterward, ending run 3. At this point, I was reevaluating what I was doing, and now had a better understanding of how I needed to proceed moving forward. There were certain events I needed to take into account before even considering taking on the gyms. I had to know when to grind and for how long, and what level would be the most appropriate for my team before I can proceed. At this point, figuring out the rest of the playthrough was easy. Between all my recording sessions, I only restarted the game 3 times. Attempt number 4 was where everything came together. Max IV was born. I named Charmander after an old friend for good luck and went on my merry way, making liberal use of the fast forward function to get through places I already been through. I found the old man dead on the floor and did the standard things that the player needs to do when they start the game. Package delivery, map collecting, rat killing, boomer surveillance, standard stuff. I caught a Rattata on Route 2, He felt like a Randy, proceeded to grind Flameo until he was level 10 and Randy was at level 9. Bought medicine again, and entered the forest one more time. I caught a Kakuna, named it after Goku because I actually really like Beedrill, and found out it only knows Harden, which is just f***ing wonderful. Battling the trainers got me more XP faster than battling wild Pokemon, which was perfect for grinding. Randy got poisoned again, which wasn't a total issue since I actually had supplies now. Kakuna didn't learn anything useful until level 10, and even then he still had to evolve into Beedrill to actually do so. Grindfest began until I got everyone to a nice and healthy level in the mid-10s. Kakarot was at level 13, Randy level 16, and Flameo, now a Charmeleon, level 18. I told Brock he sucks and began the battle. Flameo made quick work of both Geodude and Onix, netting me the Boulder Badge once again. I got some new feet, battled the local children once more, caught a Pidgey on Route 3, named it Loser, brought it up to speed, entered Mount Moon, got another Zubat, named it Morbius 2, and he did a little better compared to his namesake. Nearly lost Morbius to another Zubat, got the Dome Fossil again, and entered Cerulean City. Did some battling outside of town, evolved Loser into Pidgeotto, and Morbius 2 got two-shotted by a Spearow. I decided to clear the trainers in the Cerulean Gym early, the water Pokemon inside proving to be pretty simple to fight. I was worried about a Shellder using Icicle Spear on Kakarot, but I was reminded that that move isn't worth its weight in shit. Randy became Eradicate at level 20, and Hyperfang was proving to be a ridiculously powerful move for such a basic Pokemon. Once the rest of my team was around level 21, I talked to Misty, Kakarot made her look weak by taking out Staryu in one shot, and Randy dealt the finishing blow on Starmie, earning the Cascade Badge in the Water Pulse TM. Walked up to Gary intentionally this time, and started whittling away his team. And by whittling away, I mean Randy did most of, if not all of the work. I gave Flameo an Ordenberry as a treat, and the trainers of Nugget Bridge proved to be massive pushovers and easy EXP. The man at the end paid me and threatened me to join Team Rocket. He lost. I caught an Oddish on Route 24, tried to name it Weed Funny, but accidentally deleted the last letter in his name, found Candy in an old man's backyard, found another Oddish on Route 25, named him Pot Comedy, and started to make my way towards Bill's house, battling trainers along the way. I found Bill and helped him become a real boy once again. The Clefairy he was combined with never left the pod, leading me to believe the Clefairy is now nothing more than a pile of flesh on the floor. He gave me a boat ticket in exchange for my silence, I battled the Rocket Grunt in Cerulean, found a Meowth at Route 5, called it a furry, left Pot Comedy at the daycare, and after grinding and subsequently losing Meowth, I ran south. I went back to Cerulean when I realized I forgot to buy Pokeballs, entered Route 6, and found another stupid Pidgey. Caught it anyway and refused to name it. Inside Vermilion City, I got the Versus Seeker, which will make grinding infinitely easier, and started working to get my team up to level 25. Weed Funny became Gloom, and the Pidgey that shall not be named became Pidgeotto. Later on, I boarded the SS Anne and started battling the passengers and crew while stealing their stuff. Wasted a super potion after I found out I could rest in one of the cabins. Found a sailor who told me he likes feisty kids, so I beat the shit out of his seahorses as a warning. The sailor next door threatened to kill me if I lost, so I wandered into the kitchen and one of the chefs told me there was expired fruit that I could take. One of the passengers was kind enough to show me a photo of his ex-wife. Gary showed up, and I curb-stomped his team into the dirt. I rubbed an old man's back, and he rewarded me with knowledge. I left my wallet on the boat, and entered the Vermilion Gym to clear the trainers inside. After realizing I only have like 3 useful Pokemon here, I went to Route 11 and caught an Ekans, naming it Guess what I found in Digawit's cave? I picked up Flash again, took Ekans with me, caught an emergency Rattata on Route 22, named him Rat Boy, got a sweet looking rock from Pewter City, taught Flameo Seismic Toss, and Ekans died. On Route 9, I caught another Rattata, and named it Piss. On Route 10, I caught a Voltorb, and gave it the only good name it deserves. By the time I was back in Vermilion, most of my team was at either level 28 or 27. I forgot about the absolute nonsense that is this gym's puzzle. You can even call it a puzzle since it only seems to be based around luck. Once in a battle with Surge, Flameo made quick work of most of his Pokemon. Only the Raichu put up a bit of a fight, but Weed Funny finished him off, getting me the Thunder Badge. I just want to note that if it seems like I'm skipping a lot, that's on purpose. A lot of these recordings are mainly just grinding, and as of this point in the script, this is the 4th of 10 recordings for this particular playthrough. Voltorb was next on the grinding train. I wondered why an electrician was laying down live wires in a field where there are both wild animals and children running around. I bought enough medicine to make the clerk want to send a tip to the DEA. A Magneton made me freak out when it wiped 20 HP from Spherical, so I took out Flameo just to be safe. Made a mental note of the Snorlax on Route 12, and took stock on my Pokemon. A Diglett with Arena Traps screwed me over because, spoiler alert, ground beats electric. Spherical the Voltorb died an unceremonious death. I put down a Repel, which the game proceeded to ignore because a Dugtrio showed up, said hello, and took Loser the Pidgeotto with it. Around this point, my brother put an idea in my head for later on, but more on that later. Once I was in safety, Pidgeotto the Pidgeotto and Piss the Rattata joined the party. Piss died in Mount Moon. He will not be missed. I entered Rock Tunnel and gave myself the ability to see after teaching Weed Funny Flash. I caught another Zubat and ran the joke into the ground. Apparently the Kanto furry community was banished here long ago. The first 3 trainers I battled were Pokemaniacs. Jared Leto the Zubat did about as well as anyone would have expected. Once I was back on Route 10 proper, my surviving team was between levels 28 and 30, and ran to the Pokemon Center in Purple Village. I battled Fisherman on Route 12, did my first double battle, ran back into Snorlax, went to Route 8, tried to avoid a battle and failed miserably. They gave me a Pidgey again in an area that I know has Growlithe, didn't even bother catching it. I went underground towards Celadon, caught another Meowth on Route 7, named it Bingus. A grown man started attacking me in the casino. He vanished into nowhere after I beat him. I got the coin case from a loser in a restaurant, got some tea, stole a Manzevi, named it Fuddrucker, gambled for a bit, and went down to the Team Rocket hideout. Throughout the Rocket hideout, I did a combination of training along with looting while harassing various Rocket grunts along the way. I wasted a rare candy on Bingus only for a coughing to do a murder-suicide. After encountering a Sandslash that somehow knew Poison Sting, I met Giovanni for the first time. His reaction upon seeing me was to show me his Onyx. Much like Brock before him, using Flameo to spam Metal Claw did the trick on both that and his Rhyhorn, but his Kangaskhan took a bit of work. He rewarded me for humiliating him with binoculars, and after saying goodbye to Bingus, Fuddrucker joined the crew. I spent some time in Walmart, bought a Thunder and Leafstone, got my body weight in Lemonade, and evolved Weed Funny into Vileplume. The game then glitched with my controller, which can only be solved by reopening the game. I made a save state for this type of incident only, and after talking to the creep watching women at the Celadon gym, I made my way to get the rainbow badge. Newsflash, grass tends to burn. At some point during it all, I evolved Fuddrucker into Jolteon. Someone accused me of being a creep. I continued my rampage, scrambled the lady's eggs, and gave myself a slight challenge by using Beedrill to deal with the gym leader. Got the rainbow badge, gave the cops something to drink, and started walking back towards Halloween Town and into Pokemon Tower. I'd seen Gary waiting for me and backed out, feeling I wasn't ready. An excessive amount of training later, I confronted Gary, who asked if my Pokemon were dead. Mine weren't, but his will be, because I grossly overestimated how powerful his team would be. He went down like nothing. I put down repels and battled my way through the tower, and this is where I goofed. Not a run-ending goof, but a goof nonetheless. I remembered ages ago that there was a Marowak at the top of Pokemon Tower that you got to battle. The repels were to prevent the wild Ghastly from within the tower from getting in my way and ruining my one Pokemon to catch. My assumption was that despite being a ghost, the Marowak would be catchable. I couldn't have possibly been more wrong. And because of my ignorance, I lost Flameo. I could not have picked a more perfect place for him to go. Around here I was thinking how to treat this Pokemon encounter because the game actively prevents you from being able to catch it. I decided that even though this is a wild Pokemon encounter, since you are not allowed to catch this Pokemon by design, it does not count as the first wild encounter in the area. To ensure Flameo's death would not be in vain, I was given the Pokeflute and battled Snorlax. Catching this thing was a monumental pain in the ass. Rest is absolutely overpowered as it not only fully heals, but clears any status conditions and replaces it with sleep. I wasted a good amount of Pokeballs and healing items trying to fight him, but was eventually successful in catching it. With Snorlax under my belt to replace Flameo, I named him Thickums, healed back in Vermilion, and planned my next move. I picked up the Super Rod while headed south to open myself to more Pokemon in more locations that don't have grass but do have water, picked up a Venonat on Route 13 and then a Ditto on Route 15. We're at the 6th recording for this goddamn playthrough by now, and based on my notes, not much happened in this one apart from a guy trying to rob me. I met Spunkle the Gyarados in Vermilion City, had a stroke at Celadon, tried my hand at the Fighting Dojo in Saffron, and rewarded myself with the best robot in Fallout New Vegas. Caught a Doduo on Route 18, a second Doduo took Fisto from me, and then I lost Gloopy the Ditto. I was really starting to get annoyed with losing Pokemon now. I grinded with Gyarados until he was on par with the rest of the team and entered Fuchsia City. While battling trainers inside, I sped up the game in frustration and lost Weed Funny. Burbsley the Doduo got tagged in. I tried my hand at the Safari Zone, and I decided that since Pokemon can run away on their own, I could catch whatever Pokemon I wanted, provided I could only get one. I chose Execute, choosing to name him Benedict. I remembered I had Doduo in the party and realized I forgot to pull his sprite from the sheet I got from Spriter's Resource. I put Randy on the bench briefly to take Execute Benedict with me. A Muck got rid of him, so I said screw it and went to take on Koga. This very decision is where the run went downhill. I was not prepared to fight him at all. His Muck proved to be annoying and it reminded me why I had Muck in my team in Pokemon X. He is a massive pain. I lost Gyarados and pulled out Snorlax to will him down. All was good in the world until Weezing showed up. Snorlax went down, then Doduo, then Beedrill, then Jolteon. Koga took my backup wallet and sent me packing. Let me tell you, losing 6 Pokemon in a normal playthrough is annoying. Losing 6 Pokemon in what essentially amounts to permadeath runs is absolutely maddening. In my boxes, I only had Randy the Raticate and Ugly the Venonat. This is the Pokemon equivalent of having your house broken into and being left with nothing but pennies and lint. My only saving grace was that Randy was level 36, so he wasn't entirely useless. I took a moment to release my Pokemon after realizing that Koga essentially knocked me back to the Stone Age, and I had to think, how on earth was I going to even begin to salvage this run? I'm past halfway through the game. I really did not want to restart. I spent time trying to get Ugly the Venonat up to speed with limited success, and I soon wandered back into Saffron City to deal with Team Rocket. I figured getting rid of them first would be wise instead of diving back into Fuchsia City. When I inevitably lost to Venonat in the building, I realized I was quite literally down to my last Pokemon period, and I needed to catch something. I left Slivko and ran back to Lavender Town to get me a Ghastly. I dubbed him Asbestos and ran back to the daycare because at this point I had completely forgotten about the Oddish I left there. He did plenty of growing up while I was gone since he was at level 35 when I picked him up, and I left my emergency Rattata in his place. I tried catching another Gyarados in Viridian City, but it killed itself while I tried to catch it. Pot Comedy evolved into Gloom, Ghastly succumbed to mesothelioma, and I caught a Goldeen to replace it, who died while grinding. I was really not in the best headspace by this point. I vented my frustrations on Team Rocket and decided it was full steam ahead on getting them out of Saffron, though I did take a short breather to get another Leaf Stone and help Pot Comedy evolve into Vileplume. As I used the Giga Drain TM, I realized it was a good thing I didn't teach this to Weed Funny. Back in Slivko, Randy finally bit the dust much to my frustration. In a fit of anger, I used Pot Comedy to steamroll everyone else on that floor, got the hell out of Slivko, and said goodbye to Randy. At this point in time, all of the original team members from the beginning of the game are now dead. I gave Pot Comedy all the drugs I had on hand and went back in the building. He has no choice but to become a tank until I can get more Pokemon into my party. After a certain point, I found Gary, who, being the asshat that he is, wanted to battle, and of course the first f***ing Pokemon he whips out is Pidgeot. Somehow I managed to wipe out the rest of his team successfully. A combination of powders and attacks made the battle a piece of cake. An absolute king gave me a Lapras for free, and after naming it Broski, I pushed along, battled Giovanni again, and got Team Rocket removed from the city. I traveled west of Celadon because apparently I didn't do that yet, and found out there's another Snorlax. Same deal as before, tried my best not to faint it, and was able to catch it after a large amount of effort. Since I already used the Thickums name, I gave it the only other name appropriate for a Pokemon like this. With a new Snorlax now with me, I got back to work and spent a whole goddamn hour grinding after picking up Rat Boy from the daycare. By the end of it all, my entire team was bordering on level 50. At that point, it was time to get rid of Koga. Broski the Lapras did the heavy lifting here, knocking out every single Pokemon the bastard had and getting me the Soul Badge. 5 down, 3 to go. I went to Saffron to get that gym out of the way, Sabrina was no issue whatsoever, and I got the Marsh Badge. I realized I hadn't gotten the Surf HM yet, so after looking up where it was, I ran back to Fuchsia City to haul ass to the Safari Zone, gave an old man his teeth back, and got strength while I was at it too. Taught Snorlax how to swim, found a depressed guy in the ocean, got Tentacool on Route 19, got another Gyarados on Route 20, and landed at the Seafoam Islands. Remember how I mentioned an idea earlier? Well, there's a very special bird in here. I put down repel after repel and did whatever I could to solve the boulder puzzle, and after plenty of trial and error, I came face to face with Articuno. I hoped to put it to sleep, but I nearly lost Vileplume in the process. I then used Big Chungus as a meat shield and got to work spamming Pokeball after Pokeball in hopes I could be able to catch it. No matter how many Ultra Balls I threw at it though, the big blue bastard broke out of every single one, and I really did not want to waste the Master Ball. In desperation, I started throwing Great Balls just to use them, not even expecting to actually catch it in one. Then, after 26 Pokeballs, I caught Articuno in a matching ball, no less. I wish I was recording my voice when this happened, because as soon as I saw that thing click shut, I was going absolutely apeshit. I could not believe what had just happened. Even rewatching the footage a couple weeks after recording, I still feel the hype from that moment. I didn't even name it. A catch that good does not deserve a stupid nickname. Once the hype died off, I landed in Cinnabar and entered Pokemon Mansion. I caught a Grimer while I was in there, got a key to the gym, and did some fishing. I caught a Horsey in an area that's technically a route, did some more in town, and should mention that I was marathoning the last portion of the game by this point and completely forgot the Pokemon Lab was present in this town, so now the fossils I had were nothing more than placeholders. The hamster that runs my brain was not running on the wheel at full speed. The gym is apparently filled with criminals. Lapras was doing the heavy lifting again, Water Pulse one-shotted most opponents, the son of Flameo made an appearance. I met Blaine, began the battle, and his Rapidash somehow survived Water Pulse. Spoiler alert, he lost. The volcano badge is mine now. Bill was apparently following me, and he took me for a little trip on his boat. I was happy to know I had more places to catch Pokemon now. I was thirsty, some guy lost his daughter, caught a Meowth, named it after another stupid meme cat. On 3 Island, I battled a group of bikers who were all pushovers, found a Pidgeotto, made some kids cry. I can't remember when I taught Big Chungus how to use Hyper Beam, but at some point I made him a complete powerhouse. In Berry Forest, I remembered reading online that there was a Hypno that you can catch here. Once I found the kid, I did just that, dubbing the new ally Houdini. With a healthy set of backup Pokemon, I gave Bill's friend his junk and swam back to Pallet There was one gym left, and it was time to get it over with. Ground types were this gym's specialty. If the trainers here were as cool as they claim, they would not be losing to Articuno. Ice Beam was more than enough to knock out a good chunk of the Pokemon inside. At the end of the gym, Giovanni waited for me once again. Whopper the Gyarados went first, ripping the team apart bit by bit. Giovanni was eventually defeated for the last time, and the Earth Badge was now in my hands. He left reality, and I left for the Pokemon League. The end of the game and the bane of my existence was finally within reach. You know, once I got Gary to finally off, of course. Once he was gone, I ran back to Vermilion to get on the boat back to 1 Island. This was mainly to get some more Pokemon. I ran into a Geodude, which would have been nice to have if it didn't have a pipe bomb strapped to its back. After bathing with an old man, I realized that since I'm already at Mount Ember, I asked myself a question. Why stop at Articuno? I spammed repels yet again, battling trainers and pushing boulders around, and before I knew it, Moltres was in my sight. 27 balls later, I had 2 of the 3 legendary birds. If you're familiar with the game, I should not have to tell you where my next destination was. The Kanto Power Plant, aka the home of Zapdos. Once I found Big Bird, I managed to somehow catch him in significantly less time. I realized while writing the script I should mention that at some point I gave Snorlax an item that increases the chances he moves first. I just can't remember what it was called or when I did it. Editing Max will pull that up. I was now ready to deal with the Pokemon League. I caught a Mankey on the way there and gave him something stupid because I was running out of names. Inside Victory Road, I met Swole Patrol the Matchup and forgot how annoying the boulder puzzles were in this area. Once inside the Elite Four building proper, I did some shopping, selling the items I no longer needed and buying medicine. I didn't have flies, so going back through Victory Road to catch more Pokemon, what little was left, was not an option. I entered Victory Road to do some pre-battle battling and get most of my team up to level 60 save for Moltres. I did one final shopping trip to clear out my wallet and stepped inside. I want to say now that as a kid, I could never beat the Elite Four. Everything else was fine. It was the first lady on the Elite Four that always gave me a hard time. Lorelei and her ice Pokemon would throw me and my garbage team into the trash every single time without fail. I was honestly wondering how I was going to do with a team full of Pokemon I don't normally use in the current day and age. Snorlax did a bang-up job of taking her team down. One by one, each and every single one of her Pokemon fell before me. Slowbro gave me a few problems but soon went down as well. Lapras tagged in, and then her Jinx was finished off by Gyarados with a single Hyper Beam. Bruno was next on the chopping block with his Fighting-type Pokemon. This battle was largely a pushover. Gyarados handled everything well right up until I lost him to his Machamp. I actually started to panic because in a normal playthrough, I can hit him with a revive and call it a day. I can't do that here. Gyarados is dead. As a risk, I pulled out Big Chungus for the kill and watched his Machamp send him to near death. Vileplume ended up being the one to do the killing blow through a combination of sleep powder and brute forcing every single attack at my disposal. After some struggling, his Machamp was done. His Hitmonlee was significantly easier to deal with, mostly because he was spamming Mega Kick. Since grass types are not that weak to fighting moves, it wasn't urgent. His last Pokemon, Onix, went down in a single hit. With that, Bruno was finished. As I healed, I thought carefully on how to proceed. I put Lapras front and center and confronted Agatha next. Gengar was up first. 2 hits with Psychic, followed by Water Pulse, took him out. Her Golbat wasn't too much of a problem either. Arbok went out in 2 shots, her second Gengar did too. Haunter was no big deal, though the frequent use of Hypnosis proved to be an issue. I nearly lost Moltres, but it thankfully clutched and got rid of them, finishing Agatha. Up next, Dragons. So Articuno was placed front and center. His first one? Gyarados, which was a curveball. I used Toxic to poison it while I bought time, letting one hit with Blizzard knock it out. Aerodactyl followed afterward, and Ancient Power nearly sent Articuno to the pearly gates. I tried to use potions to buy time right up until it used Hyper Beam, allowing me to slap it down with Ice Beam. Dragonair went down in one hit with Blizzard, and second Dragonair did the same. Dragonite suffered the same fate. After this, only the champion was left. And who else would it be other than my arch nemesis, E? He pulled out Pidgeot, I pulled out Big Chungus, and remembering what annoys me, he spammed Sand Attack because of course he did. I thought Hyper Beam would buy me time, but it didn't because he healed immediately. I tried to use Body Slam, but I kept missing. I kept going hoping Snorlax would land a hit, and he eventually did. 1 down, 5 to go. Alakazam was next, but I was running out of good moves to use with him. Hyper Beam was out, and Body Slam was close to 0. It didn't matter in the end, because he landed a critical hit taking him from 190 HP all the way down to 0. Big Chungus fought to his last breath. Here was where I really panicked. I pulled out Lapras and slammed it with Water Pulse, only for him to switch to Executor. I pulled out Moltres in response, and he put them to sleep. One full restore later, Fire Blast finished that job. Blastoise was up, which meant Pot Comedy was on the table now. He spammed Hydro Pump, I countered with Giga Drain, he responded with Arcanine, I responded with Lapras again. Rhydon was easy pickings, and at this point, I was in the clear. I ran out of Hydro Pumps, but that was okay. One successful hit with Sheer Cold made its Alakazam worthless. All that remained was Blastoise. I pushed through with Lapras before switching to Vileplume after he used a full restore. Bite kept making him flinch, scaring the hell out of me. After a quick heal, he stupidly used Rain Dance, I landed a cut, and that was the end of the battle. The game is effectively finished. Oak got too excited, he took me to the Hall of Fame, the Dream Team was recorded in the history books, and not only did I beat Pokemon FireRed in a Nuzlocke run, but I also beat Pokemon FireRed in general for the very first time since I started playing it.